Chapter 1756. There wasn't even a maid at the door to welcome the guests. After entering, Xiao Chen took the initiative to call for a maid. A private room and a table of good wine, Xiao Chen said. The maid smiled faintly and said, "Young master is alone, right?" Xiao Chen pondered for a moment. "Prepare 2 portions." After entering the private room, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there no manager in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion recently? It's so deserted. Not even a shadow can be seen." The maid smiled apologetically and said, "This young master, it should have been a long time since you came to Soaring Dragon City. Our Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket was stolen nearly a year ago. All the leaders have already returned to the imperial capital, and the headquarters have their own arrangements, so they can't return to Soaring Dragon City for the time being." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then, he recalled that Jiang he seemed to have stolen the fairy basket from the Smiling Daughter Pavilion at that time. Now it was lying peacefully in his storage ring, covered in dust. If Zhang Xian hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. "Without the fairy basket, can't you make another one?" Xiao Chen asked, confused. The maidservant smiled and said, "That will be difficult. A fairy is not something that can be casually created. It is a top-notch Dao artifact with complicated craftsmanship and complicated array formations. It will take at least 3 years. I don't know what will happen when the time comes." It turned out that forging fairy blue required so much effort. This surprised Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Then, he did not linger on this matter. Instead, he asked, "I wish to ask about headliner Ling Long. Do you know where she went and when she left?" The maidservant smiled warmly and said, "What a coincidence. I am headliner Ling Long's personal maidservant. My young miss also went to the capital. She left more than half a year ago and should have left a long time ago. But at that time, there was a silly boy who wanted to learn something called the pipa. I don't know what happened, but Miss actually agreed. With this delay, it took me another 2 months to leave." "Learning the pipa?" Xiao Chen could not help smiling. "Little martial nephew Ling Yu is really going all out. All right, you can go now. I'll call you if there's anything." "All right, young master, please enjoy." After the maidservant left, Xiao Chen rummaged through his storage ring. In a corner, he found the dusty fairy basket. After staying in Dragon Flame City for so long, Xiao Chen had been so busy cultivating that he nearly forgot that he had a peak Dao tool. He remembered that when he tried to subdue it, he nearly got trapped inside. He had to sever his own spiritual sense before he finally managed to escape. Now that he had condensed his soul will, his soul energy was much stronger than before. He should be able to subdue this fairy basket and place his spiritual mark in it. Then, he would gain complete control of this top-notch Dao artifact. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense entered the fairy basket. Soon, it penetrated deep into it. In an instant, he was trapped in a maze. Countless ancient screens appeared, crisscrossing and arranged in a complicated manner, just like last time. The Xiao Chen formed by the spiritual sense was trapped inside, unable to get out at all. However, this time was different from the last time. Xiao Chen's strength was no longer what it was in the past, incomparable to the past. "Break!" With a shout, Xiao Chen condensed his will of soul and merged it with his spiritual sense. Then it burst out. A beam of azure light shot out, and in an instant all the screens were reduced to dust that filled the sky. The dust became like snowflakes drifting in the dark void. Unlike last time, this time snowflakes filled the air but did not form a new maze. This was because Xiao Chen had already broken the maze's origin from its foundation. There would no longer be a boundless maze that could never be broken. Xiao Chen advanced amid the flying dust. Then he saw a sleeping woman at the end of the maze. This woman looked like a fairy with her eyes closed, looking like she had just fallen asleep. Her eyelashes were clear, and her skin was as fair as snow. The Azure Lotus Fairy. She was the founder of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Back then, when countless spirit jades flew into the fairy basket, she was the woman who performed the sword dance. Xiao Chen still remembered the scene of flowers filling the hall, intoxicating 3,000 guests, and one sword strike freezing 14 provinces. That elegant sword dance and the final sword strike were still fresh in Xiao Chen's mind, something he found hard to forget. When this woman was alive, she must have been a peerless beauty. Every frown and every smile of hers could topple nations. Hence, she was given the title of the Azure Lotus Fairy. Xiao Chun moved his gaze away from this woman with some difficulty. Then, he circled to the back and removed the spiritual mark that the previous owner left behind. Then, he imprinted a strand of his will of soul in it. The fairy basket officially changed owners. At this moment, the dark space lit up. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, he discovered a vast formation in his surroundings. That was right. It really was a vast formation. The sky was dotted with stars, and the moon palace hung high. With the bright moon as the eye of the formation, the not-so-bright stars formed 999 different formations. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on the ground, competing with each other in beauty. A sea of flowers stretched out as far as the eye could see. Xiao Chun could not see how many formations filled the sea of flowers. The sky and the ground were connected. The formations formed by the many stars were connected to the flower formations. With just a slight movement, the stars moved, and the flowers bloomed and withered. There were thousands of changes, mysterious and unfathomable. The Azure Lotus Fairy quietly lay among the hundreds of flowers. Now Xiao Chun believed it. This Dao tool did indeed require at least 3 years to prepare. That was not right. It should be 3 years. Even Xiao Chun found this incredible. The sleeping Azure Lotus Fairy looked lovable and piqued his curiosity. Her tightly shut eyes were already so beautiful. If she opened them, what kind of charm would she have? However, this was just a thought. Xiao Chun knew the strangeness of this fairy basket. It needed to absorb enough spirit jades before it could activate the formations and bring out mysterious phenomena of different grades. The more spirit jades there were, the more beautiful the mysterious phenomena would be. Rumor had it that no one in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, the genuine fairy pavilion, had seen the Azure Lotus Fairy appear. It was only in some replicas that Fairy Blue Lotus would occasionally be invited out by wealthy guests to display her unrivaled sword dance. Xiao Chun rubbed his chin and frowned heavily as he looked at the stars' formation in the sky and on the ground. With his deep attainments in geomancy, he could tell that there was a peerless killing intent hidden in the complicated formation. However, it was hidden very deeply. Finding it would not be easy. Perhaps the rumors were true, and the fairy basket could not materialize only those beautiful mysterious phenomena that looked good but were useless. If one understood its mysteries, it would become a Dao tool with immeasurable might. Perhaps one did not even need to understand its mysteries. One only needed to activate the formations formed by the stars and the moon in the sky and the vast sea of flowers on the ground. The killing intent might appear. Just think about it. How terrifying would a strand of killing intent condensed from so many formations be? Once it appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, Xiao Chun only thought about it. If he really wanted to activate all the formations in the fairy basket, he would need an astronomical amount of spirit jades. However, he kept it in his hands. In the future, if there was a great crisis, he might be able to use it as a powerful killing weapon. After withdrawing his spiritual sense from the fairy basket and returning to reality, Xiao Chun drank another cup of wine. The door to the private room opened, and Lan Luo walked in alone. When Lan Luo saw another set of wine on the table, she asked sullenly, "You knew that I would come? Why do you always refuse to listen to me, insisting on killing Long Bo?" Lan Luo asked somewhat agitatedly, not sitting down. In Purple Sun City, Xiao Chun refused to listen to Lan Luo, leaving behind the Iron Blood War banner and leaving Purple Sun City. In the Cluster Lord's residence, Xiao Chun refused to listen to Lan Luo again, directly killing Long Bo. The two incidents were very similar. Lan Luo simply could not understand. Xiao Chun thought for a long time before drinking a cup of bitter wine. Then, he looked at the wine cup and asked, "Why do you think I have to listen to you? It looks like there are some differences between us that are hard to reconcile within a short time. This wine is on me. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future. No matter what, I already owe you 2 favors. Lan Luo toyed with the wine cup in her hand and smiled bitterly to herself. Who owes whom? Must you calculate it so clearly? Since they did not get along, Xiao Chun felt somewhat helpless in his heart. He wanted to have a good chat with Lan Luo. However, he discovered that their characters were very different. Perhaps it could be said that they were both too strong. Neither gave in to the other. Both felt that they were in the right. Actually, neither was in the wrong. Neither could be blamed. However, there were many things in this world that could not be simply explained by right or wrong. I'll be leaving first. After putting down the wine cup, Xiao Chun stood up to leave. Just as he stood up, he discovered that the door to the private room was violently pushed open. 6 people appeared outside. The leader looked at Xiao Chun and smiled. You want to leave? Not yet. This was Lu Rui's group of people who came to search for Xiao Chun. Chapter 1757. When Xiao Chun saw the 6 people outside, he instinctively felt a sense of familiarity. A familiar blood flowed in Xiao Chun's body. He could sense it with just a slight probe. Their gazes were both familiar and unfamiliar. He could discover it with just one glance. However, Xiao Chun did not feel any sense of familiarity. Instead, he became cautious. They came with ill intentions. There was no kindness in these people's eyes. They were all wary and grave. The leader of the group did not hide the ill intent in his eyes at all. In just an instant, Xiao Chun understood these people's purpose. They were here for the so-called ancient dragon race totem. Xiao Chun said directly, I do not have the ancient dragon race totem on me. You also know that even if the totem is hidden in a storage ring, the people of the dragon race can sense it. Those of the dragon clan can also sense it. You should have your answer now. Person walked out from behind. It was Wuxia. Lu Rui favored this dragon race disciple who was steady and steady. However, his strength was not up to par. Wuxia looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's aura was somewhat familiar. However, it was also very unfamiliar. Such a situation was not rare. He should be a rather powerful dragon race disciple with a thin bloodline. This was not a divine dragon, a sky dragon, a thunder dragon, or a coiling dragon, a false dragon. This was what the dragon race called mixed blood dragons. Wuxia said after some thought, Don't worry, we do not have any malicious intent. You do not have the aura of a totem on you. However, our holy daughter wants to meet you and understand the ins and outs of the matter. Holy daughter? Xiao Chun thought to himself. He felt somewhat curious about this holy daughter. However, he definitely could not go. One might know a person for a long time, but one could not judge their heart. The most important thing was that he could not tell anyone about the underground dragon city. This was especially so for the people of the dragon race. He had plundered so many dragon race treasures and even inherited the faux god flame. At that time, when the holy daughter asked, how should he answer? If he could not answer, it would arouse suspicion and conflict. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun made his decision. He rejected, I have things to do. If you have any questions, you can ask me now. Furthermore, I do not have the dragon race totem, so I do not have to go with you. Jiang Cheng smiled in disdain. Reject? Do you have the right to refuse? You're just a lowly, mixed-blood dragon. Whether or not you have a totem is not up to you to decide. Senior brother Wu is just being polite to you. What arrogance! Are all the members of your dragon tribe so arrogant and conceited? When Lan Luo, who was seated, heard the words lowly mixed-blood dragon, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately became upset. He jumped to his feet and stood beside Xiao Chun, staring coldly at Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng looked at Lan Luo's attire and figure. He smiled coldly and said, The noble clan scions of the dynasty's capital treat your smiling daughter pavilion's women as important people. In my Jiang Cheng's eyes you are just prostitutes. Scram. As soon as he said those words, he raised his hand and sent a slap over. Impudent! When Xiao Chun saw this, he was immediately infuriated. He didn't mind others calling him a mixed-blood dragon. The strong had their own demeanor, and there was no need to bicker with everyone. However, insulting his friend was a completely different matter. Without even thinking, Xiao Chun unleashed his aura and punched. 10 Cauldron Force instantly exploded out, arriving first despite being launched later and striking Jiang Cheng's chest. Bang! As the fist light landed, Jiang Cheng activated the veritable essence energy in his body and formed a protective shield. Originally, he thought that he could easily block this punch. Who would have imagined that Xiao Chen's punch would contain 10 Cauldron Force? When the two forces clashed, the moment the two forces clashed, they instantly erupted with vast energy. The entire private room trembled. The various decorations gave off a gentle light, trying to neutralize the surging energy. However, the force that erupted was simply too strong. The screen and the wall paintings only lasted for a moment before they all shattered, clanging endlessly. Jiang Cheng was sent flying by the punch and landed in the middle of the hall. This strange sound startled everyone in the private rooms on this floor. They all peeked out to take a look. Everyone saw Jiang Cheng crashing into the railing of the opposite corridor like a cannonball. Damn it! Jiang Cheng immediately became enraged. He shouted, and an indistinct white dragon figure appeared behind him. However, that white dragon roared ferociously, looking ferocious and scary. A horrifying dragon might erupted from Jiang Cheng's body. Bang! 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 The cultivators watching from the railing could not block this dragon might and got knocked into the air. Wu Su's expression changed slightly. His first senior sister had repeatedly instructed him not to blow this matter up. However, things still developed to this state. When Xiao Chun felt this dragon might, he saw a dragon-shaped shock wave surging over in front, berserk and ferocious. Stepping forward, Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and shielded Cluster Lord Goyu behind him. Xiao Chen's gaze remained calm as he punched again. This time, he used the might of the blue dragon and erupted with 10 Cauldron Force. With a loud bang, the dragon-shaped chi wave was shattered on the spot. Whoosh! After this punch worked, Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet, not willing to bring the battle to the private room and implicate Lan Luo. Then, he charged out and started an intense battle with Jiang Cheng above the hall. As the two dragons fought, they clashed with each other, neither giving way to the other. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged 10 moves. To outsiders, two completely different dragon images fought in the air, roaring ferociously. A terrifying dragon might spread out everywhere. The shock waves from the two's fight shook the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's protective formation. The entire floor shook, looking like it would collapse at any moment. The two people in the pavilion were 2-star Venerate level experts fighting. In fact, it was even more intense than that. What's going on? The experts guarding the Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been startled long ago. When they saw the scene in the air, they were stunned. When they saw the scene in the air, they showed slightly unsightly expressions. However, they did not dare to make a move. It's the dragon race's people. One of them seems to be of the white dragon bloodline of the 6-colored divine dragons. The dragon race's people? That manager could not help sucking in a breath of cold air. This person's background was too great. There was no way to deal with them. Unless they were in the Yenwu dynasty's capital, they could not afford to offend the people of the 6-colored divine dragons in Soaring Dragon City. This was a bona fide overlord-class bloodline of the great desolate 100 races. Even in the central great realm, such an existence would be a proud son of heaven. Not many people dared to offend such a person. Xiao Chun, who was fighting Jiang Cheng, felt somewhat surprised. This person's cultivation was about the same as his. However, the strength that Jiang Cheng burst out with was startlingly strong, no weaker than any star venerates. This was the first time Xiao Chun met with such an opponent within the same cultivation realm. Just a random person from the dragon race was this strong? With this thought, Xiao Chun could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. If that was the case, then wouldn't the so-called Dragon God Crown Prince be boundlessly strong? Noticing Xiao Chen's expression, Jiang Cheng could not help smiling coldly. It is not too late to surrender now. Later, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Xiao Chun could not help smiling in shock. You are overthinking. Xiao Chun felt disappointed, but it was not because of Jiang Cheng. It was just that Xiao Chun could tell that Jiang Cheng was not the strongest person in the dragon race. Even so, there was still a huge gap between Xiao Chun and the Dragon God Crown Prince. However, this Jiang Cheng thought too highly of himself, thinking that Xiao Chun feared him. Overthinking? You lowly mixed-blood dragon are indeed overthinking. In that case, die. Seeing Xiao Chen's mocking expression, Jiang Cheng became truly enraged. He considered himself superior and placed great importance on bloodlines. The pride in his heart would not allow a mixed-blood dragon like Xiao Chun to mock him. Jiang Cheng immediately activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. In that instant, his aura soared wildly. At this moment, the white dragon image behind him seemed very solid. Jiang Cheng's dragon eyes turned scarlet, and the ancient great desolate Ian's dragon might reappeared in the world. The dragon might spreading in the air immediately turned incredibly heavy, looking solid. Crack! Crack! Some of the nodes supporting the stairs started to loosen. It looked like the floor was really going to collapse. I'll show a lowly mixed-blood dragon like you what a true noble bloodline is. Jiang Cheng lost his patience. He roared as he charged forward, sending out boundless dragon chi. The dragon chi formed many noble white dragon images. As 100 dragons soared into the air, his aura grew infinitely stronger, reaching a frightening level. Ignorant. However, the moment Jiang Cheng approached, Xiao Chun revealed a look of disdain on his face. Then, his eyes suddenly filled with panic. Xiao Chun instantly activated his great desolate Ian bloodline. His grade 8 blue dragon bloodline instantly suppressed Jiang Cheng's aura. Before the other party could react, Xiao Chun kicked. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. A hole appeared in the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Jiang Cheng fell to the street like a sandbag. Seeing this scene, Wuxia and the others were all stupefied. This result was truly unexpected. Junior brother Jiang offended me earlier. Sorry for the offense. Wuxia felt very anxious. He only wanted to go out quickly and check on Jiang Cheng's injuries. He casually performed a cupped fist salute and apologized to Lan Luo, whom he assumed to be the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's manager. Then he prepared to leave quickly. However, just at this moment, a few exceptionally strong auras tore through the air. These people broke through the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's barrier and landed on the ground. They asked in a rush, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When Wuxia and the others, who had already turned around, heard this, they all turned around to look. They were completely stupefied. This time, they really went overboard. They thought about what junior brother Jiang Cheng said. He offended the person that they should not offend the most. Chapter 1758. Princess. The person senior martial brother Jiang Cheng wanted to slap just now was Princess Goyu, the most beloved daughter of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. First senior sister had repeatedly warned him not to offend this person. But now everything was messed up. Princess, who are they? Lan Luo said indifferently, people of the dragon race. Wuxia said awkwardly, sorry for the offense. It was just a misunderstanding. Our holy maiden is also very respectful towards the Soaring Dragon Marquis and bears no ill will towards her highness. Just now, junior brother Jiang mistook the princess for. Lan Luo raised her hand and stopped Wuxia from continuing. She said indifferently, it's fine. I do not wish to have any conflict with the dragon race. Either. However, this is my conferred city. There are some things that I can still decide. I don't want to see you in Soaring Dragon City. Understood. Sorry for the offense. Wuxia heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this cluster Lord Lan Luo was not an unreasonable person. If a dispute or conflict arose, they would not be a match for the princess's residence no matter how far they traveled. More importantly, they were the ones in the wrong. Junior brother Jiang had stretched out his hand to slap them. This put them in a very disadvantageous position. They couldn't even argue with him, so they could only apologize. Wuxia and the others arrived at the street. Seeing junior brother Jiang Cheng crawling out from the deep crater on the ground, his face was pale and he looked extremely sullen. He was actually defeated by the mixed blood dragon that he looked down on the most. Xiao Chun, who had always been proud of his white dragon bloodline, could not accept this. Senior brother Wu, why did you come out? Help me capture that brat. If we attack together, he won't be able to overturn the heavens. Seeing Wu Su's group walk out with embarrassed expressions, Jiang Cheng immediately shouted, Senior brother Jiang, we have to go, today's matter. A girl said in a timid manner. It was obvious that she was afraid of this Jiang Cheng. Wu Su patted the girl's shoulder and said, Let me say it, junior brother Jiang, the person you wanted to slap earlier was Countess Goyu. What? Jiang Cheng's face was filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? How did that mixed-blood dragon get involved with Cluster Lord Goyu? Furthermore, they even met in a place like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion. Junior martial brother Jiang, don't blame yourself. This isn't all your fault. After all, who would have thought that she would be Princess Goyu? Seeing Zhang Xian's reaction, Wu Su consoled softly. Jiang Cheng stubbornly said, She is a princess, and I offended her. I am in the wrong, and I will bear the responsibility alone. But that Xiao Chen must still be captured. He must be taken away. Senior martial sister's task must be completed. So. A few figures descended from the building and looked at Jiang Cheng and the others expressionlessly. When will the few of you be leaving? Her Highness is already urging you to leave. The leader of the group said politely as he looked at Wu Su. Jiang Cheng was unconvinced and wanted to argue. Wu Su stopped him and said with a smile, It's fine. We'll leave now. At the same time, he secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Cheng. Even a fool can see that the Countess has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun. It's useless to argue. Report everything to eldest senior sister and wait for her decision. Jiang Cheng felt aggrieved, but at this moment, the situation was stronger than he was. No matter how sullen he was, he had to continue holding it in. In reality, it was better to be sullen. If he continued to seek trouble for Xiao Chun, he would only embarrass himself further. It was just that Jiang Cheng foolishly did not know. After about 7 minutes, the group left Soaring Dragon City. As the group looked at the city walls, they all felt somewhat disappointed. They did not know how to face first senior sister when they returned. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Chun is a member of our dragon race. He possesses a false dragon bloodline and can still burst out with such a terrifying dragon might. Someone sighed. Someone sighed. The scene of Xiao Chun sending Jiang Cheng flying with one kick at the end was still fresh in everyone's memory. Although junior brother Jiang's realm wasn't high, his future was limitless. He was known as the strongest peak major primal core expert. Within the same cultivation, no one could defeat him when he broke through to Star Venerate. In the future, when Xiao Chun broke through to Star Venerate, he would definitely soar. The seniors of the race all had high hopes for him. When Xiao Chun went to Ancestor Dragon City, he kept reminding Lu Riyue to take care of him. However, Jiang Cheng suffered a huge defeat today. Furthermore, he lost in such an unsightly manner. This was simply unbelievable. Unconvinced, Jiang Cheng said, I was just careless. If we fought again, I absolutely would not lose to him. Wu Su sighed softly and said, Not everyone in the false dragon bloodline is mediocre. Since ancient times, there has been no lack of false dragons turning things around and becoming heavenly dragons in the dragon race's history. First senior sister often taught us that we cannot judge a person's status based on the quality of their bloodline. They are all comrades of our dragon race. Jiang Cheng showed a sullen expression, still unconvinced. However, Wu Su used Lu Riyue's words to lecture him. Jiang Cheng could not rebut anything, only sulking in his heart. However, in reality, Jiang Cheng was just overthinking. Wu Su did not have any intention of lecturing Jiang Cheng. He only wanted to use first senior sister's words to enlighten him. This way, Jiang Cheng would not have a knot in his heart that he could not resolve, turning him into a demon. Junior brother Jiang, are your injuries all right? Let me check them out for you. Wu Su asked worriedly when he saw that Jiang Cheng's expression still did not look right. There is no need for you to care about this hypocrisy. Jiang Cheng had not completed his mission and lost to Xiao Chun. He roared in his heart as he walked over alone with a stern expression. Senior brother, we did not complete the mission this time. What did first senior sister say? The people at the side asked worriedly. First senior sister had always been strict, making clear rewards and punishments. After messing up this time, it was hard to avoid punishment. Wuxia sighed silently to himself. In the end, Jiang Cheng was too young, and the elders of the clan spoiled him too much. Although Jiang Cheng was very talented, with such a character, it would be hard for him to accomplish great things. Wuxia smiled warmly at the people at the side. It's fine. I will explain to first senior sister. This time I did not think things through. I did not investigate his relationship with the cluster lord first. It was not right. Let's go. The group returned on their way back, slowly disappearing at the end of the road. In the end, the Smiling Daughter Pavilion did not collapse. This allowed the person in charge to release his bated breath. Earlier, sweat had poured down his forehead continuously. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion had been unlucky recently. They lost the fairy basket and the dragon race experts came to fight. If the pavilion had really collapsed, then the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would not be able to continue operating. Back in the private room, Xiao Chun and Lan Luo sat at the same table once more. After the earlier storm, the knot in the two's hearts loosened a little. Lan Luo looked at Xiao Chun and said, "You were too rash earlier. Given this, the conflict between you and the dragon race will be hard to resolve." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "It is not rash or not. It is just my nature. It is just like you. When you heard others call me a mixed blood dragon, you could not help getting angry. When I heard others humiliate you, I could not help it either. There are many things that I do not care about. I can accept being insulted or scolded. However, I cannot allow it to affect my friends." Lan Luo felt warmth in her heart when she heard that. Joy unconsciously crept onto her face as she revealed a gentle smile. Actually, when Xiao Chun thought about it, the two were indeed very similar. They both had strong characters, not easily submitting to others. However, when their friends were insulted, they could not help getting angry, regardless of the consequences. Thinking of this, Lan Luo suddenly figured out many things. She smiled and said, "Do you need me to send you off? They might ambush you outside the city." Xiao Chun rejected. "There's no need. I have already troubled you enough. I will leave after drinking this cup of wine. I do not have a dragon race totem on me. As long as I go far away, they will not make a big move." After the two drank their cups, Xiao Chun stood up and took his leave. "Xiao Chen, no matter what trouble you encounter in the future, if you treat me as a friend, please tell me first," Lan Luo said sincerely as she looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment when he heard that. Then, he smiled happily and said, "All right, I promise you. In the future, if I find out that you are in trouble, no matter where I go, I will rush over and do what I can to help." In Xiao Chen's heart, he formally accepted Lan Luo as a friend. In the past, Lan Luo had only been a benefactor that he had felt helpless about. The two exchanged glances, both feeling much better. The knot that could not be untied earlier completely vanished in this cup of wine. Sometimes, the matters of life were really strange. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Instead, it would only worsen the conflict. If they could see eye to eye, they would be able to understand each other with just one glance. With a cup of wine, they could put aside their past grudges. As Lan Luo watched Xiao Chen leave, her lips curled up in a charming yet melancholic smile. In the past, Lan Luo always wondered why this person never gave her any face. Yet he could not forget her, finding it hard to part with her. Now, Lan Luo finally figured it out. Actually, the reason was very simple: to be himself. Xiao Chun was just being himself. In this turbid and filthy world, how many people in this world could do what seemed like 3 simple words? However, Xiao Chun did it. Xiao Chun walked in this world, neither servile nor overbearing. In his eyes, he would not look up to you just because you were a cluster lord. He would not look down on you because of your lowly status. Xiao Chun had his own principles and reason in his heart. His actions might seem unrestrained, willful, and wild. In fact, it was very simple. He was just being himself. No matter how black and white were flipped in this world, no matter how powerful the nobles were, no matter how many restrictions there were, he would only be himself. Chapter 1759. After Xiao Chun left, Lan Luo said, "Someone, come and report the news of the dragon race's arrival to me in 15 minutes. Naturally, many people coveted the ancient dragon race totem. However, most factions would not rashly come to her soaring dragon great realm on account of the soaring dragon marquee. The dragon race was different. Anything that involved the dragon race was their internal matter. It was reasonable for them to send someone to investigate. However, this person did not even say a word and came stealthily, wanting to take Xiao Chun away from under her nose. This person was simply looking down on her, a cluster lord. After about 7 minutes, a stack of letters appeared in Lan Luo's hands. When Lan Luo finished reading, she put down the letters, and her expression changed slightly. The white dragon holy daughter, Lu Ruyue. Lan Luo had heard of this girl long ago. She was a genius of the white dragon race that appeared once in 1,000 years. Lu Ruyue's origins were mysterious. Before the age of 30, the various factions, including the dragon race, did not have any news of this girl. 30 years later, Lu Ruyue suddenly appeared. She was very beautiful and talented. She was even praised as the top beauty of the dragon race. Every frown and smile of hers could topple nations. She was so beautiful that even the dragon god crown prince fell in love with her. Lan Luo simply did not expect such a famous girl to personally ask about this matter. It looked like the dragon race paid a lot of attention to this ancient dragon race totem. However, since Xiao Chun did not have a dragon race totem, it did not matter. Lan Luo could help him deal with it with her own strength. Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave Soaring Dragon City. He was not too worried about the dragon race's matter. After all, he did not have a dragon race totem. If the other party really went to Dragon Flame City, they would definitely investigate and not chase after him. Actually, Xiao Chun also wanted to meet that so-called holy daughter. Could it be Lu Ruyue? However, after thinking about it, if it was really Lu Ruyue, she must have heard of his name in Dragon Flame City. Then she would find someone to draw his portrait. She would definitely be able to guess his identity and personally head to Soaring Dragon City. She would not send someone over. Given this, the holy daughter had to be someone else. Furthermore, he had injured that Jiang Cheng. It was best not to meet her. After remaining in the city for 3 days and exchanging the treasures in his hands for spirit jades, Xiao Chun formally left. Then, they left the city and headed for the Purple Flame sect in the Grave Sea. In Dragon Flame City, after Lu Ruyue heard Wu Su's report, her phoenix-like eyes immediately fell on Jiang Cheng. His face turned red and he felt extremely awkward, not daring to speak at all. "I did something wrong. Please punish me, eldest senior sister." Jiang Cheng knelt on one knee and said with his head lowered. Lu Ruyue said sullenly, "Raise your head." Jiang Cheng cautiously raised his head. He was nervous. He had made a huge mistake, causing the mission to fail. He felt guilty and did not dare to face Lu Ruyue. Boom! Just as Jiang Cheng raised his head, he saw Lu Ruyue send out a palm strike from nowhere. Jiang Cheng flew back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood was filled with an inextinguishable sharp saber intent. As the saber intent whistled out, the blood turned into countless strands of energy and shot out in all directions. This caused the others to be taken aback. Jiang Cheng immediately felt very comfortable. The saber intent that he could not get rid of for the past 3 days was completely resolved by Lu Ruyue's palm strike. "Many thanks, senior sister." Lu Ruyue looked at Jiang Cheng and said, "Go back and reflect on yourself. I don't want to see you now." "Yes." Jiang Cheng did not dare to be impudent. He turned around and left, feeling relieved. "You all can leave as well. Junior brother Wu, stay behind." Lu Ruyue dismissed the others, leaving only the experienced and prudent Wu Su behind. Wu Su asked, "Senior sister, did you gain anything in the underground dragon city?" Lu Ruyue shook her head and replied, "I did not gain anything. It was already in ruins. However, I could feel that the totem was still there and was not taken away." Wu Su's expression changed. "In that case, it looks like Xiao Chun did not lie." Lu Ruyue said softly, "However, I could not find the totem or see the foe god flame. I still have to meet this person and understand what happened that day." However, that cluster lord has an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun. Junior brother Jiang offended the other party like that. It will be very troublesome to have a proper talk with the cluster lord. Wuxia spoke the truth, sounding somewhat worried. When Lu Riyue heard that the cluster lord had an extraordinary relationship with Xiao Chun, she felt uncomfortable for some reason. She didn't know what was going on with this kind of unreasonable annoyance. Lu Riyue snorted coldly and said, "Even if the soaring dragon marquis came personally, I would not fear him. Furthermore, she is just a cluster lord. Come, I'll go and meet her." There was no time to lose. Lu Riyue was decisive. Right now, she wanted to meet this white-robed Xiao Chun. As for the mission, they had already more or less completed it. They could return at any time. After the dragon races group gathered, they boarded a divine dragon war chariot and headed quickly on the road. When Xiao Chun was halfway there, a black war chariot pulled by 2 black dragon horses arrived in the opposite direction. This was Xiao Chen's cycle war chariot. As he left the city, he happened to run into Lu Riyue's divine dragon war chariot. Lu Riyue felt a strange yet familiar aura. Her heart thumped heavily as she could not help asking, "Who is passing by outside?" "First senior sister, there is no one outside. There is just a black war chariot heading in our direction." A black war chariot? In Lu Riyue's memory, there did not seem to be anyone familiar with riding a black war chariot. The 2 war chariots moved extremely fast, even faster than several star venerates on the road. The cycle war chariot and the divine dragon war chariot approached each other quickly. Not long after, they lined up side by side on the same path. Lu Riyue and Xiao Chun sensed it at the same time and opened the curtains. However, when the 2 of them opened the windows of the 2 carriages that were moving at high speed, they could only see the billowing dust rising like smoke. Xiao Chun looked back and could only see the rear of the divine dragon war chariot slowly disappearing into the dust. They brushed past each other. Just like that, the 2 of them brushed past each other. Amidst the billowing dust, they watched each other leave, gradually going further and further away. Are they from the dragon clan? Xiao Chun let go of the curtain, his heart unable to calm down. Just now, when the 2 war chariots approached each other, his heart inexplicably paused. That feeling was incomparably mysterious. There were no words in the world that could describe it. Xiao Chen's intuition, a very strong intuition, told him that he would not be able to escape. A very important person must have passed by him just now. Who was it? In the dragon race, the only person that Xiao Chun could place his trust in was Lu Riyue. Could it be that the person who passed by was Lu Riyue? That should not be the case. If Lu Riyue had heard Xiao Chen's name, she would have put down everything and rushed to Soaring Dragon City. She should not have come at this time. Could it be that she has already forgotten about me, Xiao Chun? Forgotten about everything that happened in Qingyun Peak? Forgotten about the various oaths she swore back then? Forgotten about her deep love from back then? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. I have to figure this out. Xiao Chun had never felt as anxious as he did now. The speeding cycle war chariot suddenly stopped. The cycle war chariot turned around and quickly chased after the divine dragon war chariot. However, the divine dragon war chariot was Lu Riyue's war chariot after all. It was of a much higher grade than his cycle war chariot. After Xiao Chun missed her, it would be easier said than done to catch up. He could only watch as the divine dragon war chariot slowly distanced itself amid the billowing dust, slowly vanishing from his sight. Could my intuition be wrong? At this moment, Xiao Chun lost his usual calm and became restless. Perhaps his intuition was wrong. It was just the aura of the dragon race that made him feel familiar. As Xiao Chun gave chase, the sky turned dark and he rushed through the night before returning to the city gates. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chun welcomed the first beam of light and arrived at the city gates with some anticipation. Did you hear? There was a huge battle in the cluster lord's residence last night. What's going on? I only heard some sounds and am not clear about the specifics. Rumor has it that the dragon race's holy daughter and cluster lord Go Yu did not get along. They fought in the cluster lord's residence. Even the holy venerate in charge of the cluster lord's residence appeared. This is really big news. This dragon race's holy daughter is really incredible. Unexpectedly, she even startled a holy venerate. The key is that even a holy venerate could not shock her completely. He could only watch as she left in a fit of pique. The guards at the city gates discussed last night's commotion. However, the smile on Xiao Chen's face froze. She left? Chapter 1760. It was just a momentary miss, but after a night of chasing, the result was completely different. Standing on the city wall, Xiao Chun could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, aside from disappointment, there was also a trace of joy. Xiao Chen's emotions were complicated. Whether that person was Lu Ruyue or not, it was a good thing for Xiao Chun. Before Xiao Chun came to Soaring Dragon City, he did not know any news about Lu Ruyue. After coming here, he knew that she was doing very well. She was now one of the strongest geniuses of the dragon race. It was far easier than him who had stumbled along the way. This was already very good. More importantly, he knew that Xiao Chen's heart had never changed. She did not even respond to the Dragon God Crown Prince's pursuit. He was not strong enough. Sooner or later, he would personally step into the dragon race's land and meet Lu Ruyue in his strongest state. The temporary disappointment did not give Xiao Chun too much of a blow. 3 days later, Xiao Chun boarded the giant starship that was on its way back. After flying for 1 month, they successfully returned to the Grave Sea's Purple Flame sect. There were still many things that he had not dealt with in the Grave Sea. He still had to formally greet the Purple Flame sect before leaving. He still had to meet his martial nephew, Ling Yu, and find his pirate ship. He wanted to see if there were any clues to the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. That was one of the things he relied on for his rise, but he never forgot that if he could get the treasure of the legendary Pirate King, this would be a great opportunity, far greater than any of his previous encounters. At the foot of the Purple Ember Sect's mountain, Xiao Chun handed over his token. The disciple guarding the mountain took a look and immediately revealed an excited expression. "Senior brother Xiao Chun, you're finally back." 1 year ago, Xiao Chun fought everywhere in the Fiendish Demon battlefield. While leading the Purple Flame Sect disciples in the Fiendish Demon battlefield, they gained a great harvest, far surpassing that of the other rank 4 sections. Most importantly, they had to ruthlessly suppress the Divine Firmament sect, which was at odds with the Purple Flame sect. After defeating the unfathomable Shangguan Lei, the prestige of the entire Divine Firmament sect plummeted. Even now, the Divine Firmament sect still could not raise its head. Although his stay was short, Xiao Chun had already become a legend in the Purple Ember sect. Impressive and unforgettable. After verifying Zhang Xian's identity, many people immediately rushed over upon hearing the news. They greeted him one after another. There were even many deacons, protectors, and elders who appeared in person. When they sensed Xiao Chen's aura, they all felt incredulous. In a mere year or so, Xiao Chen's cultivation actually reached peak major primal core. More importantly, the feeling that Xiao Chun gave them was like a quiet volcano. Beneath his calm exterior was an even more terrifying power. Once it erupted, it would be an incomparable expert. This was the intuition of an expert. Xiao Chun smiled and responded to them one by one. He didn't put on any airs and returned to the courtyard. After a long time, Xiao Chun returned to his courtyard. "Ling Yu is not around?" Xiao Chun was slightly surprised. It would be a pity if he wasn't here. A large part of the reason why Xiao Chun came to the Purple Flame sect to bid farewell was to see his martial nephew, Ling Yu. The next time he left the Purple Ember sect, he would not return for a very long time. "Junior brother Xiao." Just at this moment, Xiao Chun heard a familiar voice. He turned his head and saw that it was the top true inheritor of the Purple Flame sect, Hua Yunfeng. "Senior brother Hua, it has been a long time. Congratulations." After not seeing Xiao Chun for more than a year, Hua Yunfeng successfully broke through his bottleneck and advanced to Star Venerate. This was not too strange. When Xiao Chun first arrived at the Purple Flame sect, the other party had already been in the major primal core realm for a long time. Furthermore, Hua Yunfeng was actually several years older than Xiao Chun. Hua Yunfeng said humbly, "Many thanks. I was discussing something with the sect master. When I heard that you returned, I immediately rushed over. What is it? Xiao Chen asked casually. Hua Yunfeng revealed a melancholic expression. After a pause, he said, I want to leave the Purple Flame sect and go to the Central Great Realm. I feel that I still have a chance. Xiao Chen expressed his understanding. What does the sect master think? Hua Yunfeng sighed softly. The sect master thinks very highly of me and hopes that I will not leave. Within 100 years, he will definitely pass the position of sect master to me. Xiao Chen nodded and said, the sect master has good intentions. Right now, the Purple Flame sect has just regained some of its momentum. It needs to improve steadily. You are mature and prudent, but you do not lose your sharpness. You are indeed a very good successor to the sect. Hua Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and said, many years ago, I never thought of going to the Central Great Realm. If I said that all this was because of you, would you believe me? Xiao Chen found this strange. He asked, because of me? That's right. I see a kind of perseverance in you. Back then, when you first came to the Purple Flame sect, your cultivation was much lower than mine. However, I have never seen you give up on yourself. This is especially so on Thunder Controlling Peak. Your courage when facing Shangguan Lei made me feel inferior. It seemed like Hua Yunfeng had kept these words bottled up in his heart for a long time. After he said them, he heaved a long sigh. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said seriously, you are overthinking. I am not as simple as you think. I have experienced much more than you can imagine. My accomplishments today were not just a few years of hard work. You do not know about my previous accumulations. The speed at which Hua Yunfeng could rise in the Great Thousand Realms was very fast. This was inseparable from his experiences in the Abandoned Land. In the Sky Dome Realm and the Kunlun Realm, Hua Yunfeng had experienced many life and death situations. The great scenes that Hua Yunfeng had experienced were even more uncountable. He had stubbornly endured many life and death tribulations. Others only saw Hua Yunfeng's rapid rise in the Purple Flame sect and his current glory. However, no one knew what kind of tribulations Hua Yunfeng experienced in the Kunlun realm for him to have today's mental state and perseverance. Hence, Xiao Chen did not approve of Hua Yunfeng leaving the Purple Flame sect to make a living in the Central Great Realm. Xiao Chen looked at Hua Yunfeng and said, don't change yourself because of others. Think about it carefully. You cannot be careless with this matter. Hua Yunfeng remained silent for a long time. He had not expected Xiao Chen to give him such a warning. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chen would support his decision. Thank you for your advice. I will think about it carefully. Oh right, you are looking for Lingyu, right? He is cultivating bitterly in our sect's Purgatory Peak. After that fellow returned from Soaring Dragon City, he seems to have become a completely different person. Hua Yunfeng smiled carefreely. He was rather open-minded about this. After chatting with Xiao Chen for a while, he took his leave. Purgatory Peak? Xiao Chen recalled that it was a dangerous land that the Purple Flame sect created. Cultivating there would be several times faster than cultivating outside. However, the pain, torture, and danger one had to endure would also multiply. After Purgatory Peak was established, very few disciples chose to enter it. This was because it was simply too painful. Many of the sect's experts could not endure it for long. That kind of pain and torture was unbearable both physically and mentally. Only those with great perseverance could endure it. An outstanding talent like Ling Yu actually did not need to enter and cultivate bitterly. His cultivation speed would not be much slower. At sunset, Xiao Chen drank tea in the courtyard. As the afterglow of the setting sun shone down, a person covered in injuries stepped in from outside the courtyard, appearing somewhat fatigued. That person's clothes were stained with blood, and there were several terrifying new wounds on his youthful face. Xiao Chen looked up and finally recognized this person after much difficulty. To think that it was Ling Yu, martial uncle. When Ling Yu saw Xiao Chen in the courtyard, he was in disbelief. After a while, he rejoiced and rushed over. However, this aggravated the injuries on his body, causing him to cry out in pain. This made one unable to restrain a smile. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, "Why don't you recover from your injuries first before entering the house to rest? I have some medicinal pills here. Take them and use them." Ling Yu rejected. "I can't. The sect's supreme elder said that if I recover from my injuries back then, my bitter cultivation will be in vain. I have to properly comprehend the pain I endured and comprehend the essence of Purgatory Peak." When Xiao Chun heard that, he felt stunned. "You really chose the path of bitter cultivation?" Ling Yu nodded seriously. "My background is not good, and I do not have Martial Uncle's mental state and comprehension ability. Aside from bitter cultivation, I have no other choice. Why bother? Even if you do not choose to bitterly cultivate, you can still shake up the grave sea in the future and become an overlord of the nearby dozens of astral clusters." Ling Yu shook his head and said, "That is not enough. Martial Uncle, you do not know. Headliner Ling Long promised me 5 years. She will wait for me for 5 years. After 5 years, she wants me to go to the Yanwu dynasty's capital to look for her." As Xiao Chun looked at Ling Yu's determined expression, he felt somewhat moved. He saw many of his own shadows in Ling Yu. Ling Yu was like that, but so was Xiao Chun. Chapter 1761. Trapped by Love. Ling Yu resolutely embarked on the path of bitter cultivation. Since Xiao Chun did so because of love, he also embarked on a similar path. As long as there was hope, he could not give up. Ling Yu looked at the somewhat melancholic Xiao Chun. "Martial Uncle, did something happen to you in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm? I feel that you have changed somewhat." "What changed?" "I can't tell what exactly has changed. However, Martial Uncle has indeed changed. In the past, Martial Uncle's face always remained calm. No changes in his expression could be seen. Although it is still like that now, I can tell that there is a lingering sense of loss lingering on your face. Most importantly, Martial Uncle purposely left this sense of loss behind. Given Martial Uncle's mental state, you should be able to cut it off at any time. However, Martial Uncle did not. This means that the person related to this sense of loss is exceptionally important to Martial Uncle. Even if it already affected your mental state, you are unwilling to cut it off, letting it linger in your heart, never dispersing. As the saying goes, one does not know where love comes from, but one is deeply devoted to it. Martial Uncle, you should be careful." Xiao Chun felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, after not seeing Ling Yu for 1 year, his observation skills had become so meticulous. Or was it as Ling Yu said, "Did I take a picture?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not deny Ling Yu's words. Ling Yu smiled and said, "It looks like I was right. So what if you are right, and so what if you are wrong? Just worry about yourself. Although bitter cultivation can quickly raise your strength, if you overexert yourself and injure yourself, the losses outweigh the gains." Xiao Chun warned. Few people chose the path of bitter cultivation. Firstly, it was too painful and unbearable. Secondly, the risk was too high, and it was easy to injure oneself. Ling Yu's stubbornness inevitably worried Xiao Chun. He did not know how to face senior brother Yi in the future. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Martial Uncle, don't worry about me. I won't die." "I hope so." Xiao Chun sighed softly. Ling Yu had no choice but to make his own choices. After not seeing each other for more than a year, the two chatted happily. Ling Yu also told Xiao Chun about some of his confusion on the martial Tao without holding back. Xiao Chun patiently answered and explained. Unknowingly, the afterglow of the setting sun had completely descended. A loud shout broke this rare silence. "White-robed Xiao Chun, come out. I know you're back." Ling Yu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiao Chun. The Shangguan lay. The voice came from the greeting of Sword's Edges. The greeting of Sword's Edges was where the face of the sect was. Xiao Chun had been there once, so he knew what kind of place it was. There were all kinds of sects there. Ever since Xiao Chun defeated Shangguan Lei in the fiendish demon battlefield, very few people in the Divine Firmament sect dared to appear at the Purple Flame sect's greeting of Sword's Edges. This time, after Shangguan Lei found out that Xiao Chun had returned, he came to take revenge. After some thought, Xiao Chun understood the reason behind it. "Martial Uncle, I heard that this Shangguan Lei put in a lot of effort to obtain a Dao tool to defeat you. He has been cultivating like a madman and has been waiting for you to come back. He came prepared. Ling Yu said cautiously. After all, Xiao Chun had not broken through to Star Venerate yet. Ling Yu did not know Xiao Chen's true strength, so he could not help worrying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the two decided to go out and take a look, Shangguanlei's figure suddenly appeared on the courtyard wall. Shangguanlei, all the grudges between the sect disciples have to be resolved at the greeting of swords' edges. Are you trying to start a war between the Divine Firmament sect and the Purple Flame sect? Below, Hua Yunfeng and the other true inheritors quickly followed, showing some rage on their faces. Several elders also appeared in the dark, locking their auras on Shangguanlei. Forcibly barging in like Shangguanlei had already broken the rules of the sect. If not for Xiao Chen's status and strength, someone would have taken him down long ago. Shangguanlei said seriously, Hua Yunfeng, don't be wishy-washy like a woman. As long as Xiao Chun is willing to fight with me, I will personally apologize. After this, I will personally apologize. Can't you tell if I want to start a war between the sects or not? Indeed, everyone could tell that Shangguanlei was here purely for Xiao Chun. If not for this reason, the sect elders would have worked together to chase him out long ago. Xiao Chun, if you are not willing to fight with him, we can chase him away now. The voice projections of the sect elders appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Clearly, these sect elders were very respectful to Xiao Chun, speaking very politely to him. There's no need to chase him away, Xiao Chun replied. Then he indicated to Shangguanlei, think carefully before you make your move. You only have one chance. When Shangguanlei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. How arrogant! 1 year ago, if you held a Dao tool, how could you defeat me? 1 year later, I advanced to Star Venerate and grasped a Dao tool. Even if I gave you 3 moves, you would not be able to defeat me. Xiao Chun said slowly, many things can change in 1 year. Cut the crap. Stop putting on an act. This old man will defeat you with 1 saber strike. Right after Shangguanlei said those words, he roared and attacked in a fit of rage. When Shangguanlei's saber landed, 9 thunderous explosions rang out. The Dao tool in his hand trembled 9 times in the air at a speed that was hard to detect with the naked eye. With each tremble, the thunder might from the previous tremble would layer on top of each other. Shangguanlei's aura was already terrifyingly strong. Dark clouds covered the sky, and lightning flashed, encasing the area for 5 kilometers around. When Shangguanlei leaped down, he looked like a raging heavenly lord of thunder. A terrifying figure appeared behind him. The saber light in Shangguanlei's hand was 300 meters long. When the saber light landed, an overwhelming shock wave swept out in all directions. Caught off guard, this shock wave immediately knocked many Purple Flame sect disciples into the air. The Divine Firmament 9 changes layered 9 times. He really succeeded. I recall that many elders in the Divine Firmament sect can only layer 8 times. To think that he actually managed to layer 9 times. The moment Shangguanlei executed this move, countless elders exclaimed in regret. It would have been better if they had gotten Xiao Chun to come out and receive this move, forcing Shangguanlei to leave as soon as possible. If Xiao Chun lost, the prestige that he had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke. If that happened, the prestige that Shangguanlei had accumulated for the Purple Flame sect would vanish like smoke, vanishing completely. Instead, it would allow Shangguanlei to rise to a higher level. Even the Divine Firmament sect's prestige would suppress the Purple Flame sect. However, just as everyone worried for Xiao Chun, the space in the courtyard suddenly froze. Even the dust stopped moving. Xiao Chun stretched out 2 fingers and caught Shangguanlei's saber in the time it took for a spark to fly. Just like that, Xiao Chun caught the saber with 2 simple fingers. How can this be? Many exclamations rang out at the same time, their eyes filled with incredulity. Hua Yunfeng was somewhat flabbergasted, gaping. He was not that worried about Xiao Chun. He believed that Xiao Chun definitely had a fortuitous encounter and absolutely would not lose to Shangguanlei. However, Hua Yunfeng did not expect that Xiao Chun would use 2 fingers to catch Shangguanlei's saber, preventing him from moving or retreating. This Shangguan was utterly stunned. He brought out his full power but could not advance by even an inch, much less draw his saber. Dang! Xiao Chun waved his 2 fingers, and the saber in Shangguan hand trembled. A strong force rebounded. The saber immediately twisted like a water snake. The force traveled to Shangguan arm, breaking every bone in his body. The force spread to half his body before Shangguan managed to block it. However, Shangguan was already sent flying, crashing into the courtyard wall and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Even standing up was somewhat difficult for Shangguan. You! Shangguan pointed at Xiao Qin. However, he could not say anything, feeling pent up in his chest. Shangguan was startled and flustered. All sorts of emotions welled up in his mind. He felt stifled in his chest, unable to go up or down. His qi and blood surged, and his eyes widened. His face turned even redder, looking like an inflated ball that would explode at any moment. Xiao Qin entered deep thought. Then, he flicked his finger, and a strand of saber qi struck an acupoint on Shangguan chest. Pu ci. Shangguan vomited another mouthful of blood, and the surging qi and blood on his face quickly receded. Xiao Chun could already tell that something had gone wrong with Shangguan cultivation. Shangguan only pursued strength and tyranny. This resulted in many hidden dangers in his body. If there were any setbacks, he would enter berserking qi deviation and self-destruct. This was the principle of being too firm and easy to break. Back then, Yi Zifeng had said that the master and disciple had comprehended the wrong state of the tyrannical Tao. The divine firmament sect's Shangguan is not skilled enough. Men, send off the guest. An elder of the Purple Flame sect stepped forward expressionlessly, not showing any pity for Shangguan. The words "not skilled enough" were rather mocking. Chapter 1762. Shangguan was carried away in a sorry state. This farce ended here. The Purple Flame sect elders hiding in the dark all revealed themselves, revealing smiles as they arrived before Xiao Chun. This time, Shangguan lost. Xiao Chun used 2 fingers to catch the Divine Firmament sect's consummate technique, the Divine Firmament 9 changes. The sharpness of the Purple Flame sect was completely suppressed. Most importantly, the elders could tell that Shangguan foundation was unstable. From today onward, the Purple Flame sect no longer had to worry about a strong opponent like Shangguan. Furthermore, all this was due to Xiao Chen's efforts first and second. Naturally, these sect elders were grateful to Xiao Chun for helping out, promising him all sorts of benefits on the spot. Some were even more direct, asking Xiao Chun if he wanted to stay in the sect and hold a post. Xiao Chun responded calmly, politely rejecting all sorts of benefits. Martial Uncle Xiao, won't you reconsider? You can even be a guest official. I believe the sect master will agree. The few old men took the sect rules very seriously, addressing Xiao Chun as Martial Uncle Xiao. They did not dare to mess up seniority. Many thanks. I will be leaving in another month. I still have important matters to attend to. That is a pity. Seeing Xiao Chun like this, the elders did not press the issue. They performed cupped fist salutes and took their leave. After the crowd left, Ling Yu exclaimed excitedly, "Martial Uncle? How did you do it? You caught Shangguan saber with 2 fingers." The scene just now had caused a great shock and impact to many people. However, only Ling Yu dared to put down his pride and ask without any fear. Divine Firmament 9 changes, a Dao tool, and a berserk Shangguan. Yet, Xiao Chun caught such a ferocious and tyrannical saber strike with only 2 fingers. This was simply unrealistic, like a dream. Do you want to learn? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. What? This startled Ling Yu. Then he exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Yes, naturally. Martial Uncle is willing to teach me?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I am your martial uncle in name, after all. Teaching you some secret techniques is nothing." "Thank you, martial uncle." Ling Yu expressed his gratitude solemnly, nearly kneeling to Xiao Chun with a respectful expression. Xiao Chun waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to be so courteous and care about etiquette. This secret skill is called the telepathic finger. You definitely won't be able to learn it in a short time. I will first teach you the initial version of the telepathic finger. After that, I will tell you the subsequent variations. There were 2 versions of the telepathic finger, and it had gone through many changes to achieve its current effect. Xiao Qin definitely could not succeed in one go. First, he told Ling Yu about the cultivation method that the Flame Rock Sovereign once told him, letting Ling Yu comprehend it on his own. A few days later, when Ling Yu more or less understood the profoundness, Xiao Chun taught Ling Yu the secrets and profoundness of using one's body as a cauldron. Later on, whether or not Ling Yu could gain a comprehensive understanding and comprehend it thoroughly would depend on his own luck. Given Ling Yu's talent, Xiao Chun felt that it should not be a problem. As for Xiao Chun, he did not fall behind in his cultivation either. Right now, he had 2 cultivation techniques that he needed to cultivate: the Ice Feather Divine Incantation and the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Back in Dragon Flame City, Xiao Chun had already cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the peak of the 3rd layer. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chun inserted medial grade spirit jades into the spirit gathering formation. Then, he started cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. The cold chi in the room condensed into thin ice that looked like feathers dancing around, looking very pretty. After circulating a great cycle, snow-like spiritual energy continuously poured into the white chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian. After that, the chi whirlpool turned it into veritable essence energy and infused it into the 9-star primal core. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and entered deep thought. The Ice Feather Divine Incantation had reached a bottleneck. The white chi whirlpool had not grown for a long time already. Xiao Chun had to break through to the 4th layer. However, this Ice Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. The later 3 layers were more important and harder to cultivate. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun decided to break through to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 4th layer after he broke through to the Cloud Sea Realm. That would be safer. During this period, he would focus on the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. Xiao Chun opened his palm and looked at the jade bottle in his palm. Dragon Blood Pill. This was one of the treasures of the dragon race that Xiao Chun obtained in the underground dragon city. It was refined from genuine ancient dragon blood. Every time he used one, there would be one less. Pure dragon blood was simply too difficult to obtain. According to rumor, the current dragon blood pills were refined from the true blood of the dragon race's upper echelon. Compared to true pure dragon blood pills, the effects would be slightly weaker. Opening the bottle cap, Xiao Chun consumed a dragon blood pill. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. He had already completed the 1st layer, tempering his muscles, and the 2nd layer, tempering his bones. Now, he needed to cultivate the 3rd layer, tempering his blood. Vital chi came from the blood. This 3rd layer was also the start of the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's main event. Soon, dragon roars came from Xiao Chen's body. 18 ancient blue dragon images appeared. They coiled around Xiao Chun, surrounding him. An ancient and savage aura spread throughout the cultivation room. It was like he had returned to the great desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought. Xiao Chun felt his chi and blood surge. It was like the floodgates opened, and boundless essence energy poured out. At this moment, not only did his vital chi soar, but Xiao Chun also felt his ice and lightning veritable essence energy being refined by the ancient energy surging out of his blood. The ancient energy surging out from his blood continuously refined it. The ancient dragon might was carved into the depths of his quintessence, as if it was inseparable from his flesh and blood. From today onward, Xiao Chun would not need to deliberately bring out dragon might. His veritable essence energy would give off boundless dragon might, deeply imprinted in his bones and soul. Dang! 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 The most important change came from his vital chi. Many ancient dragon pattern cauldrons appeared above his head. As his vital chi soared, there were now 15 dragon cauldrons. This dragon blood pill allowed Xiao Chen's vital chi to soar by 5 cauldron force, reaching an unprecedented 15 cauldron force. Every dragon cauldron was different from the ones before. They were exquisitely carved and glowed faintly. The carved dragon patterns looked like they were coming to life, looking very realistic. Xiao Chun, who was immersed in the increase in his strength, felt somewhat surprised. He had not expected this dragon blood pill to be so effective. This was something he had not experienced in the underground dragon city back then. More importantly, the ancient energy from his bloodline reshaped Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and vital qi. This was the greatest benefit. It was much better than directly increasing one's vital qi and cultivation. After more than half a month, Xiao Chun completely digested and absorbed the energy of this dragon blood pill. Crack! Crack! The vital qi in Xiao Chen's body surged in his dragon veins. His blood surged, and his dragon bones crackled. His dragon might spread out uncontrollably. Many dragon images lingered in the surroundings, looking like they were sighing with their eyes closed and roaring softly at the same time. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, they flickered with a golden light. His great, desolate, divine eyes had improved further. At this moment, the dragon images lingering in the surroundings also opened their eyes at the same time. Boom! The entire cultivation room could not endure this dragon might. The formation shattered, and the room crumbled. When the dust settled, Xiao Chen's true body was revealed. "Martial uncle, this is a little too grand," Ling Yu exclaimed in shock as he walked out of the room. This made Xiao Chun feel somewhat embarrassed. The effects of the dragon blood pill had somewhat surpassed his expectations. After stepping out of the rubble, Xiao Chun looked at Ling Yu and said, "Come, let me see how your cultivation of the sharp spirit finger is going." 1 hour later, Xiao Chun revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. The effects of the dragon blood pill surpassed his expectations. After 1 hour, Xiao Chun revealed a gratified smile. Not bad. You improved so much in half a month. You surprised me as well. Ling Yu felt excited in his heart. However, after a while, he asked somewhat disappointedly, "Martial uncle, are we really leaving?" Xiao Chun nodded and said, "All good things must come to an end. We are fated. I believe that we will definitely meet again in the future. Martial uncle, take care." Ling Yu could not bear to part with Xiao Chun, but he also knew that Xiao Chun had to leave. Just like him, he had his own pursuits in his heart. Based on his martial uncle's judgment, with Xiao Chen's insight, Xiao Chen's pursuit was probably even more difficult than Ling Yu's. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Then, he took out a dragon blood pill and handed it to Ling Yu. "Take care." Xiao Chun did not expect the dragon blood pill to bring Ling Yu the same changes he did. However, it would definitely be of help. The main reason why Xiao Chun could benefit so much from the dragon blood pill was because of his ancient and noble bloodline. The dragon blood pill only stimulated his bloodline and unearthed the vast treasure trove of bloodline power. Even if another dragon race disciple consumed the dragon blood pill, the effects might not be as strong. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chun did not immediately go to the Black Cutlass. Instead, he headed for the blessed land of the Padala Mountain. He needed to tell the Venerable Xianbei about Jin Yuan. No matter what, the Venerable Xianbei had saved Xiao Chen's life before. Among the Buddhist sect monks that Xiao Chun interacted with, the Venerable Xianbei was rather trustworthy. Chapter 1763. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong. Although that lightning palace cracked, it showed no signs of crumbling. Every pillar of water looked like a huge dragon coming out of the sea. In that instant, they blocked the tyrannical aura of the lightning palace that suppressed everything. No wonder the Divine Firmament sect felt that they could kill me by sending just one person. Xiao Chun closed his eyes as he stood on the surface of the sea, the waves bouncing up and down. Xiao Chun turned his head back and saw that person behind him bathed in electric light. So, this was how the will of soul could be used. This was truly an eye-opener. Clearly, this person had come prepared and prepared many spirit pills, not being stingy when consuming them. From the outside, this black cave mountain looked like it was shrouded in boundless fog above the vast sea. Xiao Chun did not want to fight a pointless battle. He silently executed his movement technique, and a faint purple flame burned on his body. Then he quickly flew over the sea like a ghost. Die! Above the waves, The two gave off terrifying auras. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and he drew the tyrant's saber. A swastika appeared on his forehead. A Buddhist light spread out from Xiao Chen's body. He instantly executed, resolving the mundane. Then, an eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. How strong! Someone is following me? The moment Xiao Chun left the Black Cave Mountain, he sensed something strange. There was an indistinct, hidden killing chi that was extremely hard to detect. The only thing he lacked was the use of the will of soul. However, Xiao Chen had been at this cultivation realm for at least 100 years. Furthermore, he was a rank 4 sect elder with deep accumulations. The 3 blessed lands of the Grave Sea, the Heavenly Shaking Mountain, the Black Cave Mountain, and the Padala Mountain, were not too far from each other. Explosions and the sound of his surging bloodline merged together, instantly pushing Xiao Chen's aura to its peak. Boundless thunderclouds quickly spread in the sky above, pressing towards Xiao Chun. However, they had lost to Xiao Chun twice, each time more embarrassing than the last. To a rank 4 sect, such a humiliating result was simply unacceptable. The old man was dressed in the Divine Firmament chapter elder attire. His expression was cold, and the domineering lightning might in his eyes seemed corporeal as he looked at Xiao Chun and shouted coldly. Seeing that Xiao Chun had increased his speed, the person who had been hiding revealed himself and quickly chased after him. Hence, the 3 blessed lands wore a thin veil in the Grave Sea, appearing very mysterious. It was indeed someone from the Divine Firmament chapter, the old man said coldly. With a wave of his hand, countless bolts of lightning gathered. Thunderclouds churned in the sky, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena were hidden within. Xiao Chun was secretly accumulating power, quietly waiting for the enemy to come. The rumbling continued as towering waves rose on the surface of the sea. Those who had experienced it would naturally not have such a feeling. The Thunder Palace pressed down once more, and Xiao Chun felt an immense pressure once more. This was a huge blow to the Divine Firmament chapter. Not only did Xiao Chun cause the Divine Firmament sect's many resources to go to waste, but he also ruthlessly slapped the Divine Firmament sect in the face. Xiao Chun did not open his eyes. His expression was calm, without any ripples. Saber. However, if a cultivator did not ride a special Dao tool, an oceanic spirit beast, or a transportation formation, relying on their own speed, the Thunder Palace would not have shattered completely. That's not right. It is not completely shattered yet. Xiao Chen's heart sank. The person who came was a horrifying late-stage star venerate at the very least. Who exactly was it? No wonder. So that is the case. It is extraordinary. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to make another move, a saber light suddenly descended from the sky. That palace was made of pure lightning-attributed veritable essence energy. It contained the will of soul and the thunder domain of the old man. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun concluded that it could only be the Divine Firmament sect. Xiao Chun had defeated Shangguan Lei's arrogance several times. The Divine Firmament sect had spent a lot of resources on Shangguan Lei and even secretly promoted him, turning him into the spiritual symbol of the Divine Firmament sect's younger generation. Xiao Chun thought to himself, oh no, the Divine Firmament sect's movement technique was famous for its explosive power. However, the old man was greatly startled. He simply had not expected Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy and will of soul to be so strong. That saber light appeared without any warning, instantly chopping the old man in half. He could not resist at all. The old man revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he said, "Your strength is really startling. However, you are not a star venerate in the end. Even if you have the will of soul, you cannot use it like I do." Every sound kicked up a huge wave. Thousands of pillars of water shot up on the surface of the sea at the same time. After chopping the descending palace in half, the electric light scattered, leaving behind a flickering mark. Only the silhouette of a mountain range could be seen. For example, before Xiao Chun entered, he had been filled with curiosity and awe. With one saber strike, he chopped that lightning palace in half. The thunder clouds are already here. Senior's thunder domain has already caught up. There is no point in running. Even the might of resolving the mundane increased explosively. The countless churning mysterious phenomena hidden in the dense thunderclouds in the sky gathered into an ancient lightning palace, pressing down on Xiao Chun. Since the other party was prepared to make a move, he definitely had complete confidence. You are rather sensible. I believe you know why I am here. Sometimes, when working for others, it is easy to be used. Don't blame this old man for bullying the weak. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for helping the Purple Flame sect. Brat, why are you not running anymore? Xiao Chun was not much weaker than Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Trying to flee. How can it be that easy? Boom! If not for that dragon blood pill digging out the ancient energy in the blue dragon bloodline, Xiao Chun would have already reconstructed his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Reconstructing his veritable essence energy and vital qi. Just this move alone might take his life. Damn it! A bolt of lightning flashed, and an aura sealed off Xiao Chen's surroundings. Following that, thunder roared for 5,000 kilometers around, causing the thunderclouds to churn endlessly. Xiao Chun sighed softly and stopped running. Whoosh! Xiao Chun felt very satisfied. The reconstructed veritable essence energy was indeed extraordinary. The core of this lightning palace was the old man's will of soul, which he had tempered several times. As long as his will of soul was not destroyed, this move could not break it. Xiao Chun punched, and 15 azure glassy ancient dragon cauldrons appeared above his head. They clashed with each other, producing loud sounds. Rumble! Will of soul! Just as the ancient lightning palace was about to descend, Xiao Chun suddenly opened his eyes. The palace gave off an ancient and heavy aura. This palace must be an imitation of Xiao Chen's original body, a building from the ancient era. The old man did not underestimate Xiao Chun at all. The moment he made his move, he used his trump card. For many years, he had been trying to portray Xiao Chun as unrivaled and tyrannical among his peers. The two wills of soul clashed, erupting with a terrifying energy shock wave. Xiao Chun and that old man both got knocked back. Break! Break! Xiao Chun did not stop moving. The will of soul that belonged to him instantly shot out from his sea of consciousness. After leaving the Purple Flame sect, Xiao Chun left the Black Cave Mountain in only half a day. Half a day later, Xiao Chun looked at the sky above him, which was already covered in thunderclouds. Then, he looked at the blessed lands of the Grave Sea. They were only SOSO. Xiao Chun felt startled in his heart. This old man's cultivation was not very high, only about peak early-stage star venerate. In Dragon Flame City, this old man had challenged many people and experienced even greater things. No matter what, this old man had not seen through Yunhai's tranquility, so there was still a gap between them. However, the old man behind did not care about the exhaustion of veritable essence energy. Xiao Chen's speed was not slow, comparable to that of star venerates who did not cultivate special movement techniques. He needed only 4 days to enter the Padala Mountain blessed land. The stalker might be a star venerate with deep accumulations. Xiao Chen moved as fast as lightning, kicking up towering waves. In an instant, he traveled 50 kilometers. This was because the price of failure would be extremely high. Now that Xiao Chun had entered and exited the blessed lands several times, no one among the youths of the 3 blessed lands was a match for him. With one punch, Xiao Chun detonated 15 cauldron force, causing the entire sea to sink. However, that was all there was to it. Xiao Chen's strength was not sufficient. Xiao Chun executed the fish dragon art to its limits, sticking close to the sea like a fish in water. Then he went with the surging waves, continuously pulling away. He still needed at least 7 or 8 days. Even ordinary disciples could not endure it, what more Shangguan Lei, who had spent a lot of resources on it. A brilliant light flickered in Shangguan Lei's eyes, and the 206 dragon bones on his body gave off explosive sounds. I clearly do not have enough strength anymore. Why can't I break it? Who would be willing to do so much? A horrifying saber might spread out in all directions. Xiao Chun did not say anything, continuing to rush over the sea. He gently pushed off with his feet, moving very fast. If one was not a disciple of the Black Cave Mountain, It would be very difficult for others to pass through the thick fog and enter the blessed land. Xiao Chun moved like lightning, flickering with electric light as if he was teleporting. This was the will of soul of the old man. This was not an existence that newly advanced star venerates or regular star venerates could deal with. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the old man threw a fist light. Cracks appeared in the palace that the old man thought he could kill and suppress Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun did not panic. His eyes lit up as he revealed an expression of understanding. This was unbearable. Chapter 1764. Is it Senior Thunder Saber Xiang Tian? Under heavy pressure, Xiao Chun shouted. Xiao! The boundless lightning dissipated, revealing a person floating high up in the sky. It was the Thunder Blade Xiang Tian. He was the one who had attacked and killed the old man who had been chasing him. Xiao Chun was stunned. He did not expect it to be him. You're really smart. How did you guess it was me? In this vicinity, there is only one person who can brew the Thunder Dao's Dao might and use such exquisite saber techniques. However, I wonder if Senior is here to kill me or to save me. Xiao Chun stared at the other party. He was cautious and did not let down his guard. Naturally, I'm not here to kill you. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done it the day Yi Zifeng left. It was just that this bunch of fools from the sect seemed to think that Yi Zifeng would never return after leaving. Do you think that you can hide it from everyone by acting in such a hurry? Thunderblade Xiang Tian said in a deep voice. After I return to the sect, I will punish everyone involved. Can we put an end to today's matter and write it off? Senior, you're too polite. Xiao Chun glanced at the Thunderblade Xiang Tian and felt that this person had some spirit. He was straightforward and magnanimous. I'm not being polite. I'm just worried about Yi Zifeng. If it weren't for Yi Zifeng, the first person to kill you would have been me. Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian quickly left. The sea regained its calm as if nothing had happened. Who would have thought that the assassination would end like this? To be honest, Xiao Chun hadn't fought to his heart's content yet. It just so happened that he needed an evenly matched opponent to see where his limits were, and the old man chasing after him was obviously one of them. However, the fight just now also made Xiao Chun a little more confident. Even the Star Venerate elders of rank 4 sects with deep accumulations could not do anything to him. Even if Xiao Chun did not advance to Star Venerate, he still possessed the strength to fight a Star Venerate. Not in a hurry to leave, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and carefully experienced the killing move of the old man, Thunder Lightning Palace. This was the first time he had seen the will of the soul fused into a killer move. Was that so? Xiao Chun activated the will of soul in his soul pool and infused it into his surroundings, ready to fire. Then, he slowly spread out his saber intent, merging it with the world and the will of souls. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a continuous stream of saber hums appeared out of nowhere in all directions. In the next moment, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and flicked his finger. Hua! Xiao Chun condensed the countless saber intents containing the will of souls into one, turning them into a resplendent saber chi. As the saber light flashed, the entire world instantly turned dark. The space between the heavens and earth turned black and white. Only that saber light was resplendent and dazzling, clearly visible. However, the saber chi only lasted for less than 1,000th of a second before it disappeared. Xiao Chun revealed a look of joy on his face. So that was the case. It was exactly as he had imagined. Although it didn't even last for an instant, it meant that Xiao Chun was heading in the right direction. As long as he headed in the right direction, truly merging the will of souls with the saber intent was just a matter of time. The earlier saber strike made Xiao Chun vaguely think of the Kunlun realm's Yellow Springs land, the saber light that the Qing Emperor once left behind. Could it be that the Kunlun realm's Qing Emperor already possessed the strength of a Star Venerate? This was truly inconceivable. Xiao Chun shook his head, finding this idea ridiculous. The Qing Emperor should have used some other method to achieve that effect. On the other side, the Thunder Saber Xiang Tian, who had not gone far, felt the saber light that disappeared in a flash. His expression froze for a long time before he came back to his senses. This comprehension ability is really startling. I even somewhat wavered in my earlier decision. A murderous intent flashed in Xiang Tian's eyes. After thinking about it, he concluded that such a person would not remain in the Purple Flame sect for long. He would go to the Central Great Realm sooner or later. With his strength, even if he did not cause trouble, he would run into trouble sooner or later. The Thunder Saber Xiang Tian withdrew his murderous intent. Then, he shook his head and continued flying towards the Divine Firmament sect. When Xiang Tian thought of the Divine Firmament sect's sect master, his face could not help sinking. To think that the Divine Firmament sect's sect master dared to hide such an important decision from me. He probably forgot how horrifying Yi Zifeng was in the past. At the thought of Yi Zifeng, some hidden shadows in Xiang Tian's heart could not help resurfacing. That was a truly ruthless person. My two senior brothers are indeed the same kind of people. 3 days later, Xiao Chun arrived at the Padala Mountain Blessed Land. A dense fog spread over the sea. A faint Buddhist light shone through the dense fog, illuminating the surroundings. At every moment, there would be believers rushing over from the nearby islands in the sea. These believers worshipped this miraculous scene and prayed piously. After Xiao Chun stated his identity, the expression of the person in charge of welcoming guests at the periphery of the Padala Mountain changed slightly. "You are benefactor Xiao Chun?" "Yes, I am. I have heard of your reputation. However, if you want to meet the Venerable Xian Bei, you still have to follow the rules and notify him. The Venerable Xian Bei has already been in closed-door cultivation for a long time and is not receiving guests." "That's fine." Xiao Chun remained calm. He believed that Xian Bei would definitely come to meet him. Sure enough, after a quarter of an hour, the monk walked in with a smile on his face. "Benefactor Xiao is indeed extraordinary. I'll lead the way for you." With a faint smile, Xiao Chun stood up and followed the monk into the Padala Mountain. The journey was rugged and took a long time. However, Xiao Chun enjoyed the scenery of the Buddhist blessed land along the way, so it was not too boring. Occasionally, Xiao Chun saw some monks exchanging moves with each other. This gave him a deeper understanding of the Buddhist sect's martial techniques. "We have arrived. Benefactor Xiao, please enter." The monk pushed open the door to a quiet room and gestured for Xiao Chun to enter. Xiao Chun walked in with large strides. A sandalwood fragrance immediately assaulted his face, clearing his mind and making him feel much more at ease. This feeling was simply too wonderful for words. The Venerable Xian Bei sat cross-legged before a mahogany table. There was tea on the table, and 2 strands of smoke lingered in the air, creating a unique charm. "It is rare for Benefactor Xiao to visit me before you leave." Xiao Chun took a sip of the tea and said with a smile, "Master, haven't you been in seclusion? He seems to know everything about me like the back of his hand. When I heard that you were coming, I asked someone to sort out your recent whereabouts. I knew that you were probably going to leave." Grandmaster Xian Bei's voice was unhurried, and no one could tell if he was happy or sad. However, Xiao Chun was able to detect a trace of lingering melancholy and self-blame in his expression. "Master, there's something on my mind." Xian Bei raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chun. He sighed and said, "I don't need to hide it from you. I think you can guess it. Are you here to blame me for taking away your saber technique manual?" Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I won't. Although I am not willing to accept my saber manual, I will not accept it. Since Master gave me spirit jades and the golden book, I can understand Master's painstaking efforts." Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chen's expression and sighed helplessly. If Jin Yuan had half your mental state, he would not be in his current state. However, it is also my fault. He wanted to go to the hidden spirit temple long ago, but I kept thinking that his Buddhist cultivation was not sufficient. It was not the right time yet, so I told him to wait patiently. However, he did not know that a heart demon had already been planted in him. Xiao Chen put down the teacup and said, "Aside from catching up, I came here this time to tell Master something else. It has to do with Jin Yuan." "You saw him?" The Venerable Xian Bei's tone turned heavy, and his expression changed greatly. It was clear that he cared a lot about this disciple. "I did." Xiao Chen nodded and honestly told the Venerable Xian Bei about his encounter with Zhen Yuan in the underground Dragon City. However, he hid the matter of him and the foe god Flame. When the Venerable Xian Bei heard that Zhen Yuan had absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his expression changed dramatically. The Venerable Xian Bei let out a long sigh, looking like he had aged by more than 10 years. Many thanks, benefactor, for telling me all this. Seeing the Venerable Xian Bei bowing to him, Xiao Chun quickly stood up and returned the bow. Venerable is too serious. Venerable saved my life. That is already a great favor. This is nothing. After thinking for a long time, the Venerable Xian Bei said, Benefactor Xiao, can you promise me one thing? Curious, Xiao Chen asked, What is it? If you see Zhen Yuan again, if you have the ability, can you spare his life and save him from this sea of bitterness? The Venerable Xian Bei looked at Xiao Chun with an extremely grave expression. Chapter 1765. Should I agree or not? The Venerable Xian Bei's request was extraordinarily excessive. First of all, Xiao Chen's relationship with Zhen Yuan was far from good. In fact, it was more like they were rivals and had conflicts. Secondly, Zhen Yuan was not weak. After he absorbed the Black Dragon King's demonic nature, his cultivation was higher than Xiao Chen's. Zhen Yuan's comprehension ability was also not low. If Xiao Chun met such a person, how could he hold back in a fight? Holding back would be asking for his own life. However, when Xiao Chun looked into the Venerable Xian Bei's eyes, he could not bear to refuse. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun said, I'll do my best. While ensuring my own life, I'll do my best to let him live. I'll bring him back to the profound light temple. The Venerable Xian Bei said, Many thanks, Benefactor Xiao. That is enough. That child, Zhen Yuan, does not have a bad nature. Him taking this path has something to do with me. If Benefactor Xiao can free him from this sea of bitterness, you will be able to resolve the knot in this old monk's heart. Xiao Chun thought for a while before saying, Venerable, why do you feel that I will definitely meet Zhen Yuan? The world is vast and boundless. If one is not looking for him, it will be easier said than done to meet someone. Fate. Everything is because of that Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. Since the two of you cultivate this saber technique, you will meet each other sooner or later. The Venerable Xian Bei showed a complicated expression. After a pause, he said, Wait for a while. Let me show you something. The Venerable Xian Bei turned around and entered a secret room. After a while, he came out and handed a painting to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gave the Venerable Xian Bei a doubtful look. Then, he unfurled the painting, and his expression changed slightly. The Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique Manual. When Blessed Curls unfurled, the style of the painting was exactly the same as the incomplete saber technique manual that Xiao Chun once possessed. However, there was only one hand gesture in the painting. It looked like a saber technique manual but also somewhat different. The Venerable Xian Bei looked at it and said, This is not a saber technique manual. This is the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. The complete saber technique was lost long ago and is scattered everywhere. Who knows how long it will take to collect it? The saber technique originally had a total of 9 moves. Including the starting stance, there are a total of 10 moves. Xiao Chen's eyes were solemn. He felt that he had benefited greatly from this starting stance, but he still couldn't comprehend it. Thanks a lot. After putting away the painting, Xiao Chun expressed his gratitude. This was a pleasant surprise. He did not have any special intentions in agreeing to the Venerable Xian Bei's request. Unexpectedly, he managed to obtain the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. This was truly a pleasant surprise. A saber technique with a starting stance and without a starting stance were two completely different concepts. On the table are some Padala Mountain's white Xiaohua head hair, as well as some 10,000-year-old sandalwood. Consider it a farewell gift. Take it with you. Master Xian Bei said in a warm voice as he pointed to the tea leaves and sandalwood on the table. The name of this tea leaf had a different kind of Zen meaning. Xiao Chun loved fine wine the most, followed by tea. With such good tea, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Goodbye. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and left. Under the venerable Shen Bei's gaze, he left the profound light temple and the Padala mountain. Half a month later, inside a pirate hall in the Grave Sea, Xiao Chun familiarly entered and arrived at the West Wind Tower. Back then, it was in this pirate hall that Xiao Chun had witnessed Ling Yu fighting another Blessed Land disciple. Now, in less than 2 years, he returned to this place. Everything was the same as before. However, Xiao Chun was no longer the same as before. He did not even fear a star venerate. As Xiao Chun looked at the signboard of the West Wind Tower, he stood there for a long time. Back then, he had asked this chief manager Ding of the West Wind Tower for help in entering the Black Cave Mountain, using his promise to obtain a recommendation letter. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not forget about this promise. If there was an opportunity, he would fulfill this promise when he asked about the Black Cutlass. Xiao Chun greets Ding Yuan, Chief Manager Ding. After reporting, Xiao Chun was brought to the highest reception room of the West Wind Tower. Ding Yuan received Xiao Chun with a wide smile. However, when he saw Xiao Chun, he was greatly startled, showing a horrified expression. In a short 2 years, Xiao Chun had advanced from a half-step primal core veritable personage to peak late-stage major primal core realm. More importantly, Ding Yuan felt an aura from Xiao Chun that inspired fear in his soul. That was a pressure that only a star venerate could give Ding Yuan. For some reason, Ding Yuan felt that the one standing before him was not a major primal core venerate but a bona fide star venerate. What's wrong? After 2 years, Chief Manager Ding has forgotten about this Xiao? Xiao Chun asked indifferently. Ding Yuan recovered his wits after a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, I heard that you successfully entered the Blessed Land. However, I truly did not expect you to change so much in a short 2 years. Xiao Chun did not deny it. 2 years is not long. It passes in the blink of an eye. I can have my current cultivation because of my accumulations in the veritable personage realm. You should not be surprised. In reality, Xiao Chun did not feel that his cultivation had advanced too quickly. When he was in the veritable personage realm, the 10,000-year-old baleful in energy and the heavenly yang pill already helped him establish a firm foundation. The moment he entered the primal core realm, his earlier accumulations erupted, which made sense. This bit of accomplishment was nothing for a 9-star primal core realm cultivator. Shangguan Lei was a venerate who condensed a 6-star primal core and already broke through to star venerate. It was normal for Xiao Chun to have his current cultivation. Ding Yuan smiled embarrassedly and said, Let's not talk about this for now. Why are you looking for me? I once made you a promise. If you have anything you need to do, I can help you now. Xiao Chun said frankly. Ding Yuan smiled craftily, a shrewd look in his eyes. Then he waved his hand and said, There's no rush. There's no rush. It was still too early to use it. As a shrewd businessman, how could Ding Yuan not see Xiao Chun's future prospects? Xiao Chun was not surprised. Then he brought up the second matter. Help me ask around for news of the Black Cutlass. I want to meet up with them as soon as possible. Black Cutlass. Ding Yuan slapped his forehead and said, I nearly forgot. This ship is yours. News of the Black Cutlass is not hard to find. Right now, probably all the pirates in the Grave Sea have heard of the Black Cutlass. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He smiled and said, Let's hear it. 2 years ago, this ship was unknown. However, it is now a famous 4-star pirate group in the Grave Sea. Even some of the veteran 5-star pirate groups have to avoid them when they see them. The most incredible time was when they tricked the Divine Shield Army in a dangerous land. They caused the Divine Shield Army to lose more than half of the Grave Sea's Divine Shield Army. We have tried to hunt it down several times, but we have not succeeded. We have already raised its bounty to the 9th rank of the Grave Sea's wanted list. It's also the only 4-star pirate group in the top 10. It looked like the missing Savage Blood Star Venerate was probably dead. Otherwise, the Iron Hand Yama would not have such a huge grudge against the Divine Shield Army. Without needing to think, Xiao Chun could guess that the person who ambushed the Divine Shield Army had to be the Iron Hand Yama of the Black Cutlass. However, Xiao Chun did not care about this. He did not have a good impression of the Divine Shield Corps. If the Iron Hand Yama wanted revenge, he would definitely support it. When was the last time the Black Cutlass appeared? Xiao Chen asked. He was more concerned about Hai Shui and wanted to see his old friends as soon as possible. Be it the beast governing sects Elder Tang, Fei and Luo Nan, whom Xiao Chen met when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, or the Iron Hand Yama, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, all of them were Xiao Chen's friends. I haven't seen her for 2 years and I miss her dearly. Ding Yuan smiled and said, There's no rush. Let me look for it. After a while, Ding Yuan showed a slightly strange expression. What's going on? The last time the Black Cutlass appeared was 3 months ago. Xiao Chen asked, What's so strange about that? Ding Yuan looked at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Xiao Chen, you might not know this, but the various pirate halls pay special attention to such a 4-star pirate ship. No matter where it is, there will be news of it at least once a month. Xiao Chen's heart sank. In that case, what's going on now? I'm not sure about that either. However, Brother Xiao Chen, don't worry. I don't think the Black Cutlass got wiped out. If it got wiped out, the Pirate Alliance would definitely send out accurate news. It would not be like this where there is no news at all. Xiao Chen thought to himself. The Black Cutlass could summon the Yazi Beast Demon Soul at any time. In the Grave Sea, even if it ran into a peak 5-star pirate ship, it would be able to protect itself. Where was the Black Cutlass 3 months ago? Ding Yuan looked around and said in a trembling voice, The Grave Island Sea Region. Chapter 1766. Grave Island Sea Region? The Grave Sea Region was located in the center of this sea. There were a few mysterious islands, all of which were graves, hence the name. The graves on the islands were incredibly mysterious. No one knew whose graves they were or when they were left behind. That sea region was a forbidden land of the entire Grave Sea. One would most likely die if they entered. Very few people came out of that place alive. Even though that Grave Island had many natural treasures of the outside world, very few people would go and explore it. Knowing that death awaited them, who would not care about their lives and charge in? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Luo Nan, Fei and the others would not charge into the Grave Island Sea region for no reason at all. There had to be something wrong with this. He had to find out the reason behind it. If he found out that there were other secrets behind it, he would definitely die. If Xiao Chen found out what other secrets there were, he would absolutely not let them off. After some thought, Xiao Chen said, Chief Manager Ding, help me investigate this matter. I want to know why they went to the Grave Sea. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will definitely give you an answer within 3 days. Ding Yuan's expression turned grave. It was rare for Xiao Chen to ask him for help, and it was within his capabilities to do so. If Ding Yuan improved his relationship with Xiao Chen, there would be even more benefits in the future. As a businessman, he could see through this kind of thing very clearly. Xiao Chen stayed in a rented courtyard in the pirate hall for now, waiting for news. While waiting, Xiao Chen did not remain idle. He took out the starting stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique that the Venerable Shenbei gave him. The starting stance. Every saber technique had a starting stance. Without a starting stance, it would be an incomplete saber technique that was very incomplete. Even the flawless saber technique that Xiao Chen created had a starting stance. However, because Xiao Chen created it himself, the starting stance was already ingrained in his heart. There was no need to learn it, as it was his own to begin with. However, if it were someone else's saber technique, then he would have to grasp the starting stance. This was especially so for a cultivation technique that was directly comprehended from a primogenitor grade cultivation technique. Looking at it from a certain point of view, this single starting stance was even more valuable than the 3 crippled moves that Xiao Chen had grasped. Xiao Chen looked at the painting carefully. A monk, holding a Buddhist commandment blade, made a gesture of getting ready. He held the saber in his right hand and pointed it at the sky. His left hand formed a special Buddhist hand seal. The manager explained that the hand seal was the 7 kill seal. It represented the 7 different killing intents in the world. This handprint was not an original creation of Buddhism. It was absorbed and dissolved from the pagan religion. In the Buddhist sect, it was a forbidden technique that ordinary people could not cultivate. There were also 7 types of killing intent. Xiaochun was deep in thought. He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. After carefully reading the annotations on the scroll, he suddenly realized that it was referring to 7 different mental states. There was an indifferent killing intent, as if he was casually stepping on an ant. There was a killing intent that was as gentle as water, as calm and unruffled as a small stream. When he killed, his mind was calm, and there was even a trace of joy. There was a world-shaking killing intent, as if he wanted to fight a powerful enemy and was willing to risk his life. There was extreme hatred and killing intent. Anger attacked the heart, shocking the heavens. There was an unbearable killing intent. He didn't want to kill, but he couldn't bear it. After carefully thinking about it, Xiaochun discovered that his killing intent was inseparable from these 7 types. He would eventually be able to find a corresponding one. After forming the 7 kill seal, the wielder's killing intent would increase 7-fold. Furthermore, he would be able to control it as he pleased. When Xiaochun saw this, he could not help but feel his hair stand on end. No wonder this seal was considered a forbidden technique. If an ordinary person cultivated this, it would be strange if they did not enter a state of berserking qi deviation and fall into the demonic Tao. Only a virtuous esteemed monk with a benevolent heart could resolve the repercussions of forming this seal. Xiaochun continued watching. Xiaochun discovered that the crux of this stance was not the 7 kill seal. Instead, it was the understanding of the entire Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. This saber technique was boundlessly vast, broad, and profound. Everyone could gain different insights from it. Every move and every style could be dismantled. When creating a saber technique according to one's character, its might would be equally terrifying. Every move and stance could be broken down into a profound saber technique. Interesting. It looks like that Zhen Yuan comprehended the Azura Hell Saber from entering hell. This person's mastery of the Buddhist Dharma was indeed superior to Xiaochun's. If Xiaochun had not seen this stance, he definitely would not have thought that a simple saber and stance could be broken down and cultivated. Closing the painting, Xiaochun entered deep thought. He had learned 2 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane. He thought that he had comprehended the true meaning of his cultivation. However, when he looked at this stance, he discovered that it was just the beginning. As the Buddhists said, 1 flower, 1 world, 1 leaf, 1 Bodhi. 1 move, breaking the mundane, could form a school of its own, branching out from simplicity to complexity. Xiaochun continuously evolved the true meaning of breaking the mundane, using the saber in his hand to interpret it more comprehensively. What about the end? Suddenly, Xiaochun comprehended something. He thought about the cultivation of his saber technique. He thought about his cultivation of saber techniques, but he was just repeating 2 processes, from simplicity to complexity, and from complexity to simplicity. Every time he repeated it, the second time would be even more difficult. It was just like when Xiaochun was in the Kunlun realm. At first, he only learned the simplest and most basic saber techniques. Then, he started to learn all sorts of complicated and profound saber techniques. This was going from simplicity to complexity. Finally, he comprehended the flawless saber technique. Everything he learned in half his life was in the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique. This was going from complexity to simplicity. When Xiaochun arrived in the Great Thousand Realms, his horizons were broadened. Then, he started to go from simplicity to complexity on the foundation of the flawless saber technique. Suddenly, Xiaochun's mind became clear. His understanding of saber techniques immediately rose by another level. Invisibly, his saber Tao's great Tao energy improved further. Observing the stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique allowed him to draw inferences about other cases, benefiting him greatly. Xiaochun closed his eyes and deepened his comprehension further. 2 days later, Xiaochun opened his eyes and started to focus on cultivating the 7 kill seal. Although Xiaochun was not an esteemed monk of the Buddhist sect, his experiences had tempered his mental state to the point that it was no weaker than an esteemed monk's. Furthermore, Xiaochun was not a member of the Buddhist sect and could not break the rules of the Buddhist sect. When cultivating, he had fewer worries, which made it harder for a heart demon to form. With his astonishing comprehension ability, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the 7-kill seal, which had clear explanations and paintings as a reference, went rather smoothly. After spending only 3 days, he gained some comprehension. As Xiao Chen's left hand's hand seals changed continuously, his heart moved accordingly. The crux of successfully forming the 7-kill seal was that the various killing intents in one's heart had to change according to the hand seals. There could not be any mistakes. Otherwise, one would fail. Slowly, Xiao Chun felt his killing intent become like water, strangely connecting with the hand seals of his left hand. As the killing intent changed, it molded into all sorts of shapes, entering a wondrous state. Xiao Chen's nimble hands formed all sorts of hand seals, and the killing intent in his heart moved accordingly. Eventually, Xiao Chun discovered that his killing intent no longer came from his heart. Instead, it was completely controlled by his left hand. Instead, his heart became a bystander, entering a certain ethereal state. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun, and moon never hanging high in the sky. The so-called killing intent was just pure killing intent. It had nothing to do with my heart or with me, Xiao Chen. He directly stripped the killing intent from his heart. With a quick glance, the 7-kill seal had already been formed. The entire cultivation room was enveloped by an extremely enormous and heavy killing intent. Yet Xiao Chun didn't feel anything. Disperse. With a slight movement of his left hand, the boundless killing intent vanished. Kacha! It was as if a bright moon had fallen into the water, splashing clear water. Xiao Chen's heart also fell into the water along with the bright moon. It was over. That ethereal state. Xiao Chun woke up with a start. His eyes were bright and clear. His soul seemed to have been cleansed just now. His eyes were exceptionally clear and bright, without a speck of dust, just like a gem. His body emitted a simple, elegant, and otherworldly aura that merged with the ice-feather divine art that he cultivated, making him appear even more extraordinary. The cultivation techniques of the Buddhist sect were truly profound. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. Although the 7-kill seal seemed to be boundlessly domineering, it did not seem like a Buddhist cultivation technique. But on the inside, it was a Buddhist sect cultivation technique. Young Master Xiao, I found it. Just at this moment, Chief Steward Ding's voice rang out from outside the room. Xiao Chun startled awake. 7 days have passed already? I really didn't feel it. Chapter 1767. Ding Yuan walked in with a somewhat grave expression. He said to Xiao Chun, Young Master Xiao, it is indeed as you expected. There is more to this matter than meets the eye. Is that so? What's the secret? When Xiao Chun saw Ding Yuan's strange expression, he knew that something was wrong, so he wasn't surprised. Ding Yuan told Xiao Chun about the information he gathered. Young Master Xiao, have you heard of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group? Xiao Chun shook his head and said, I do not know much about the pirate factions of the Grave Sea. Ding Yuan said after some thought, the original 2 overlords of the Grave Sea are the Savage Blood Pirate Group and the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. They are both peak 5-star pirate groups, and their captains are peak early-stage star venerates. With their 5-star pirate ships, unless the Blessed Enclave's Grand Supreme Elder appears, almost no one can stop them. Xiao Chun nodded to show that he understood and gestured for Ding Yuan to continue. The Black Cutlass came into contact with the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group 3 months ago. After that, the Black Cutlass went to the Grave Island Sea region. Ding Yuan said somewhat apologetically, what exactly happened is rather secretive. I am not very clear about it. However, I guess that the Black Cutlass venturing to the Grave Island Sea region might be related to the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. You mean that the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group forced the Black Cutlass to go to the Grave Island Sea region? Ding Yuan nodded and said, I don't dare to say that it is definitely so. However, based on the information I received from various sources, the Black Cutlass should be asking this Wolf Smoke Pirate for help. Helpless, I was forced to go to the Grave Island Sea region. Helpless? Forced? Yes, Remnant Blood and the Wolf Smoke Pipe were very powerful in the past, and there was a grudge between them for a long time. After that, Savage Blood was destroyed, and their Iron Hand Yama went to the Black Cutlass. Ding Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Given the personality of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's captain, it is impossible for him not to make things difficult for them. The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. That smile caused Ding Yuan to shiver inexplicably, and he felt waves of coldness assaulting him. Xiao Chen could not help but feel shocked. He clearly did not feel any killing intent from young Master Xiao. Why did his heart tremble for some reason? Wolf Smoke Pirate Crew. Xiao Chen muttered to himself, repeating the name of this pirate crew several times. Young Master Xiao, going to the Grave Island Sea region might not necessarily lead to trouble. It would not be too late to make a decision after confirming whether the Black Cutlass is safe or not. Ding Yuan's meaning was clear. Although Xiao Chen was pretty strong, he had not broken through to Star Venerate in the end. Furthermore, the other party was an old overlord of the Grave Sea Pirates. If the crew of the Black Cutlass was safe and nothing happened, this matter would be over. The less trouble, the better. Fighting them head-on would not be advantageous. After all, not only was the captain of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group an old monster who had advanced to Star Venerate many years ago, but the group also had many experts. No matter how one looked at it, Xiao Chen alone wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. He might even end up humiliating himself and losing his life. Ding Yuan's heart was filled with worry, but he didn't mean anything else. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I don't have any evidence and can only rely on speculation. I won't act recklessly." "That's good." Ding Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. If Xiao Chen really wanted to seek trouble for the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group, he would not know what to do. However, this involves my friend. Even if it is just a guess, I have to find the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group to clarify things. The Black Cutlass is not something that can be casually bullied by him. Ding Yuan's heavy heart immediately tensed up again. "Young Master Xiao, but..." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Chief Manager Ding, there is no need to try to persuade me. Give me a copy of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's information. The more detailed, the better." Feeling helpless, Ding Yuan sighed. "I guessed that it might be impossible to persuade you. I have already prepared the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's information in advance." After saying that, Ding Yuan handed a stack of information that he had prepared in advance to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and read it seriously. After a while, he closed the stack and muttered to himself. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's captain, Jiang Hengchuan, was known as the Wolf King. He was iron-blooded and tyrannical, cruel, and cunning. He was a peak early-stage Star Venerate who had experienced hundreds of battles and killed people like flies. In the Grave Sea, he was a bona fide tyrant. Even the rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands would give him face. When the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group ran into his pirate ship, he would not clash head-on. He would always bribe the Savage Blood Star Venerate before leaving. Earlier, he had been equally famous as the Savage Blood Star Venerate. However, he had always been slightly inferior to the Savage Blood Star Venerate. Now that the Savage Blood Star Venerate was destroyed, he became the sole tyrant of the Grave Sea. In the past 2 years, his strength had soared tremendously. The Savage Blood Star Venerate had recruited the experts of many pirate groups. Among the pirates of the Grave Sea, he held great prestige and rallying power. The Savage Blood Star Venerate had 8 experts under him. All of them were peak major primal core cultivators, no weaker than an ordinary Star Venerate. There was also a vice-captain whose strength was second only to the Savage Blood Star Venerate, also an early-stage Star Venerate expert. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group had a total of 8 pirate ships, 1 peak 5-star pirate ship and 7 ordinary 5-star pirate ships. Right now, the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group was at its peak. What strong strength! They were even stronger than the Savage Blood Star Venerate from back then. As for how strong the Savage Blood Star Venerate was, Xiao Chen had personally experienced it. Xiao Chen remembered back then, when the Savage Blood Star Venerate issued a mission, he immediately gathered thousands of pirate groups. The scene was very grand, and he still remembered it vividly. The Wolf King's birthday will be in the middle of this month. At that time, he will hold a banquet at the largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea, inviting all the pirate groups of various sizes. Ding Yuan quickly told Xiao Chen the next piece of news. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt stunned. So high profile? Ding Yuan smiled and said, He has no choice but to be high profile. Right now, the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group is at its peak. He wants to use this birthday banquet to see who will not dare to give him face and oppose him, pushing his influence to the peak. Secondly, he wants to accept gifts. The pirates of various sizes who come to the banquet will definitely be prepared to accept gifts. Pirates never lack treasures or spirit jades. Those who want to curry favor with him will definitely give valuable gifts. Those who do not want to curry favor with him will be afraid of offending him by giving too little. In this way, the gifts will pile up to an astronomical figure. Such a method of gaining wealth is even more brilliant and powerful than being a pirate. The businessman, Ding Yuan, was able to tell what was going on with a single glance. He spoke bluntly. Xiao Chun looked at Ding Yuan and said, "You mean that this is the most suitable time for me to look for him?" "That's right. Otherwise, he would be on the pirate ship the rest of the time. At that time, even if young Master Xiao has extraordinary means, in the end, he will not be able to escape death." Ding Yuan hesitated somewhat, but he still spoke the truth in the end. Xiao Chun knew the might of a pirate ship. Even a middle-stage star venerate would not be able to take down a peak 5-star pirate ship. The Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's strength was extraordinary in the first place. Coupled with the pirate ship, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Xiao Chun gave Ding Yuan a deep look and said, "Many thanks. In the future, if Chief Manager Ding wants to go to the Profound Light Temple to pay respects to Buddha, you can use my name to look for the Venerable Shenbei." Ding Yuan was a Buddhist and was rather devout in his faith. When he heard that, he felt shocked. The Profound Light Temple was a holy land in the hearts of the Buddhist believers in the Grave Sea. More importantly, Xiao Chun actually knew the Venerable Shenbei. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it seemed like their relationship was close. This greatly startled Ding Yuan. He simply did not expect it. In a mere 2 years, Xiao Chen had already reached such heights. The Venerable Shenbei was one of the top experts in the entire Grave Sea. No wonder Xiao Chun was so confident, daring to seek out the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group to clarify things. At first, Ding Yuan thought that Xiao Chun was going to send himself to death. There's no need. Young Master Xiao is too polite. This is just something as easy as lifting a finger. It was me who misunderstood earlier. Since that is the case, why don't young Master Xiao invite the Venerable Shenbei? With the Venerable Shenbei's status, that Wolf King will not dare to behave atrociously. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I do not like owing favors. Furthermore, this is my personal matter." More importantly, Xiao Chun did not feel that he could not handle it. In Dragon Flame City, Xiao Chun challenged the young experts of the dozens of nearby astral clusters. He had not suffered a single defeat. His vision was no longer limited to the Grave Sea. No matter how strong the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group was, there was a limit to it. Right now, the most important question was what exactly the Black Cutlass wanted from the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. This was the crux of the problem. Ding Yuan had been worried about Xiao Chen's safety. That was not what he considered at all. Chapter 1768. What exactly was the matter? Why did the Black Cutlass seek the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's help? This was the most important thing in this conflict. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, "Chief Manager Ding, I still have to ask you for a favor. Young Master Xiao, please speak your mind. There is no need to stand on ceremony. I would like to know why the Black Cutlass seeks the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's help. I'll do my best. However, I cannot guarantee anything. Many thanks." After Ding Yuan left, Xiao Chun looked at the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's information and entered deep thought. The middle of this month was the birthday banquet of that so-called Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. After careful calculation, it was only a little more than 10 days, if the journey was also included. If one included the distance, that would leave Xiao Chun with only a short 8 days to prepare. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun walked out of the courtyard and arrived at the Pirate Hall's bazaar. Xiao Chun never fought a battle that he was not confident in, nor would he act rashly. 8 days was sufficient for him to make proper preparations. The Pirate Hall's bazaar was always bustling. Here one could get cheated or pick up scraps. The bazaar was not as formal as the auction house. However, there was an additional possibility. Hence, even some major customers frequented this kind of free bazaar. Xiao Chun needed a set of materials with a tyrannical attribute and filled with baleful qi that were suitable for him to carve. He could not search the auction house in 8 days, so he could only come to the bazaar to try his luck. As Xiao Chun strolled through the bazaar, his eyes flickered with a bright light. He did not miss a single stall of the various places. Even those inconspicuous stalls were not left out. My luck is pretty good. After a while, Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. When he saw a stall that caught his eye, he hoped to succeed on his first try. This little brother, with one look, I can tell that you have good taste. This beast bone of mine is the wing bone of one of the ancient overlords of the sea, the dragon shadow condor. My final offer is 500,000 medial grade spirit jades. The stall owner was a skinny old man who hid his cultivation. However, Xiao Chun could make it out. This was a low-profile star venerate. His clothes and aura did not stand out. The stall only had this wing bone as a treasure, and its price was extremely high. Clearly, it was waiting for someone with a good eye to come and sell it for a good price. Previously, there had been quite a few youngsters who were interested in this wing bone. After knowing the price, they all left while cursing the stall owner for being greedy. The dragon shadow condor is one of the few bird beasts that have dragon blood in them. Apart from the dragon blood, it also had a trace of the underworld ghost bird's bloodline. Those who have survived until now are all overlords comparable to human kings. Xiao Chun squatted down and observed the wing bone. He spoke in a soft voice, neither too fast nor too slow. While talking, Xiao Chun sent a wisp of his soul consciousness into the wing bone. Hua! In his mind, a huge black eagle appeared. When the black eagle spread its wings, it was at least 1,000 feet wide. Flying close to the surface of the sea, it created huge waves. There was a faint feeling of a dragon's roar in the wind stirred up by the wings, shaking the surroundings. The strangest thing was that the figure of this huge black eagle seemed somewhat illusory. It was similar to the faux god flame, existing between reality and illusion. Some splashes of water passed through his wings like it was air, directly passing through. This was indeed the real deal. The stall owner did not lie. This little brother has good eyes. The stall owner's originally listless eyes immediately lit up. Originally, he thought that Xiao Chun would be like the other youths, not knowing what was good. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiao Chun opened his mouth, he mentioned the miraculous aspect of the dragon shadow condor. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and sighed softly. Unfortunately, although it is strange and has the ability to illusory parts of its body, its true offensive power cannot compare to the 9-winged thunder rock. Its ability to illusory parts cannot compare to the 9-winged thunder rock. Its ability to illusory parts cannot compare to the authentic underworld ghost bird. The stall owner smiled in his heart. Reliable. They were going to haggle over the price. However, the stall owner misunderstood. Xiao Chun truly felt that it was unfortunate. If it were a 9-winged thunder rock or an authentic underworld ghost bird, he would have liked it. It was barely enough. Without waiting for the stall owner to speak, Xiao Chun directly handed him a spatial ring. There were exactly 500,000 medial grade spirit jades in it. This, little brother, you are really straightforward. The stall owner was stunned for a while before he reacted. He had only said a few words and it was already done. This was truly unexpected, making him feel some regret. Did he set the price too low? Wait, Xiao Chun, who had already put away the dragon shadow condor's wing bone, turned around and said cautiously, "Are you going back on your word?" "No, this old man's reputation has always been good." The stall owner smiled and said, "I still have something that I have not sold yet. Little brother, why don't you take a look?" Time was limited. Since Xiao Chun had already obtained the materials he wanted, he no longer had the patience to remain here. No matter how precious the other treasures were, Xiao Chun had no use for them. "Never mind. Take it out and let me take a look," Xiao Chun said casually. The stall owner took out a transparent jade bottle containing something that looked like fresh blood. With just one look, Xiao Chun could not shift his gaze away. The fresh blood seemed to have a demonic nature, wriggling slowly and giving off a strange light. Xiao Chun recovered his wits. Then, He looked at the stall owner and said in surprise, "This is a drop of pure Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood. I am somewhat curious. Did you kill a Dragon Shadow Condor that still exists today?" That was a tyrant of the sea equal to a sovereign personage. With this old man's strength, he would not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. More importantly, the strongest person in the Grave Sea was only a holy venerate. It had already been several hundred years since a sovereign personage had appeared. "Old man, naturally I don't have that ability. This drop of Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood. This drop of Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood was obtained by chance in a forbidden sea." A forbidden sea? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had heard Xiao Suo speak of the Great Thousand Realms before. There were a total of 7 forbidden seas, the dreamlands of all pirates. Those were the 7 forbidden seas that drifted alone in the starry heavens. Those were the seas where true pirate experts roamed. That was the true starry heavens. There seemed to be some clues connecting in Xiao Chen's mind. He thought of something but could not grasp the crux of it. "Little brother, what do you think? Do you want this Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood?" Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and shook his head. No. Although it was something good, Xiao Chen really did not need it. Carving the life bestowal spell did require essence blood. However, it only required Xiao Chen's essence blood. Xiao Chen's blue dragon bloodline was much more noble and tyrannical than the Dragon Shadow Condor. When the time came, Xiao Chen's blue dragon essence blood would definitely assimilate the Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood. It would not have any effect at all. The stall owner immediately felt very frustrated. "If you do not want it, you should have said so earlier. After waiting for so long, I thought that I could make another big deal." Ignoring the stall owner, Xiao Chen brought the wing bone back to the courtyard. After entering the secret room, he took out a carving knife and the wing bone and started carving seriously. Xiao Chen's movements were slow and focused. With every cut, he discovered that Xiao Chen's complexion paled slightly, in a place that the naked eye could not see. In the soul pool, the azure dragon medallion that represented Xiao Chen's will of soul was slowly dimming. This was the first time that Xiao Chen had spent so much effort on carving since he entered the Great Thousand Realms. Every saber strike was infused with Xiao Chen's soul energy. From the first cut, it contained spiritual energy and an inner soul. Such a high-level carving was also a test for Xiao Chen's carving skills. It was also a test for his physical body and soul. If he was not careful, his soul might rebound and hurt his foundation. In the secret room, Xiao Chen's movements showed a different kind of beauty. The entire world seemed to have slowed down because of his movements. After a full 7 days, Xiao Chen consecutively used 7 drops of pure blue dragon essence blood. His complexion was terrifyingly weak. Before this, no matter what kind of carving, Xiao Chen would only use 1 drop of essence blood. This time, he used an unprecedented 7 drops of essence blood. This was the limit that his physical body could endure. However, after doing all this, Xiao Chen revealed a rare relaxed smile on his weak face. It was enough. The trouble of the Wolf Smoke pirate group would no longer be a problem. What exactly was he carving for him to be so confident? Chapter 1769. The next morning, Ding Yuan came to see Xiao Chen. He was startled when he saw Xiao Chen's expression. "Young Master Xiao, you entered a state of berserking qi deviation." At this moment, Xiao Chen's face was frighteningly pale. His qi and blood were weak. It was as if he had gone berserk and suffered from internal injuries. Xiao Chen forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. Chief Steward Ding, you don't have to worry too much. I'll be fine after a few days of recovery." Ding Yuan reluctantly believed Xiao Chen's words. He said sullenly, "I have let down young Master Zhao's trust. I simply cannot make any deductions from the information I gathered. What exactly does the Black Cutlass need from the Wolf Smoke pirate group?" Xiao Chen told the other party about some of the clues he thought of yesterday. Then he said, "Let me ask you something. Are there any requirements for pirate groups to enter the Forbidden Seas?" "Why are you asking about this? Tell me about it." "Alright, no one would go to the Taboo Ocean for no reason because it is too dangerous. Just the route alone is already far enough. not to mention the dangers of the taboo ocean itself. Xiao Chun nodded. I know what you're talking about. Tell me more about it. To be more specific, it is impossible for ordinary pirate ships to enter the taboo ocean with their own strength. Xiao Chun was deep in thought. What is this common concept? Below 5 stars. The best pirate ship in the Grave Sea was a 5-star pirate ship. The Wolf Smoke pirate ship possessed the strength to deter the rank 3 sects of the Blessed Lands from clashing head-on with it. Could it be that they could not enter as well? Xiao Chun couldn't help but ask his own question. Ding Yuan smiled faintly and said, This is a little special. The Wolf Smoke pirate group just happens to have the ability to enter the Forbidden Sea. Xiao Chun asked curiously, Why? The Grave Sea's Pirate Alliance Palace once issued 3 Iron Blood tokens to the Savage Blood pirate group, the Wolf Smoke pirate group, and another pirate group. With this medallion, one can use the power of the Grave Sea pirate group to enter the Forbidden Sea directly. Ding Yuan explained the ins and outs of the matter and told Xiao Chun the detailed reasons. After hearing that, Xiao Chun suddenly felt enlightened. He understood. Can the Iron Blood token be transferred? Sure. There's only one chance anyway. They would only issue the Iron Blood token if they made contributions to the Pirate Alliance in the future. The Pirate Alliance recognizes orders and not people. Xiao Chun muttered in his heart. True enough. He now knew what the Black Cutlass needed from the Wolf Smoke conglomerate. It was the Iron Blood token. However, Ding Yuan did not understand Xiao Chen's thoughts. He continued, However, it looks like the Wolf Smoke pirate group has no intention of going to the Forbidden Seas at all. The Iron Blood token is simply a waste in their hands. Now he is the king of the Grave Sea, living a carefree life. With just one birthday banquet, all the pirates of the Grave Sea did not dare to not give him face, competing to curry favor with him. Xiao Chun did not continue listening. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks for the answer, Chief Steward Ding. I will take my leave first. See you later. Without waiting for Ding Yuan to respond, Zhang Xian left in a flash. Answer? What is the answer? Ding Yuan was confused. He didn't know what Xiao Chun understood. After leaving the pirate hall, Xiao Chun flew over the sea at lightning speed. The seawater of the Grave Sea was different from ordinary seawater. It was a sea of stars formed after countless stars shattered and merged together. The gravity was very strong and strongly corrosive. When Xiao Chun first arrived in the Grave Sea, it was extremely difficult for him to fly above it. Now, there was no problem. His physique could already completely resist the gravity of the seawater. Flying above was easy. Xiao Chen's destination was very clear. The largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea, the place where the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan held his birthday banquet. Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning. The instant he flew over, few people could sense him. What fast speed! After not returning for so many years, the Grave Sea actually produced such a strong youth. On the surface of the sea, there was a pirate ship that did not look very majestic. A middle-aged man in captain's uniform stood at the bow of the ship. From his words, it was clear that he had extraordinary strength and good judgment. This person caught a glimpse. Not only did he see Xiao Chen's figure, but he also clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance and determined his age. Captain, I seem to have seen this youth before. The middle-aged captain revealed an interested expression. Then he turned his head back and smiled. Old Yuan, you know him? This youth is not simple. How did you get to know him? Tell me. If Xiao Chun were here, he would definitely recognize this old Yuan. This was the stall owner who sold him the Dragon Shadow Condor wing bone. Old Yuan explained. That day, Captain was reminiscing with the pirate hall's hall master. Since I had nothing to do, I went to the market to sell some leftover goods from the Forbidden Sea. This youth is not only knowledgeable, but he is also very generous. He sold 500,000 medial-grade spirit jades without even blinking. Also, although Xiao Chun had only interacted with Xiao Chun that day for a short time, he left a deep impression on this stall owner. Hence, Xiao Chun remembered it very clearly and told everything that happened back then to this middle-aged captain. He seemed to be in a rush, clearly in a rush. He hid the killing chi in his eyes very well. The situation was clearly very urgent, but he did not show any killing chi or killing intent on his face. The middle-aged captain smiled meaningfully and said, "I'm rather curious. Who is he going to kill and what is he doing with that wing bone?" 5 days later, the largest pirate haul in the Grave Sea appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. When Xiao Chun looked at the pirate hall's harbor, he saw many pirate ships with all sorts of flags. The number was startling, even more majestic than what Xiao Chun had seen previously. There were countless experts coming and going. Pirate ships continued to descend and gather at the harbor. "Is this the place? It looks like I came somewhat early." After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chun flew down. After a while, he entered the pirate hall. After asking around, Xiao Chun found out that he had come 1 day early. The Wolf Smoke Sovereign's birthday banquet was tomorrow. The Wolf Smoke Sovereign had great prestige. There were more than 3,000 guests. All those with some background in the Grave Sea were invited. Some of the guests who were not invited came because of the Wolf Smoke Sovereign's reputation, wanting to network and build a good relationship. The waiter who revealed the news to Xiao Chun sized up Xiao Chun with a few glances and said, "Young master, you want to attend the birthday banquet as well, right? However, you do not have an invitation, right?" Xiao Chun smiled and retorted, "Do I look like a pirate to you? Who says that you have to be a pirate to attend the birthday banquet?" The Wolf King's birthday banquet is a grand occasion of the Grave Sea, a rare occurrence. There are many people here to watch the excitement. If you are interested, just say so. I have some connections to help you get an invitation. The waiter looked over with a smile. It was like he already saw through Xiao Chun and knew what he was thinking. Xiao Chun put down his wine cup and said, "There's no harm in taking a look. How much does one invitation cost?" "No bargaining. 200,000 inferior grade spirit jades." Xiao Chun thought to himself, this is really shady. The Wolf King's birthday banquet not only earns money for himself but also provides for his subordinates. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's people must have gotten the invitation in private. Otherwise, how could an outsider obtain an invitation? You think it's expensive? Haha, don't think it's expensive. 200,000 inferior grade spirit jades is limited. Furthermore, this is just the invitations for the outer regions. The invitations for the inner regions are even more expensive. The waiter could tell what Xiao Chun was thinking, so he spoke somewhat loftily. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "If you have an invitation for the main banquet, I will accept it even if you offer 500,000 medial grade spirit jades. Do you have any?" The waiter immediately smiled embarrassedly and said, "How can I sell invitations for the main banquet? They are all people that the Wolf King personally invited. They are not open to the public. No matter how much spirit jades you have, you will not be able to buy one. This depends on strength. You will need to have at least a peak 4-star pirate ship. Otherwise, how could you be qualified to sit at the main banquet?" Xiao Chun entered deep thought. To think that the main banquet is not open to the public. This is somewhat difficult. Never mind. Give me an invitation for the outer regions. I need to use it tomorrow. Alright, that's not a problem. Late at night, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he nurtured his aura. After 4 days of rushing, he had only exhausted his veritable essence energy. His soul energy and physique had already recovered to normal. He only needed 1 night to recuperate, and his mental state would reach its peak. The moment dawn arrived, Xiao Chun opened his eyes on time. A brilliant light flashed in them. Chapter 1770. Dawn had already arrived, and Xiao Chun had already made up his mind to kill. Xiao Chun pushed open the door and came out. He happened to run into the waiter who had prepared the invitation for him yesterday. "Young master, you are up really early. Are you rushing to the Wolf King's birthday banquet?" Xiao Chun smiled faintly and casually found a table to sit at. Then, he took out the white harmony flower head tea that the venerable Shenbei gave him. He handed it to the waiter and said, "There's no rush. Brew me a pot of tea first." "All right." The waiter quickly received the tea leaves. Soon, he brought out a tea set and started brewing tea on Xiao Chen's table. The waiter was very familiar with brewing tea. Although he was not very skilled, he was experienced and knowledgeable. After all, this was the largest pirate hall in the Grave Sea, and the inn was the best. For one to be a waiter here, one had to be truly capable. The waiter used boiling water to brew the tea leaves. He discovered that as the tea leaves rolled around, a faint fragrance wafted out. As the waiter looked at the water in the teacup, he seemed to see his own life in the haziness. Figures came and went in a hurry in the inn. The waiter came with a smile and left with a smile. However, in the depths of his heart, he watched coldly from the sidelines, laughing and cursing, not himself. There were young chivalrous men, baleful pirates, sorrowful women, forthright men, and authoritative powerhouses in his eyes. The waiter had seen all sorts of things in the world, seen the bustling world of mortals. However, he suddenly discovered that he could not see through his own life. He watched coldly until the end, when he saw his already numb self appear in the teacup. Time passed quickly. Only when one's head turned white did one realize that time was priceless. "What did you see?" Xiao Chun suddenly asked, startling the waiter awake. The waiter looked at Xiao Chun, and his expression changed slightly. Then, he smiled and said, "No, I didn't see anything. These tea leaves have not stretched out yet. They need to be steeped in boiling water a few more times before they can stretch out and bring out the best tea fragrance." Xiao Chun knew what the waiter was thinking. He smiled and said, "This tea is called White Harmony Flower Head Tea. It needs a total of 7 steeps before it can reach its best state. But if you directly taste the 7th brew, you won't be able to taste the essence of this tea. The white hair of the Xiaohua period is but a blink of an eye. In the world, in the beautiful things, in the sincere feelings, there will always be a moment of loss. You don't have to deliberately be sad. What you need to experience is precisely the process of parting." Xiao Chun directly took a sip, the first brew of white Xiaohua, put down the teacup and directly left. "Young master, your tea is not ready yet?" The waiter chased after him and shouted, "Keep it and savor it yourself." Looking at Xiao Chen's departing figure, the waiter's heart pounded. He felt that there was more to this white-robed youth's words. The purpose of going to the Wolf King's birthday banquet was not as simple as just joining in the fun. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian returned to the tavern. The waiter continued to brew tea. He was curious about what the white-robed Gongzi saw in the tea. With the invitation in hand, Xiao Chun arrived in front of an imposing courtyard in the pirate hall. They were early enough, but they still had to line up. There is no mistake about the invitation. However, what did you prepare as a birthday gift? When it was Xiao Chen's turn, the cultivator guarding the door handed the invitation to Xiao Chun and asked for a birthday gift. Xiao Chun had long since prepared for this. He took out a jade bottle and handed it to the other party. "Young hero Xiao Chun, I present you a peak-grade life juice source." The guard at the door shouted, startling everyone and attracting the attention of several people. This was a huge gift. "Hee. This young master, please come in. Please come in." This huge gift instantly startled the upper echelon of the Wolf Smoke pirate group responsible for receiving them. Then, they saw that Xiao Chun had an extraordinary air. Half of his hair was black and the other half was white, appearing cold and proud. Not daring to be slow, Xiao Chun, who held the invitation in the outer area, was successfully invited to the inner area. "Young master is really generous. If you had reported your name earlier, the captain might have invited you to the main banquet." The pirate serving Xiao Chun said with a smile. Xiao Chun said casually, "That is really unfortunate. I wonder, where is the main banquet being held? Do you see that tall building? The main banquet of the Wolf King's birthday banquet is on the top floor." Xiao Chun looked in the direction that the pirate pointed. He saw a tall building in the center of the courtyard. From the windows of the tall building, one could look out in all directions, taking in the entire grand occasion of the birthday banquet. However, the people outside could not see the situation inside. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "Sir, please go and receive the other honored guests. I'll take a look around. I wonder if that is convenient." "Haha, that's nothing. Everyone who comes is a guest. Furthermore, young master's gift is so huge. Don't blame me for not receiving you well, that person said straightforwardly. That person laughed straightforwardly. Clearly, he saw that Xiao Chun had an extraordinary background and did not dare to slight him. This was the effect of a huge gift. If it were an ordinary gift, Xiao Chun would not be able to enter this place casually and look around. Now that he obtained this person's approval, it would be much more convenient. Could only be said that it was worth it. As time passed, the spacious residence became livelier and livelier. Xiao Chun secretly observed and discovered that the honored guests personally invited by the Wolf King would be led into the tall building by specialized people. It was impossible for ordinary people to enter. The surroundings of the tall building were heavily guarded, and there were experts patrolling. However, in Xiao Chen's opinion, he had even barged into the cluster lord's residence. Even though the security was tight, it was nothing to him. Furthermore, that Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan simply did not believe that someone would dare to cause trouble at his birthday banquet. Right now, the Wolf Smoke pirate group was at its peak, dominating the Grave Sea and moving about unhindered. Anyone who dared to touch his eyebrows at this time was courting death. As for the true major characters of the Grave Sea, the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan did not think that he had offended them. Although he was arrogant and despotic, he could see the situation clearly. He would not get involved with people and forces that he could not afford to offend. For example, he would never rob a rank 4 sect in the blessed and heavenly lands. Although he was arrogant, he knew his place. This was the reason why the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan could become the king of the Grave Sea Pirates. Of course, a large part of the reason was that the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group no longer had any opponents, allowing the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group to develop to its current level. At noon, the birthday banquet officially began. The various guests all took their places. Then, all the windows on the top floor of the tall building opened. A tall old man with a sinister gaze and a few faint scars on his face appeared in everyone's vision. The guests in any corner only needed to raise their heads slightly to see that person. This person was the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's captain, the one known as the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. Thank you, fellow cultivators and friends, for giving this Jiang face and coming to this old man's birthday banquet. I am truly overwhelmed by this favor and do not dare to accept it. This old man will drink 3 cups to thank everyone. Right after speaking, the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan took out a wine cup the size of a bowl and downed 3 cups. This immediately elicited cheers from countless people. The guests were all pirates, people who loved wine. The Wolf King's hearty drinking marked the curtains to the birthday banquet. The many guests at the various tables all started drinking to their heart's content. Kasie, Kasie. The windows on the top floor of the tall building all closed. Immediately, no one could see the scene in the main banquet. The crowd did not mind. It was normal for the Wolf King to put on airs. If anyone could come into contact with the Wolf King, then the guests would not care about the Wolf King. However, no one could see that someone was lying on the roof beam of the top floor. At this moment, a person was lying on the roof beam, looking at the clouds in the sky and listening to the conversation of the main banquet below. Xiao Chun had barged into the cluster lord's residence before. Naturally, it would not be difficult for him to hide this from the people below. Actually, the main banquet had already started long ago. There was only one large round table on the top floor. More than 100 people sat around it. All of them were at least late-stage major primal core cultivators. Most of them were early-stage star venerates. At the very least, these people were ruthless people with peak 4-star pirate ships. This was a gathering of the strongest and most influential pirates in the Grave Sea. Xiao Chun waited for an opportunity to make a move. He wanted to hear some useful information before going in to ask the Wolf King. 1 hour later, amid the clamor, when Xiao Chun heard the words, Black Cutlass, he immediately perked up. Boss Jiang, I heard that the Black Cutlass came to you to borrow the Iron Blood token. After drinking, the topic of conversation became more open. One of the captains heard the news and took the opportunity to ask about it. Jiang Hengchuan smiled in disdain and said, An insignificant 4-star pirate group is really bold. That's right. That is indeed the case. However, I sent them to the Grave Island Sea region. If they can help me obtain a ghost cloud flower, perhaps I can consider it. The moment Jiang Hengchuan said that, a wave of exclamations rang out. To think that the Black Cutlass really went to the Grave Island Sea region. That was a dangerous place. The Wolf King was really ruthless. If that Black Cutlass really finds a ghost cloud flower, will Boss Jiang give them the Iron Blood token? Someone asked. Jiang Hengchuan's gaze sank as he looked at this person, inspiring some fear in that person. After a while, Jiang Hengchuan smiled and said, "This old man was just joking. To think that a bunch of fools actually believed it. What can I do? Will you go to the Grave Island Sea region?" Ha ha ha. That person was stunned for a while. Then he laughed and said, "Of course not. Only a fool would go to the Grave Island Sea region. Ha ha ha." Immediately, the group of people roared with laughter. Indeed, only a fool would go to a place like the Grave Island Sea region. As they laughed, Xiao Chun, who was on the roof, laughed as well. However, this laughter contained heavy murderous intent. Chapter 1771. Everyone at the main banquet laughed heartily. Under the indulgence of fine wine, their laughter became increasingly unbridled. They spoke openly about the Black Scimitar's faults. It was as if mocking the Black Scimitar would not be able to blend in. Speaking of which, this was normal. Many times, the dining table needed such a spice to make everyone laugh heartily. However, what was unusual was that the true master of the Black Scimitar was on the roof. Boom! Just as everyone was laughing heartily, a hole suddenly appeared in the roof. Xiao Chun drifted down and landed on a wine flask, looking as light as a feather. Who is it? Such a scene startled the guests at the main banquet, not knowing what was going on. The Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's face sank. When he saw that Xiao Chun did not give off any killing qi, he waved his hand to stop the people behind him who were about to attack. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Who are you? Why are you so rude?" Xiao Chun exerted some force with his feet, and a wave of energy surged out. Immediately, all the delicacies on the table flew into the air and shot out in all directions. The guests in the surroundings were in a flurry as they tried to block the mess of filth that came their way. After the energy wave passed, the table became much cleaner. Then Xiao Chun sat on the floor. He looked at the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan and said, "Were you not very happy earlier? Untalented, I am the master of the Black Scimitar." Whoosh! The moment Xiao Chun said that, a commotion immediately broke out. The guests all showed somewhat embarrassed expressions. This was normal, speaking ill of others behind their backs, mocking them as fools. Who knew that the other party happened to be right beside them? After being caught red-handed, it would be strange if they were not embarrassed. The scene immediately turned somewhat strange. The originally aggressive people who wanted to reprimand Xiao Chun immediately swallowed back their words. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, he forcefully swallowed them back. Actually, everyone also found it strange. Even if they spoke ill of others behind their backs, they would not feel so uncomfortable. Even if they were caught speaking ill of others, they would not feel so uncomfortable. But why was it that when he faced this young man, he felt that he was in the wrong and did not dare to be impudent? When the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan saw Xiao Chun reveal his identity, he felt somewhat in the wrong. But then he laughed coldly. "What? Do you have a problem with me using the Black Scimitar as a monkey?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was startled. That's right, why should I feel bad? Why should I be in the wrong? This was the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's birthday banquet. The Wolf King was a peak early-stage star venerate. He also had 8 strong subordinates, all small perfection early-stage star venerates or great perfection early-stage star venerates. Here, the weakest cultivator was a peak major primal core cultivator. Why was he in the wrong? The strong preyed on the weak. Even if the Wolf King scolded a peak major primal core brat to his face, he would have to behave himself and not retort. Xiao Chun sneered in his heart. He saw the changes in everyone's expressions. He stretched out his left hand and instantly formed the Buddhist 7-kill seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water, or like the sun and moon never hanging in the sky. The instant the hand seal formed, Xiao Chen's heart entered an ethereal state. However, the killing intent hidden in his body was multiplied sevenfold, and it exploded out violently. Xiao! The killing intent that pervaded the air instantly seemed to materialize, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. A few of the weaker ones trembled as sweat poured out of their foreheads. Their complexions paled to the extreme. Xiao Chen's killing intent was very horrifying in the first place. After it was multiplied sevenfold, how terrifying would it be? This was simply unimaginable. This is a personal grudge. Unrelated people quickly go away. Xiao Chen said indifferently as he stared at the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. If someone's soul energy reached the level of a holy venerate, they would discover that the killing intent that Xiao Chen gave off was pitch black, like the claws of a monster sweeping through the surroundings. However, Xiao Chen's body gave off a faint light, appearing ethereal. Bang! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the guests who came felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. Using all the strength in his body, he smashed the windows one by one and fled as fast as he could. The many guests in the courtyard watched every movement on the top floor. Such a scene immediately caused a huge commotion. What's going on? The people attending the main banquet all flew out. There is killing intent. What a strong killing intent. Could it be that someone is challenging the Wolf King? When the windows shattered, the people below sensed Xiao Chen's killing intent uncontrollably. The noisy birthday banquet immediately fell silent. All the guests put down their wine cups and looked at the top floor in confusion. They did not know what exactly happened. On the top floor, the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's complexion had already turned ashen. However, he did not dare to act rashly. The previously noisy main banquet emptied out in an instant, leaving only his subordinates and himself. The unrelated people were all frightened by Xiao Chen's sevenfold killing intent, not daring to remain. When Xiao Chen revealed that horrifying killing intent, no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's strength anymore. They were all people who cherished their lives. How could they dare to get involved? Kill him? The Wolf King roared. Unable to endure Xiao Chen's killing intent, the people behind him endured the pressure and wanted to charge over. However, this was the opportunity Xiao Chen was waiting for. He was waiting for the sevenfold killing intent to make them irritable and reveal openings in all aspects. Xiao Chen instantly drew the tyrant saber. After completing the starting stance of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, resolving the mundane condensed an eternal saber light and swept it out. Boom! The moment the saber light appeared, all the might of the seven-kill seal, which had been storing up power for a long time, infused into this saber. The Wolf King's subordinates cried out miserably as they bore the brunt of the attack. The saber light knocked away the roof beams, leaving only Xiao Chen standing upright with his saber and the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, who blocked the saber light. Several of the Wolf King's subordinates blocked in front. The Wolf King dodged the greatest impact of resolving the mundane's sevenfold killing intent and suffered only 30% of its might. Even so, he still sustained significant injuries. The main reason was that Xiao Chen's killing intent was simply too vast. The impact it brought him felt even more terrifying than that of a middle-stage star venerate. Someone really wants to kill the Wolf King. How bold! What a terrifying saber light! Combined with that overwhelming killing intent, he actually managed to force back the Wolf King's bodyguards with one saber strike. Who is this white-robed bladesman? I don't think I've heard of this person in the Grave Sea. The guests who were watching this scene were all shocked and dumbfounded. It was already unexpected that someone dared to cause trouble at the birthday banquet. What was even more unexpected was that it was such a young bladesman. Inside and outside, all the guests in the courtyard stared fixedly at the top floor, completely lost in their own thoughts. The Wolf King wiped off the blood from a corner of his lips. Then he looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. I once thought about this scene many times. Who would be the first to step forward to challenge me? However, I never expected it to be an arrogant and conceited brat. No matter where you learned the secret technique to make your killing chi so terrifying, you will definitely die today. Today you will die without a doubt. Who do you think you are facing? You are facing the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. It is the entire wolf smoke pirate group. It is the pack of wolves that have walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood with me. Jiang Hengchuan. Where is the pack of wolves? Jiang Hengchuan's tone became increasingly agitated, and his voice slowly turned resonant. In the end, it sounded like rumbling thunder, deafening and making everyone's blood surge and their bodies tremble. Whoosh! Many figures soared into the sky from the ground. The members of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group filled the sky, surrounding the entire tall building in 3 layers from the inside and 3 layers from the outside. In that instant, countless eyes stared at Xiao Chun. They were like hungry wolves staring at their prey. Xiao Chun casually looked around. With a rough count, there were at least 1,000 people, all of them elites of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. Seeing that Xiao Chun did not show any fear on his face, Jiang Hengchuan felt slightly startled. After some thought, he said, "Interesting. Even the savage Bloodstar Venerate back then was not this bold, daring to come and kill me alone." "Kill you?" Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "You are overthinking. I only came here to ask for an answer. However, it does not matter now, as you indeed deserve to die." The Wolf King smiled and said, "There are many people in this world who deserve to die. I will die as well, but not now. Today, there will only be one person who deserves to die, and it will be you." The Wolf King's voice suddenly turned cold. As he looked at Xiao Chun, he ordered coldly, "Kill him!" The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members in the surroundings did not hesitate to launch themselves at Xiao Chun. The ferocious howls of the pack of wolves sounded like a tsunami, changing the color of the sky. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members moved out at the same time. Until now, they had never failed. Chapter 1772. The wolves raged. Auras spread out, encasing the entire sky. All the killing intent locked onto Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun squinted and saw saber lights and sword images layered over each other. The mysterious phenomenon of all sorts of martial techniques looked chaotic. In reality, it was very orderly. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group had more than 1,000 members, split into 10 layers. Each layer had 100 people. 100 was the limit for attacking a single target. Otherwise, adding one more person would be a waste. After a round of attacks, only 100 origin stones would be able to hit Xiao Chun. This was because the Wolf Smoke Pirates already covered Xiao Chun's entire body. If there were more, they would not be able to find a target. If Xiao Chun attacked rashly, it would disrupt the rhythm and send the entire wolf pack into chaos. Without giving Xiao Chun much time to think, the first round of attacks arrived in the blink of an eye. To others, it looked like a boundless wave swallowed up Xiao Chun. They could not see his figure at all. Amid the chaotic, mysterious phenomenon of martial techniques, the sound of weapons clashing rang out continuously. There were also many flickering saber lights. These saber lights were like the most dazzling stars among the stars in the sky. They were exceptionally eye-catching among the various mysterious phenomena. The saber lights flickered so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. The afterimage flashed by the face of the person who attacked, revealing a stern face and black and white hair that fluttered in the wind. Then, it disappeared in an instant. There was no time to look carefully. "It's that white-robed bladesman. He blocked it. He blocked the first round of attacks. What a fast saber strike." Everyone was startled. Then, they suddenly discovered that Xiao Chun, who was being swallowed up by the surging tide, did not fall. However, he did not fall. Instead, he stubbornly blocked all the attacks, breaking apart every martial technique that came at him. Xiao Chun used the saber in his hand to move at lightning speed, creating an impenetrable screen of sabers. The pirates of the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group formed groups of 100 people. When the front wave disappeared, the back wave would arrive. Not long after, 10 waves rolled up. Strong winds blew in the surroundings, and the sky changed color as shock waves surged out. The clouds churned at the top of the tall building, forming a strong wind. Amidst the strong winds, thunder and lightning flashed, and the saber light did not stop. The white-robed Xiao Chun held the tyrant saber in his hand as he stood in the center of the storm. His defense was impenetrable. No matter how the pack of wolves roared, how they shouted, how they were filled with murderous intent. Standing in the tall building, it was as still as a pine tree, neither blown down by the wind nor shaken by the rain. The expression of the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, who was watching from a distance, slowly changed. From the initial disdain, it slowly froze. This youth's saber skills have already gone too far. He is now one level higher than the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members. This kind of encirclement is completely ineffective against him. A sharp-eyed captain among the guests said in a deep voice. However, there are still 8 strong generals under the Wolf King that have not appeared yet. They are all early-stage star venerates. Indeed. Furthermore, even if they cannot injure this white-robed bladesman, they will not be able to injure him. But if he wants to break out of this situation, it will be difficult. At the end of the day, this young man is still a little too arrogant. Someone sighed softly. The current situation was very surprising. Even an early-stage star venerate would be defeated in a sorry state when facing the encirclement of 1,000 Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members. However, not only did Xiao Qin defend, but he also did so in an impenetrable manner, not suffering any injuries at all. This was truly shocking, and admirable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, 8 strong auras appeared in the courtyard and flew towards the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. The Wolf King's 8 strong generals are here. There's no more show to watch. This youth will definitely die a miserable death. These people were the 8 generals guarding the ship outside the pirate hall. The pirate ship needed someone to guard it to prevent accidents from happening. After the 8 learned that something happened at the birthday banquet, they did not act rashly. Unexpectedly, the matter escalated. Left with no other choice, the Wolf King summoned all his 8 strong generals. Greetings, Captain. The 8 people greeted respectfully after landing behind the Wolf King. What exactly happened? Even we are startled? Jiang Hengchuan did not say anything. He pointed at the tall building. The 8 generals immediately showed startled expressions. Stunned. The Wolf Smoke Pirate Group's members turned out in full force. To think that there was someone in the grave sea that they could not take down. What exactly was this youth's background? Captain, there's no rush. We will go and kill this fellow now. The 8 strong generals exchanged glances. They did not want this farce to continue, so they prepared to make a move together. They would instantly resolve this matter, end Xiao Qin, and resume the birthday banquet. However, this was a good idea. Up on the tall building, Xiao Qin sensed the arrival of the 8 strong generals. He raised his eyebrows slightly. They are finally here. Based on the information that Ding Yuan gave him, Xiao Qin already knew about the existence of these 8 people. He also knew that these 8 people posed the greatest danger to him. However, how could Xiao Qin not be prepared? As he looked at the 100 pirates charging at him again, Xiao Qin quickly sheathed his saber and stood alone on the tall building. This is crazy. When the guests below saw this scene, their hearts trembled. This is crazy. Xiao Qin pressed 2 fingers on his right hand to his forehead. Then, his will of soul spread out and merged with the saber intent filling the air. In the next moment, saber hums rang out in the surroundings of the tall building. That sound was not loud, but it clearly reached the depths of everyone's soul. It was like a powerful treasure saber hummed in everyone's mind. That's impossible. Such a scene immediately elicited startled cries from the many star venerate experts. Xiao Qin was a major primal core venerate, yet he managed to merge his saber intent and will of soul. This was a technique that many early-stage star venerate experts could not grasp. Xiao Qin was a peak major primal core cultivator. How did he do it? However, the truth was the truth. It happened just like that. Whoosh! The 2 fingers on Xiao Qin's forehead ferociously swiped forward. The boundless saber intent and will of soul gathered into a resplendent saber light. Only black and white remained in the world. Only that saber light was resplendent, dazzling, and dazzling. The first 100 Wolf Smoke Pirate Group members immediately got chopped in half at the waist. The saber light did not stop, continuing to radiate out. After killing 500 pirate group members, it slowly disappeared. As for the remaining pirate group members, They had already paled in fright as they fled. If they did not flee, only death awaited them. The saber light vanished, and the world regained its colors. A gentle breeze blew endlessly around the tall buildings. The various mysterious phenomena and chi waves disappeared. The scene that had been bustling like waves a moment ago instantly became boundlessly quiet. Only the white-clad bladesman remained standing on the tall building, holding his saber. The 8 generals who had rushed over to help were dumbfounded. They had not expected such a situation to happen at all. Earlier, they were still thinking of taking advantage of Xiao Chen dealing with the Wolf Smoke pirate group members to kill Xiao Chen at lightning speed. They had sent voice projections to each other to come up with their plans long ago. However, Xiao Chen only used one saber light, just one saber light, to completely disrupt their plans. This simply caught them off guard, stupefied. When the guests below saw this scene, they all had the same expression. Their mouths gaped, unable to say anything. Only Jiang Hengchuan roared, "Why are you still not attacking? How long are you going to wait? You are all star venerates. If the 8 of you work together, he will die no matter what." That's right. These words startled everyone out of their reverie. Suddenly, the 8 generals remembered. There was no need to hesitate. Even without the help of the Wolf Smoke pirate group members, the 8 of them could easily kill Xiao Chen. That earlier saber strike clearly could not be executed at any time. "Kill!" The 8 generals shouted coldly, unleashing their berserk auras. Their wills of soul connected as they charged over. Clouds churned in the sky as the 8 descended towards Xiao Chen. At this moment, it was like the sky above Xiao Chen's head was forced to shrink by a lot. When 8 early-stage star venerate experts worked together, they were indeed extraordinary. However, this aura was much stronger than that of the 1,000 Wolf Smoke pirate group members. Several people sighed in their hearts. This was the accumulations of the Wolf Smoke pirate group. In the Grave Sea, aside from the Wolf Smoke pirate group, who else could have 8 star venerates? No matter how heaven-defying this white-clad bladesman was, only death awaited him today. In the future, this would only make the Wolf Smoke pirate group even more famous. Seeing the 8 star venerates attack, Xiao Chen quickly formed hand seals with his right hand, completing the life bestowal spell in an instant. In the next second, the situation changed. The sky suddenly turned dark. A beam of scarlet light soared into the clouds from behind Xiao Chen, instantly pushing back the area above Xiao Chen's head that had caved in. Back then, Xiao Chen had carved the strongest and scariest existence in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline, the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor. Chapter 1773. The moment the Blood-Soaked Dragon Emperor appeared, Xiao Chen instantly suppressed the other party in terms of aura. The sky above Xiao Chen's head, which had collapsed, rose at a visible pace. The situation reversed. The 8 attacking star venerate experts had their auras forcibly pushed back, only able to break through their defenses. Their originally ferocious auras were suppressed in an instant. The feeling of falling from a high position, the feeling of being at a disadvantage, was not something others could understand. Retreat! 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 Upon seeing the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's grace, the 8 generals immediately cowered in fear. They did not know which expert came, but they were completely stunned and frantically retreated. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was carved from Xiao Chen's heart and soul. At best, he was only an early-stage star venerate. However, as long as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had even a 10,000th of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's charm, he would be able to suppress these 8 people, not giving them any chance to resist. Fighting 1 against 8 generals, this was the limit of what Xiao Chen could do. Even if it was the Wolf King himself, it would be impossible for him to defeat the 8 great generals on his own. Even if the 8 old star venerate generals were only small perfection early-stage star venerates, when they worked together, their strength was rather terrifying. Objectively speaking, Xiao Chen could not defeat them with his own strength. These 8 star venerates were not ordinary star venerates. Instead, they were capable generals that followed the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan. These 8 people did not earn the title of generals for nothing. They had earned it by fighting the other pirate groups and the Divine Shield Army. However, they faced the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, the blood-soaked dragon emperor that Xiao Chun used his mind and soul to carve. The 8 generals' auras immediately crumbled, and they were suppressed all the way. To think that the 8 generals could not retaliate at all. Soon, their bodies were riddled with wounds. After about 7 minutes, one of the generals died on the spot. The blood-soaked dragon emperor chopped the corpse in half with one sword strike. Blood splattered everywhere, stunning and flabbergasting everyone. No one knew that such an expert was hidden by Xiao Chen's side. This is too horrifying. Who is that person? What kind of character is hiding in the grave sea? I have never heard of this white-robed bladesman before. He seems to be related to the Purple Flame sect. He is called Xiao Chen. Something's not right. Look at that blood-robed man. His aura was immense, and all sorts of killing moves were easily executed. He doesn't look like a living person at all. There's no color or spirit in his eyes at all. It's a puppet. Some of the invited guests were experts. They were very knowledgeable and quickly made out what was different about the blood-soaked dragon emperor. Stop! The Wolf King, Jiang Hengchuan, appeared stunned. When he saw his 8 fierce generals being beaten to the point where they could not retaliate, he immediately shouted. Xiao Chun said coldly, Jiang Hengchuan, you are really shameless. Now that you know how to stop, why didn't you help me when the pack of wolves tried to kill me? Back then, when you were toying with the black cutlass, why didn't you stop? Xiao Chun, don't think that I, Jiang Hengchuan, am afraid of you? Jiang Hengchuan was infuriated by Xiao Chen's words and immediately started cursing. Clang! In response to Jiang Hengchuan, Xiao Chun drew his treasure saber and pointed it at the other party. Xiao Chen's cold face showed no intention of compromising. Jiang Hengchuan, how long are you going to be a tortoise? Since you are not afraid, then come and fight. Since you say that you are not afraid, then come and fight. Xiao Chun used the most decisive method to ruthlessly strike back at the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, making him swallow his words, unable to say anything else. The guests were also incredibly shocked. Who could have expected that Xiao Chun would be so stubborn? Who could have imagined that a junior would call the existence that they did not dare to offend a coward in front of everyone? However, now that they thought about it, this Jiang Hengchuan was indeed a coward. From the very start, he never took the initiative to make a move. Jiang Hengchuan cherished his life. Even at the final moment, he still wanted to compromise with Xiao Chun, unwilling to make a move. Now, Xiao Chun forced him to the edge of a cliff, not giving him a chance to retreat at all. Many people could not help having other thoughts. It seemed like the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan's doomsday was right before their eyes. What if he really lost? Thinking of this, everyone felt a chill, finding this extremely inconceivable. The matters of the world truly changed in an instant, the universe unfathomable. When the birthday banquet started, it turned out that the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, whom everyone believed to be invincible, fell so easily. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. Of the 8 great generals, another one had died. Jiang Hengchuan's lips twitched involuntarily as he faced Xiao Chun, who pointed his saber at him from the tall building. For the first time, he felt helpless. It's over. It's all over. Even if I make a move and kill this fellow, the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group will definitely be eliminated from the list after today. As someone in a high position, there were many competitors. Among the guests, there were many who were gloating over the misfortune of others. Even if Jiang Hengchuan managed to kill Xiao Chun by luck, others would kick him while he was down. When Xiao Chun pointed his saber at him, Jiang Hengchuan knew that he lost. I admit defeat, the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan said helplessly as he looked at Xiao Chun. His voice sounded very aged and ancient. If Jiang Hengchuan had another chance, he definitely would not toy with the Black Cutlass, forcing it to the Grave Island Sea region, a forbidden land with a slim chance of survival. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and beckoned. The blood-soaked dragon emperor turned into an exquisite sculpture and landed in his hand. After sheathing the blood-soaked dragon emperor, Xiao Chun landed before Jiang Hengchuan and said coldly, "You are rather smart." Bang! Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he immediately threw a palm strike, instantly driving 10 cauldron force. This palm strike, which came without any warning, gave off a loud sound. Jiang Hengchuan vomited a mouthful of blood as Xiao Chun sent him flying. Whoosh! 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 This action immediately angered several Wolf Smoke pirate group members. They all stood up and glared at Xiao Chun in rage. Don't move. Jiang Hengchuan stood up and wiped the blood off his lips. Then, he raised his hand to stop the Wolf Smoke pirate group members. Bang! What answered Jiang Hengchuan was Xiao Chen's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, it mixed vital qi and veritable essence energy, creating an even greater destructive power. Jiang Hengchuan did not block. He was horrified to discover that even if he did not admit defeat, he would not be able to do so. It seemed that the result was no different. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed far surpassed Jiang Hengchuan's expectations. After Jiang Hengchuan went flying for the second time, he was in an even more sorry state. All the bones in his body shattered, and his internal organs ruptured. Jiang Hengchuan vomited a mouthful of blood, which actually contained many shattered internal organs. The surrounding guests all sucked in a breath of cold air in fright at Xiao Chen's means. Against the Wolf King, who had already admitted defeat and had taken a big step back, Xiao Chun still showed no mercy when he attacked. Xiao Chen's decisiveness in killing inspired lingering fear. Bang! Before the Wolf King could get up, Xiao Chun sent another palm strike. After 3 palm strikes, Jiang Hengchuan was half dead. Jiang Hengchuan could no longer stand up. The remaining members of the Wolf Smoke pirate group quickly went over to help him up. Seeing Jiang Hengchuan in such a sorry state, none of the many pirates who addressed him as brothers at the birthday banquet were willing to step forward and speak up for him. There are many things that cannot be ended just because you admit defeat. These 3 palm strikes are just interest. If even one person of the Black Cutlass dies, I will come back at any time to take your life. As Xiao Chun looked at the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan, there was no sympathy or pity in his eyes. One's path was chosen by oneself. If the Wolf King had only made a deal with the Black Cutlass, Xiao Chun would not have such a strong murderous intent. However, this Wolf King was just toying with the Black Cutlass, never thinking of handing the Iron Blood token to the other party. During the main banquet, the Wolf King even mocked the Black Cutlass, saying that it was seeking its own death and could not blame others. Xiao Chun, don't go overboard. My captain already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Upon hearing the threat in Xiao Chen's words, the pirates all looked at Xiao Chun with hostile gazes, feeling aggrieved. What are you afraid of? At worst, we will just fight it out with him. A life and death struggle. Jiang Hengchuan coughed intensely and said, all of you, shut up. 4th brother, hand the Iron Blood token to young Master Xiao. A life and death struggle? That was easy to say. Now Jiang Hengchuan finally understood. Xiao Chun came prepared, one trap after another. The other party had calculated all of Jiang Hengchuan's reactions. However, Jiang Hengchuan did not know anything about Xiao Chun. It was impossible for them to fight to the death. They would only lose their lives in vain. One of the 8 generals showed an unresigned expression. However, he still took out the Iron Blood token and handed it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun received the Iron Blood token and swept his gaze over the surrounding guests. Then he said, only I can take his life. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Jiang Hengchuan heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that although the Wolf Smoke pirate group was finished, the lives of his remaining brothers were preserved. Chapter 1774. As Xiao Chun toyed with the Iron Blood token in his hand, he gave the Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan a deep look. Good luck. Many thanks, the Wolf King said reluctantly as he performed a cupped fist salute. Whoosh! Right after speaking, Xiao Chun left the courtyard with a few flashes, heading back to his inn. Dressed in white, Xiao Chun stood out on the street. However, he appeared calm and unruffled, showing a calm expression without any fluctuations. He did not look like the tyrannical white-robed bladesman who caused a huge commotion at the Wolf King's birthday banquet earlier. When Xiao Chun blended into the crowd, aside from his conspicuous white robes, he did not look much different. When Xiao Chun returned to the inn, he was surprised to discover that his tea was still there. The flame on the tea set left behind by the waiter had not gone out, and the temperature had not decreased. However, the waiter had already gone to entertain other guests. Xiao Chun sat down and looked at the teacup. The white thyme glory tea leaves at the bottom of the teacup had already spread out. However, much time had already passed, and the tea was already cold, no longer steaming. One had to drink tea while it was hot. Could not be warm or cold. Only when the tea was boiling could one taste the best flavor. However, Xiao Chun did not mind. He drank the already cold tea and drank it in one gulp. It was slightly bitter, no longer having the original taste of the white thyme glory tea leaves. However, it had a different charm to it, giving Xiao Chun a deeper understanding of it after returning from a huge battle. "Young master, you are back?" The waiter's eyes were sharp. When he discovered Xiao Chun, he immediately rushed over. "I heard that someone challenged the Wolf King at the Wolf King's birthday banquet and is still fighting intensely. Is that true?" "The experts of the inn have all rushed over. Unfortunately, I cannot go over. I really want to see who is so bold as to even dare to mock the Wolf King." Xiao Chun put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Far at the horizon, close at hand." "Ah!" The waiter quivered, nearly dropping the teapot in his hand. By the time the waiter recovered his wits, he discovered that Xiao Chun had already left. Inside the room, Xiao Chun took out the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue. If the Wolf King didn't admit defeat, the statue wouldn't last long. Even if the statue could hold on, Xiao Chun did not dare to let it continue fighting. Not only did the carving of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's statue exhaust his mind and essence blood, but it also drained his mind and essence blood. While controlling it, his mental energy was like a flowing river, surging and leaking out continuously. Others only saw the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor killing everywhere. However, they did not see Xiao Chun's mental energy drain. He unsheathed his sword and challenged the Wolf King. They seemed crazy, but they wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. They were prepared to die. The person who dared to pull the emperor down from his horse, even if he was willing to be cut into pieces, was exactly what Xiao Chun had just done. However, this Wolf King Jiang Hengchuan was indeed smart. He admitted defeat in the face of battle. He had managed to protect most of the Wolf Smoke pirate crew. According to Xiao Chun's original plan, he would not leave until he slaughtered the Wolf Smoke pirate group and killed the Wolf King. There was no doubt that as long as he was willing to pay the price, nothing would be a problem. After putting down the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor statue, Xiao Chun took out the Iron Blood token. Then his gaze turned grave. He only hoped that the brothers of the Black Cutlass were safe. If something happened, killing all the people of the Wolf Smoke pirate group would not help. Damn it! The Wolf King is right. What a bunch of fools. Why are we going to the Grave Island Sea region? We have to return alive. I have to give you all a good scolding before I can vent my anger. Xiao Chun's right hand trembled as he tightly grasped the Iron Blood token. Even when facing the Wolf King, his eyelids did not twitch. However, at this moment, his hand trembled, feeling extremely powerless. The melancholy of that cup of bitter tea lingered in his mouth, not fading away even now. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. There was still no news of the Black Cutlass. Xiao Chun could not wait any longer. He prepared to find a ship and make a trip there. Grave Island Sea region. Not to mention going to the Grave Island Sea region alone without a pirate ship, even going to the periphery was akin to sending oneself to death. However, given the circumstances, Xiao Chun felt that he had to go. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, he happened to see Luo Nan, Fei and the others outside the inn. "Captain, Big Brother Xiao." When Xiao Suo, Fei and the others saw Xiao Chun at the door, they rushed over without caring about their image. They could not believe their eyes, thinking that they were hallucinating. The Iron Hand Yama laughed loudly and gave Xiao Chun a bear hug. Only then did Xiao Chun believe that they really returned. "You!" Xiao Chun counted. Luo Nan, Fei Elder Tang, Xiao Suo, the Iron Hand Yama, and all the old members of the Black Cutlass were present. Fei eyes turned somewhat moist. "Big Brother Xiao, I thought that I would never see you again." Xiao Chun originally wanted to scold this group of people. However, his heart instantly softened and he could not bring himself to do so. He smiled helplessly and said, "Little Fei-er, don't cry. Let's go to my room." After entering Xiao Chen's room, Xiao Suo organized his thoughts and said, "After we came out, we heard that Captain defeated the Wolf Smoke pirate group. At that time, it was really delightful. To think that you were still worried about us and were definitely waiting for us. We rushed over day and night, practically not resting at all." The Iron Hand Yama sighed and said, "This time, it was really a narrow escape. We nearly could not return. That old bastard nearly caused us to die. Xiao Chun, you helped us vent our frustrations. Back then, when that old bastard saw me, he ridiculed all of us for a while." Xiao Chun immediately asked the questions that he had buried in his heart when he saw everyone. The group immediately turned silent. After a long time, Elder Tang said, "I am to blame for this. I already know where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is. However, we need the Iron Blood token before we can go to the Forbidden Sea." So, Fei-er interrupted, "You cannot blame Elder Tang. At that time, we were thinking that we could wait for Big Brother Xiao Chun to go to the Forbidden Sea with him after obtaining the Iron Blood token. However, we could not rely on Big Brother Xiao Chun for everything. We felt that we could give it a try." Xiao Chun thought to himself, "So that is the case. It is similar to what I thought. Indeed, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is in a Forbidden Sea. One can go to the Forbidden Sea only with the Iron Blood token. Fei-er and the others wanted to give me a surprise. At the same time, they did not want Xiao Chun to follow me to the Grave Island Sea. They did not want Xiao Chun to share the risk. Xiao Chun wanted to blame Xiao Chun, but he did not know where to start. However, just at this moment, Xiao Suo's expression suddenly turned somewhat grave. He said, "Young Master Xiao, I have something to tell you." When Xiao Chun saw that the others' expressions were not quite right, his heart sank as he had a bad feeling. "What is it? Speak." "We lost the Scarlet Blood War banner." "Lost it?" Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he felt shocked in his heart. The Scarlet Blood War banner was a crucial tool for finding the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. If the war banner was lost, it meant that the treasure would be gone as well. However, Xiao Chun was very carefree. After his emotions fluctuated for a while, he quickly adjusted himself. If the war banner was lost, then he could only head for the Central Great Realm in advance. Should he go directly to the Dragon Race's territory? Or should he go to the Yanwu dynasty or the Tianwu dynasty first and understand the situation in the Central Great Realm before going to the Dragon Race? However, he had to make a decision. "Big Brother Xiao Chun, are you not angry?" Fei-er looked at Xiao Chun somewhat nervously. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and looked at Xiao Suo. "Don't be dispirited. In the end, Xiao Suo was the one who bought the war banner. It is not mine. There is really no need to blame yourself. You being able to return alive is better than anything else. There are many fortuitous encounters in the world, but we only have one life. I will say this very seriously. Don't take such risks in the future." Xiao Chen's words came from the bottom of his heart. His sincerity warmed Fei-er and the others. After hesitating for a while, the Iron Hand Yama said, "Actually, we might not have lost it. Given my understanding of that person, I feel that he will return the Iron Blood War banner in the end and not snatch our things." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. There is more to this than meets the eye? What exactly is going on? After some thought, the Iron Hand Yama said, "Didn't I say earlier that we nearly could not return? Someone saved us in the Grave Island Sea region. At that time, Xiao Suo was using the Iron Blood War banner to fight. That is where the problem lies. After we were rescued, that person suddenly said that he wanted to borrow the Iron Blood War banner to take a look and that he would return it to us the next time we meet. The other party is very strong, and his pirate group is even stronger. Although he said he wanted to borrow it, there was no way to refuse." Chapter 1775. The other party was very strong? These words coming out of the Iron Hand Yama's mouth were somewhat unusual. After all, he had once been a member of the Savage Blood pirate group. What pirate crew? Could it be stronger than the Wolf Smoke pirate group? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Fei Luo Nan, and the others nodded slightly, indicating that it was indeed true. The Iron Hand Yama said, "It's the Iron Horn Pirate Group. In the past, there were 3 pirate groups in the Grave Sea that obtained the Iron Blood token. One was the Savage Blood Pirate Group, which is now the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group. The last one is the Iron Horn Pirate Group." Iron Horn Pirate Group? When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly startled. He seemed to have heard Ding Yuan say that the Grave Sea Pirate Alliance had indeed sent out 3 Iron Blood tokens. At that time, he only knew that Savage Blood and Wolf Smoke had obtained them, but he did not ask who had obtained the remaining Iron Blood token. However, this Iron Horn Pirate Group went to the Forbidden Sea long ago and has not returned to the Grave Sea for more than 20 years already. I've never seen the Iron Horn Pirate Group before. I've only heard about some of their deeds. They were the overlords of the Grave Sea many years ago. Then they went to the Forbidden Sea. This time they are already a 6-star pirate group. A 6-star pirate group would have almost no hope of snatching back the Scarlet Blood banner. Somewhat ashamed, Xiaosu said, "Leader, I'm sorry. If only I had not used the Scarlet Blood War banner back then. Otherwise, he would not have borrowed it." Xiao Chen comforted him. "Don't say that. It's enough that you're alive. If you did not use the Scarlet Blood War banner, you would have been wiped out long ago. We won't be able to last until the Iron Horn Pirate Group arrives." Xiao Chen did not have much hatred for the Iron Horn Pirate Group. It was natural for pirates to rob others. The other party was already very benevolent by not making things difficult for the Black Cutlass out of consideration for their old friendship. If Xiao Chen was ruthless and did not help, he would still be able to obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner. "Let's call it a day. How's the ship?" Xiao Chen asked. He was more concerned about whether the Black Cutlass was damaged or not. "The ship is fine. We just need to repair it a little. This time we have gained something." He had found 8 stalks of ghost cloudgrass and other natural treasures. It is enough to turn the Black Cutlass into a 5-star pirate ship. Xiao Suo said excitedly as he perked up a little when he mentioned the pirate ship. Bang! Bang! At this moment, someone knocked on the door. It was the waiter who had come to look for Xiao Chen. "Young master, someone just delivered a storage ring and mentioned that it was for you. He even said something about congratulating the people of the Black Cutlass for returning safely." While the others were at a loss, Xiao Chen guessed. "It is a gift sent by Jiang Hengchuan as an apology. You may leave. Just say that I have accepted the gift." Luo Nan and the others exchanged glances, finding this hard to imagine. The Wolf King who had made things difficult for them 3 months ago was now apologizing to them. The Iron Hand Yama carefully sized up Xiao Chen. Only then did he feel shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's aura was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, he was many times stronger. It had reached a level that even Xiao Chen could not see through. After all, he had broken through the bottleneck of Star Venerate in the past 2 years. "Captain, did you really defeat the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group by yourself?" Even now, Xiao Suo still did not believe it. This was simply too surreal. Xiao Chen retorted casually, "Could it be fake?" After saying that, Xiao Chen sent his spiritual sense into the storage ring. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense. Then, he revealed a smile and said, "This Wolf King is really generous. He probably sent half of the birthday gift back then. Spending money to buy one's life was nothing more than this." Xiao Chen handed the storage ring to Xiao Suo. Then he said, "I'll leave the spirit jades and the birthday gift to you. Make the Black Cutlass a peak 5-star pirate ship in the shortest time possible." "All right, leave this matter to me," the Iron Hand Yama said. "I have some connections with the pirate hall here. I can use them and be of some help." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "In that case, I'll leave this matter to the 2 of you." Elder Tang was stunned. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young Master Xiao, you do not intend to give up on the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure?" Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. "Why should I give up? We put in so much effort. We have to fight for it, right? Giving up like this is not my style." Elder Tang immediately said excitedly, "That's good. I thought that young Master Xiao would directly give up." Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Come, I'll go take a look first. Let's meet up on the Black Cutlass." "Let's go." Everyone showed smiles on their faces as they left the inn and headed for the port. Along the way, the group spoke about their experiences after they parted. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. They still remembered the scene of their parting as if it was right before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. During these 2 years, Xiao had grown a lot. His strength was no longer the same as before. However, the people of the Black Cutlass were no weaker either. The Iron Hand Yama successfully broke through to Star Venerate. Now, his cultivation was stable and his strength steadily increased. When the Black Cutlass was a peak major primal core cultivator, he was already known as unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. This breakthrough was even more incredible. If not for the Wolf Smoke Pirate Group having 8 Star Venerates and the Wolf King being a peak early-stage Star Venerate, the Iron Hand Yama would not care about them. The Iron Hand Yama would not care about a regular 5-star pirate captain at all. The couple, Luo Nan and Fei also had extraordinary fortuitous encounters. Under the cleansing of Xiao life juice source, they had already advanced to major primal core venerates. Although their improvement was nothing compared to that of the disciples of rank 4 sex, it was still very rare. With the two's talent, it was truly rare for them to make such improvements. Elder Tang's cultivation did not improve much. However, his beast-taming skills were even more exquisite and strong. On the other hand, Xiao Sua's improvement was rather startling. The life juice source seemed to have completely unleashed his potential. Now Xiao Sua had already reached peak major primal core. In terms of cultivation, he was practically the same as Xiao Chun. After about 7 minutes, the group arrived at the Black Cutlass. The appearance of the Black Cutlass had not changed much. When Xiao Chun saw it, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. After entering the lower level, the group arrived before the immemorial demon soul formation that he cared about the most. At the core of the formation, the Yazi beast carved on the formation plate already had 3.5 stars lit up. This is the greatest trump card of our Black Cutlass. Once the Yazi beast demon soul is released, it is an existence equal to a middle-stage star venerate. If not for the Yazi beast demon soul, we would not dare to barge into the Grave Island Sea region. Elder Tang sighed. Then, he continued, "Unfortunately, the trouble we ran into was too big." "What trouble?" "We ran into a flock of underworld ghost birds. They were only middle-stage star venerates, but their abilities were too strange. They could make their bodies immaterial. The Yazi beast demon soul was outnumbered and killed in the end. If not for the Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain making a move, it would have been destroyed on the spot." Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. "Is that Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain really that strong?" The Iron Hand Yama nodded and said, "He gave me the feeling that he should be a late-stage star venerate." Elder Tang and the others could not make out the captain's strength at all. Late-stage star venerate? That was already an extremely horrifying cultivation realm. Right now, Xiao Chun could barely protect himself against a middle-stage star venerate. If he clashed head-on, he would lose in less than 100 moves. After advancing to star venerate, with every increase in cultivation realm, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change. This would result in a qualitative leap. The difference between early stage and middle stage was like heaven and earth. Without using his trump cards, Xiao Chen's current strength should be on par with that peak early-stage star venerate Wolf King. He would not be able to truly contend with a middle-stage star venerate, much less a late-stage star venerate. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looks like I need to break through to star venerate before going to the Forbidden Sea. Right now, he was only a step away from the Cloud Sea realm and could advance at any time. Xiao Chen already condensed the will of soul. He did not face any bottlenecks when advancing to the Cloud Sea realm. It was just a matter of time. After advancing to Star Venerate, Xiao Chun could formally cultivate soul energy. He could also cultivate the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's third move, Entering Hell. He could use this opportunity to break through to the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation and start cultivating the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's 4th layer. Xiao Chun urgently needed to raise his many cultivation techniques and martial techniques to Star Venerate before they could improve. Just at this moment, someone suddenly rushed in at the entrance to the next floor in a fluster. "Captain, it's bad. The Iron Horn Pirate Group is here again." Chapter 1776. Come again? Xiao Suo and the others immediately looked at Xiao Chen. Clearly, they wanted Xiao Chun to make the decision. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the Iron Hand Yama and asked, "Old Yama, what do you think of the Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain?" After thinking for a while, the Iron Hand Yama replied, "He is not like a regular pirate. He has a benevolent heart. I feel that he is here to return the Scarlet Blood War banner." After a pause, the Iron Hand Yama continued, "However, I also feel that something is wrong. If he is truly magnanimous, he would not be willing to lend us the Scarlet Blood War banner. There is no need for them to borrow our Scarlet Blood War banner. Back then, while the Iron Hand Yama said to lend it, there was actually no reason not to give it." Xiao Chun said indifferently, "Let's meet him." The bow of the ship welcomed the guests. A total of 4 or 5 people from the Iron Horn Pirate Group came. There were no other attendants. Everything was simple and did not look imposing. The leader was a middle-aged man in black captain's uniform. He had regular facial features and a squarish face, looking very imposing. Xiao Chun quickly stepped forward and performed a cupped fist salute. "Greetings, Iron Horn Pirate Group's captain. I have long heard of your great name." The middle-aged man carefully sized up Xiao Chun. Then he smiled and said, "My name is Yenjia. I am a few years older than you, so you can just address me as Big Brother Yen. Actually, we have met before." Xiao Chun found this strange, so he asked, "Met before?" He could not remember when he had met such a person. Xiao Chun had always been confident in his memory. It was impossible for him to not have any impression of someone he had met before. "Young Master Xiao, do you remember this old man?" An old man walked out from behind Yenjia and asked with a smile as he looked at Xiao Chun. "It's you." This person was the stall owner who sold the Dragon Shadow Condor wing bone to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun had a deep memory of this person. Back then, this person even recommended a drop of Dragon Shadow Condor essence blood to Xiao Chun. At that time, Xiao Chun had found it strange that Xiao Chun had killed a Dragon Shadow Condor. It turned out that this person was from the Iron Horn Pirate Group. No wonder. That explained everything. It looks like young Master Xiao still remembers this old man. "Back then, when you crossed the Grave Sea in a hurry, my captain saw you at the bow of the ship. You left a deep impression on me, and I still remember it clearly." The old man explained with a grin. Xiao Chun suddenly understood and said, "So that's how it is. Big Brother Yen, please come inside. I still haven't properly thanked you for saving my friends and brothers." Yenjia waved his hand in refusal and said, "It's just a small matter, just something that happened in passing. It's not worth mentioning. I didn't come here for this. Here." Right after Yenjia spoke, he tossed out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and gently caught it. Buzz! The war banner instantly unfurled, flapping loudly in the wind. A feeling of a bloodline connection came from the Scarlet Blood War banner. Back then, he had held the war flag and fought against the powerhouses of the Divine Shield Legion. After obtaining the Scarlet Blood War banner's acknowledgement, although the war banner had not recognized him as its master yet, this feeling of being connected by blood, like an arm, continued. A bleak and domineering aura emanated from Xiao Chen's body. The flapping war banners made the surrounding wind even louder. A strong wind blew on the bow of the warship, causing the clouds in the surroundings to tremble slightly. It conjured a strange phenomenon of fighting for supremacy and a long flag in the wind. Yenjia chanted softly, "My name is Qi Shui. I have a body of scarlet iron, and my blood is burning hot. I have been up and down for half of my life, wandering from place to place. I have been invincible for half of my life, and I have been fearless. My body is like a sword, unyielding and unyielding. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining for 10,000 years. My body is like a mountain, spanning tens of thousands of miles. My eyes are like the stars, the sky is dark. I cover the sky with one hand and proclaim myself an emperor with the other." As the Scarlet Blood Pirate King spoke his last words, The scarlet blood war banner burned with a faint scarlet flame, looking even more tyrannical than before. Pa pa pa! Yenja clapped his hands and praised. What a great scarlet blood pirate king! Even after his death, his will is still so strong. Thinking back to his life, it was truly admirable and filled with emotions. Young Master Shao is truly a young hero. To think that you managed to obtain the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. This Yen also admires you. This mysterious phenomenon happened in the time it took for Shao Chun to take a breath. It was purely something that happened automatically after Yen Zhe received the war banner. With a gentle wave, Shao Chun put away the war banner. Without changing his expression, he said, "Big brother Yen, you even returned a treasure like the Scarlet Blood War banner. This also makes Shao Chun feel admiration. You are too polite." Yen Zhe smiled faintly and did not deny it. "Goodbye then. I have an appointment with the Pirate Hall's Hall Master, so I will not disturb you any longer." Shao Chun personally sent Yen Zhe off. As he watched the other party leave, a contemplative light flickered in his eyes. This Yen Zhe really has the air of a major character. To think that he really returned the Scarlet Blood War banner. This is truly unexpected. The Iron Hand Yama said somewhat ruefully. Shao Sua's lips twitched as he said, "You fellow, didn't you say that this person would return it? Turns out that you were just consoling me." The Iron Hand Yama smiled and said, "It was just a feeling. Who would not be tempted by a treasure like the Scarlet Blood War banner? Even I would be tempted. I can only say that I ran into a good person this time." "Big brother Shao, why aren't you saying anything?" Shao Chun recovered his wits and smiled. "I was wondering when he would return." "Ah!" The others were shocked. Would he return? Shao Chen's first feeling was that this Yen Zhe was not that simple. However, Shao Chun could not figure out Yen Zhe's character for now. After sending the Black Scimitar to be modified, Shao Chun and the other members of the Black Scimitar rented a courtyard in the Pirate Hall. Inside the cultivation room, Shao Chun thought hard. In the end, he gave up on advancing to Star Venerate. He needed a turning point to break through. Such a breakthrough was simply too casual. Although Shao Chun was currently at peak Major Primal Core realm, his various aspects were still very malleable. There was no rush to break through. The modification of the Black Scimitar took half a month, using up 10 million Spirit Jades. Most of the Spirit Jades came from the Wolf King's compensation. Shao Chun did not spend much himself. The Black Scimitar was already a peak 5-star weapon. Furthermore, with the immemorial Demon Soul formation, the Black Scimitar could rival a regular meteor pirate ship. For half a month, Shao Chun used it all to temper his saber techniques. After obtaining the starting stance of the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, Shao Chun planned to comprehend a saber technique from it. Just like Zhen Yuan's Azura Hell back then, breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane ultimately chose to use breaking the mundane as the foundation. Shao Chun would create a saber technique that belonged to him around it. This saber technique had a beautiful name, Dreamlike Mundane World. This time, from the moment Shao Chun created this saber technique, he infused his great Tao energy and soul energy into it. This was very difficult and also the most challenging. After half a month, Shao Chun had not comprehended a single move. He only had a vague method and a general feeling. Entering a dream with the saber, using a dream as a saber. After half a month, Shao Chun was about to go on a long journey, using the Iron Blood token to head to a forbidden sea. Yen Zhe arrived. "Haha, young Master Shao, after not seeing you for a few days, your air has changed again. This is truly admirable." Yen Zhe came alone, without any attendants or subordinates, appearing very casual. It seemed like this was the case. Whims come when whims come. Shao Chun smiled and said, "Big brother Yen is too polite. You came at the right time. If you had come one day later, I would have been leaving the Grave Sea." "Leaving the Grave Sea?" Yen Zhe appeared slightly startled. "Are you going to the ash-gray sea of the 7 great forbidden seas?" Shao Chun nodded. "Yes, the ash-gray sea." According to Elder Tang's deduction, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure was in the ash-gray sea of the 7 great forbidden seas. "It looks like Big Brother Yen knows where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is as well," Shao Chun asked casually. Yanjia was rather straightforward. He said softly, I was in the ash-gray sea for 30 years and saw the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's last words. With a little deduction, I figured out where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is. That place is called Myriad Star Mountain, a famous land of fortuitous encounters in the ash-gray sea. In the past, rumor had it that it was the remnant of an ancient sect. Unexpectedly, it was where the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left his treasure. Many rank 6 sects use that place as a dangerous land for experiential training for their disciples. Occasionally, the elders of the large sects might even personally charge over. Xiao Chun smiled calmly and said, It looks like Big Brother Yen understands this Myriad Star Mountain very well. Naturally, after being in the ash-gray sea for 30 years, I know these things. If you need help, you can come and look for me at any time. Yanjia took out a jade strip and handed it to Xiao Chun. Then he said, This jade strip contains my will of soul. If you want to contact me, you just need to use your soul energy to activate the jade strip. Yanjia was very generous. After leaving behind the jade strip, he left again. Chapter 1777. As Xiao Chun held the jade strip and looked at Yanjia's back, he entered deep thought. Luonan, who was at the side, whispered, This Senior Yen is really magnanimous. To think that the Myriad Star Mountain is such a dangerous place. Should we invite him to come with us? Xiao Sua said seriously, So, the Myriad Star Mountain is such a place. Many rank 6 sects use it for experiential training. It is somewhat hard to imagine. Sects were categorized into ranks. Rank 7 was the highest. Above that were the various holy lands, the transcendent factions that did not leave the mundane world. A 6th grade sect was already a bona fide supergiant. An elder of a rank 6 sect could easily flatten the entire grave sea without any effort. Xiao Su's worry was not without reason. Xiao Chun had interacted with rank 5 sects before. In Dragon Flame City, he had fought with the many rank 5 sect disciples of the Yanwu dynasty. He had even fought with the true inheritors. All of them lost to him. The rank 6 sect disciples might be strong, but they would not be that strong. Xiao Chun did not fear them. What he feared were the rank 6 sect elders. If he ran into them, he would have no chance of victory. Xiao Chun looked at the Iron Hand Yama and asked, Old Yama, what do you think? After thinking for a while, the Iron Hand Yama said with some conflict, There is no way to ask for help. Our strength is not equal. We cannot work together unless we give up most of the benefits. In any case, I do not believe that this Yanjia will really help us at all costs after just a few meetings. Elder Tang interjected, The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove must be incredibly vast. Even if we only take 1% of it, we will still be able to gain a lot and obtain significant fortuitous encounters. However what? The Iron Hand Yama asked. Elder Tang hesitated for a while before saying, However, what if the other party burns the bridge after crossing it and does not give us even 1%? We will not have the strength to deal with him. That can't be. I don't think that Senior Yen is that kind of person. If he were, he would not have saved us the first time we met. The first time we met did not involve any major benefits. It is hard to say what happens next. Everyone had their own opinions, and the discussion went on endlessly. The Iron Hand Yama, Elder Tang, and the others split into 2 factions. These 2 veterans did not believe in the so-called good things in the world. Everything was possible when it came to benefits. Luonan, Fei and Xiao Sua felt that they could trust Yanjia, so they invited him to Myriad Star Mountain. Young Master Xiao, what do you think? Only then did the others remember that Xiao Chun hadn't spoken a word, so they hurriedly looked at him. Xiao Chen's eyes were solemn as he said, This person is not normal. What? It was fine if he didn't speak, but the moment he did, Xiao Chen's words were shocking, causing everyone to be extremely surprised. Say, who can remain so calm after hearing about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure? Calm and unruffled, without the slightest hint of agitation or excitement. Is there such a person? Xiao Chen's question immediately caused the Iron Hand Yama, Xiao Sua, and the others to exchange glances. Naturally, there are such people. Once their strength reaches a certain level, they will not care about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. However, what does he count for? He is just a late-stage star venerate. How can he be so calm? Fei Er's expression changed slightly, and she asked softly, "Then he was pretending." Xiao Chun nodded silently. This person is very scary, too shrewd and scheming. He knows our every move like the back of his hand. Of all times, he came just as we were about to leave, coincidentally appearing. After that, he inadvertently told us how dangerous the Myriad Star Mountain is and what kind of factions surround it. He clearly wants to explore the Myriad Star Mountain with us. However, he is trying to scare us off, wanting us to go and beg him ourselves. The expressions of Luo Nan, Fei Er, and Xiao Suo immediately changed. They thought about it. Yenja said that that place was too dangerous, so they wanted to invite him to explore the Myriad Star Mountain with them. They had fallen for his trap and scheme. Xiao Suo thought hard and said, "However, I can't figure out why he thinks so highly of us. Given his strength, he actually does not need to care too much about us. Right now, even if everyone on the warship worked together, they would not be a match for him. At best, Xiao Chun could barely protect himself and flee from him. To them, a late-stage star venerate was already an extremely terrifying existence. Whoosh! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and summoned out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Perhaps it is because of this. Back then, when Xiao Chun first met Yenja, he felt that the other party was testing him. This was because Yenja could not obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition. He could only use the Scarlet Blood War banner as a weapon. Given that, although Yenja had the Scarlet Blood War banner, it would not be of much use in the treasure trove. That day, when the other party saw the war banner in Xiao Chen's hand, he instantly unfurled it and triggered a mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chun had guessed that the other party would come again. If Xiao Chun could not obtain the Scarlet Blood War banner's recognition, the other party would definitely snatch it back. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Luo Nan, Fei Er, and the others felt their hair stand on end. The Iron Hand Yama was rather normal. Before benefits, how could he have any poise or emotions? After fighting in the ash-gray sea for so many years, if he were really so benevolent, he would have been eaten up long ago. If he was really so benevolent, I'm afraid he would have been eaten long ago and wouldn't have been able to hold his current position. What should we do? For a moment, the group found themselves in a dilemma, unable to make up their minds. After being schemed against by such a strong enemy, every step they took felt like there was a sword at their backs, like they could fall into the deep abyss at any moment. Xiao Chun was rather calm. We'll beat them at their own game. On the other side, after Yenja returned to his residence, the core members of the Iron Horn pirate group started asking questions. After hearing Yenja's explanation, they all revealed confused and surprised expressions. "Captain, are we just going to let them go like that?" "Indeed. That concerns the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure." The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was a legendary pirate king. It is hard to imagine how vast the treasure he left behind is. If we can obtain it, it might be possible for the Ironhorn pirate group to become a legend. The few subordinates were incredibly excited, and some were even more anxious. They immediately asked for permission to capture Xiao Chun and the others. Yenja smiled faintly. There are 3 strategies: the best strategy, the middle strategy, and the worst strategy. Your method of using brute force is the worst strategy of all. How can that Xiao Chun submit so easily? Even if you can use his friends to threaten him, it will be hard to guarantee that he will fight to the death. At that time, the losses outweigh the gains, and the losses will be even greater. But we can't just let them go like that, right? The old man who sold the dragon shadow condor wing bone to Xiao Chun said, feeling confused. Yenja was very confident. He smiled unhurriedly and said, "He will come back and look for me in less than 2 hours. What if they really leave?" Someone asked, still feeling dissatisfied. Yenja replied indifferently, "I have my own backup plans. The ash-gray sea is not a peaceful place. I will make them suffer a little, and they will still take the initiative to come and look for me. The best way to manage people is to attack their minds. I want them to work for me wholeheartedly and even feel grateful to me. After a while, someone came to report that Xiao Chun sought an audience. Yan Zhi revealed a faint smile. The core members of the Iron Horn pirate group immediately felt that their captain was unfathomable and had great foresight. Captain is truly a godly person. Every step that Xiao Chun takes is within Captain's calculations. Indeed, it is as Captain said. He really came. Yan Zhi waved his hand and said, "Don't give the game away. Come with me to meet him." In the hall, Yan Zhi received Xiao Chun seriously. "Young Master Xiao, what brings you here?" Xiao Chun pretended to think for a while. Then, he said somewhat embarrassedly, "I would like to invite Big Brother Yen to come with me to the Myriad Star Mountain and take care of it. Of course, if there are any gains, I will definitely thank you generously." Yan Zhi revealed a troubled expression as he said, "I'm afraid that I cannot do so even though I have the heart." Xiao Chun asked curiously, "Why?" Yan Zhi explained, "I will not be able to leave the Grave Sea for the next half-month. I still have many old friends that I have yet to meet. Once I leave the Grave Sea this time, I will probably not come back again. I really do not want to waste this opportunity." Xiao Chun felt surprised, but he could not force the issue. After chatting for a while, he took his leave. "Captain, he already delivered himself to us. Why did you not agree?" After Xiao Chun left, the others in the hall revealed confused expressions once more. Yan Zhi said indifferently, "Don't worry, everything is under control. It is hard to guarantee that he is not here to test us. Firstly, my answer can dispel his suspicions. Secondly, if I casually agree, it will be hard for him to understand my importance. After he suffers, I will send him charcoal in his hour of need. Only then will he truly be grateful to you." Yan Zhi's words immediately won the admiration of Yan Zhi's subordinates. They simply did not expect their captain to be so scheming. Outside the courtyard, Xiao Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly before leaving. "You already saw through me, yet you are still acting. In that case, I will continue acting with you." Chapter 1778. Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Xiao Chun did not have a good way to deal with this Yan Zhi at the moment, so he could only continue acting with the other party. Firstly, the Iron Horn pirate group was very powerful. Yan Zhi's cultivation was even more unfathomable. He was at least a late-stage star venerate. Whether it was a small perfection late-stage star venerate, a great perfection late-stage star venerate, or a peak late-stage star venerate, he knew nothing and could not feel it at all. This was a terrifying enemy that could destroy the Black Cutlass in an instant. Under his generous appearance, there was a heart as vicious as a poisonous scorpion. It would be a huge mistake to be fooled by his appearance and think that he could just walk away. He wasn't afraid of the other party acting, but he was afraid that the other party wouldn't be willing to act and would resort to forceful means. That Xiao Chun really couldn't do anything about it. He could only allow himself to be slaughtered. It was unfortunate to be targeted by such a person. The situation was much more dangerous than it seemed. However, since he liked to act, it was exactly what Xiao Chun wanted. For the time being, he would play dumb, pretend to be infected, pretend to be schemed against. What the Black Cutlass and him needed was time. Xiao Chun believed that as time passed, the balance of power would slowly tip in his favor. Back at the Black Cutlass, Elder Tang quickly asked, "How is it?" Xiao Chun smiled and said, "It's okay." He refused. "You refused? In that case, wouldn't we have misunderstood him?" Elder Tang was slightly surprised. The others were also quite surprised. The corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He's just playing hard to get. This person's methods are really extraordinary. However, it does not matter. We just need to put on a good show with him. I do need such help for the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. The chess game was unpredictable. Yan Zhi wanted to use Xiao Chun as a chess piece. Since that was the case, Xiao Chun might as well beat him at his own game and make good use of him. "Come, let's go to the Ash-Gray Sea." Using the Iron Blood token, Xiao Chun successfully met the Pirate Hall's Hall Master, an old man with unfathomable strength. The feeling he gave Xiao Chun was actually much better than Yan Zhi. The Pirate Alliance was very mysterious. For it to be able to exist openly for so long, it definitely had many outstanding aspects. If the Wolf King Jianghengchuan was the overlord of the Grave Sea on the surface, then this old man was the Grave Sea monarch in the dark. However, the pirate hall had always been neutral. It would never seek revenge for pirate groups or start a feud with the Divine Shield army or sections. It felt like the pirate hall did not have a strong presence. It was more like a large chamber of commerce that knew how to make money. Anyone, even if they were not pirates, could trade treasures, purchase materials, and auction items in the pirate hall. Furthermore, even if it was a disciple of a righteous sect who came to register as a pirate, the pirate hall would not ask about it, simply ignoring it. His attitude was rather ingenious. Even so, no matter how weak the pirate halls in the Grave Sea were, they would not be able to survive. The Divine Shield army and the Bloodsword army did not dare to target the pirate hall. This was a taboo. No one dared to comply. Captain Shao, are you sure you want to use the Iron Blood token to head to the Ash Grey Sea? It is not good for you to go to the Ash Grey Sea with your strength. Why don't you wait a few more years? The old man gave Shao Chun some face, not saying that only death awaited him if he went to the Ash Grey Sea. He only said that it was not good and that he would go later. I've already made up my mind. Senior, please help me. Does not really help. The Iron Blood token is issued by the Pirate Hall in the first place. I will follow the instructions of whoever holds the Iron Blood token. When the old man saw how determined Shao Chun was, he did not say anything more. The old man ferociously clenched his fist and directly crushed the Iron Blood token. Whoosh! Boundless blood flowed out of the old man's hand. It was like a river of blood had appeared in his hand, pouring out blood continuously. Soon, the blood piled up, drowning Shao Chen, Shao Suo, and even the Black Cutlass. In the next moment, the blood turned into an unending stream of scarlet light soaring into the sky. The scarlet light shot towards the sky above the pirate hall. Stars flickered above the pirate hall, and a formation appeared out of nowhere, absorbing all the scarlet light. The light disappeared in a flash. Many people saw this scene but did not know what happened. Captain, they are going. The Iron Horn pirate group's people immediately called out. However, they were no strangers to this. Yen Zhe showed a grave expression as he said, "Follow them." Right after Yen Zhe spoke, an Iron Blood token appeared in his hand, and he crushed it. After a while, another beam of scarlet light soared into the sky, entering the mysterious starry heavens formation above the pirate hall. The Iron Horn pirate group followed. Indeed, it was as Shao Chun expected. This Yen Zhe would not remain indifferent to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure. Furthermore, Yen Zhe would not let Shao Chen's group escape Yen Zhe's grasp. Back then, when Shao Chun obtained that jade strip, he knew that this jade strip could let him contact the other party. Could also let the other party know where Shao Chun was at all times. If Shao Chun tossed it away, then Yen Zhe would know Shao Chen's plan. Then, Yen Zhe would immediately use force to make Shao Chun work for him. Unfortunately, Yen Zhe was not strong enough. Even if he knew the other party's plan, Shao Chun could not toss away the jade strip. He could only beat Yen Zhe at his own game. The moment Shao Chen and the others were submerged in blood, they lost consciousness. When they reappeared, they were already dead. When they reappeared, the Black Cutlass appeared in a new sea. One of the 7 great forbidden seas, the Ash Grey Sea. Captain, the seawater is corroding the first layer of defensive formations. It will not last for another hour. The level of space is too terrifying. A few of the internal components of the pirate ship have been crushed. If we do not think of a way to deal with this, the ship will disintegrate in half a day. Captain, there is a ferocious beast swimming over in front. The moment Shao Chen's voice landed, bad news arrived. Everyone had no time to appreciate the vastness of the vast Ash Grey Sea. Shao Suo was very busy. The entire Black Cutlass worked quickly, doing its best to keep the pirate ship moving normally in the Ash Grey Sea. Don't panic. According to the previous plan, the Black Cutlass should have no problem moving normally in the Ash Grey Sea. Shao Chun was strangely calm, calming Shao Suo's somewhat anxious heart. Shao Suo nodded and said, "Right, it is just that we suddenly came to the Ash Grey Sea and need some time to adjust. We can deal with the other problems." However, that ferocious beast is somewhat problematic. Xiao Suo pointed to a strange bird that appeared on the water screen in the captain's quarters. However, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It came at a good time. The immemorial demon soul formation happens to need some nourishment." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Xiao Chun left the pirate ship with a few flashes. Whoosh! What strong spatial pressure! The Forbidden Sea truly lives up to its reputation. Xiao Chun could already move freely in the Grave Sea. However, when he arrived at the surface of the ash-gray sea, he felt pressure. There seemed to be many invisible hands on the surface of the sea, pulling on Xiao Chen's feet and pulling him into the sea. The surging seawater seemed to possess a demonic nature, deterring one from looking at it for long. The seawater here was definitely much more terrifying than the seawater of the Grave Sea. "Open!" Xiao Chen shouted, and the vital qi in his body swam through his dragon veins. All the dragon bones in his body crackled, sounding like a terrifying dragon roar. The moment Xiao Chen brought out his small perfection divine dragon war body, he resisted all the pressure. Xiao Chen looked into the distance. There was a huge scarlet bird with scarlet feathers covering its body. It was nearly 1 kilometer long. A demon blood vulture. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He was somewhat reluctant to use it as nourishment for the immemorial demon soul formation. Even in the ash-gray sea, such mutated beasts were extremely rare. They possessed a demonic nature and had strong growth potential, able to evolve continuously. It would not be strange for several demon blood vultures to evolve into existences like the underworld ghost bird or the dragon shadow condor. The prerequisite was that the demon blood vulture had to continuously absorb all sorts of demonic nature. If Elder Tang managed to tame it, it would definitely become a great weight for the Black Cutlass. When that demon blood vulture felt Xiao Chen's gaze, it could not help releasing its demonic nature. To think that an insignificant human wanted to tame it. He truly overestimated himself. Chapter 1779. Demon Blood Vulture. The demon blood vulture before Xiao Chen was already close to middle stage star venerate. Furthermore, it was born and raised in the ash-gray sea. It held a great advantage over the newcomer Xiao Chen. The demon blood vulture exuded a strong demonic nature. When it spread its wings, a surging demonic might spread out, causing the waves to surge and roar, looking very awe-inspiring. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he thought to himself, "I heard that many demonic Tao experts like to rear this bird. On one hand, it suits my nature. On the other hand, I can use my demonic nature to nourish this bird, bringing out the best in each other." It looks like the rumors are true. The demon blood vulture is indeed full of demonic nature, ferocious and cruel. However, since it runs into me today, it has to be obedient and wait to be captured. Xiao Chen watched as the demon blood vulture charged over at lightning speed, its sharp claws looking like it wanted to tear him in half. Ka-ca. Just as Xiao Chen thought this, the demon blood vulture arrived before Xiao Chen, and a berserk shock wave surged out. Xiao Chen immediately felt a huge pressure. His physical body felt like a fallen leaf about to get swept away. The demon blood vulture is controlling the wind. If Xiao Chen could not stabilize himself and got swept away by the strong wind, he would be at the mercy of the demon blood vulture, unable to do anything about it. With a thought, Xiao Chen silently circulated the ice feather divine incantation. Immediately, snow flew everywhere, and cold qi spread out. Under the influence of the boundless cold qi, the demon blood vulture's speed decreased significantly. The originally terrifying strong wind immediately became much gentler. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and fanned his sleeves. Bang! 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 With this casual fanning, Xiao Chen drove 20 cauldron force, which surged out like a tsunami. It instantly scattered the other party's strong wind. The demon blood vulture, which was approaching Xiao Chen, immediately found it extremely difficult to take another step forward. Left without a choice, the demon blood vulture spread its wings and circled around before diving down again. Whoosh! 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 The demon blood vulture opened its beak and spat out thousands upon thousands of scarlet demonic arrows containing the demonic qi it had cultivated for hundreds of years. If an ordinary person came in contact with these arrows, they would immediately die, corroding into a skeleton. Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate it. Even with his physical body, he did not dare to touch this darn thing. Hua! Xiao Chun drew his saber from its scabbard and slashed out. This saber strike contained great Tao energy and soul energy that Xiao Chun could already control freely. As the saber light slashed out, all the arrows formed by demonic chi were destroyed. However, the demon blood vulture took advantage of this opening to bully Xiao Chun. When it flapped its wings, space seemed to fold. Xiao Chun was in the middle of it, unable to control himself. The two forces pressed against each other, causing him to feel a sense of danger. The demon blood vulture quickly folded its wings, wanting to crush Xiao Chun to death. What great strength! Xiao Chun did not panic. A swastika appeared between his eyebrows. Buddhist light immediately enveloped his body, and the overbearing and ferocious Buddhist light swept out in all directions. The demonic nature spreading from the demon blood vulture immediately burned and purified like fire. The demon blood vulture cried out miserably. Buddhist might. This was what gave Xiao Chun the confidence to deal with this demon blood vulture. If it were another ferocious beast of the same grade, Xiao Chun would have some trouble dealing with it. The demon blood vulture, a ferocious beast with a demonic nature as its foundation, was much easier to deal with. Of course, this was only relative. If this demon blood vulture was stronger, the Buddhist might would not have any effect on it. Like water and fire, they restrained each other. Taking advantage of the demon blood vulture's miserable shriek, Xiao Chun executed resolving the mundane. Boom! An eternal and inextinguishable saber light appeared. Xiao Chun, who had destroyed the 6 desires, sent out his strongest saber strike. The strong aura immediately pushed back the demon blood vulture and averted the danger of being shocked to death by its wings. When the boundless saber light landed, a long wound appeared on the demon blood vulture's body. Blood continuously flowed out. It immediately wailed and flapped its wings as it fled frantically. To think that it still has such strong life force. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the demon blood vulture's head. The demon blood vulture remained unconvinced. Tried to fling Xiao Chen off, doing its best to struggle. Xiao Chun sheathed his saber, and the top of the scabbard landed heavily on Xiao Chen's head. This shook the demon blood vulture's soul, and its injuries worsened. Then, Xiao Chun sent a strand of spiritual sense into the untamable demon blood vulture's mind. Be obedient, or else I will take your life. After a few clashes, the demon blood vulture was at a complete disadvantage. It was forced to carry Xiao Chen back to the Black Cutlass. The expressions of the Black Cutlass's crew members immediately changed drastically. When they saw Xiao Chun above, they revealed shocked expressions. Captain actually subdued this ferocious beast. Elder Tang showed shock on his face. Unexpectedly, not only did Xiao Chun defeat this demon blood vulture, but he even subdued it. Whoosh! A white light flashed, and Xiao Chun landed beside Elder Tang. Senior Tang, I'll leave the matter of completely taming this demon blood vulture to you. Elder Tang showed a troubled expression as he said, Young Master Xiao, although I come from the beast governing sect, I have not reached the level where I can tame a star venerate level ferocious beast. Furthermore, the beast governing sect's beast taming method is to tame it from a young age, using sound to control it. Very few forcefully subdued it like young master did. What Xiao Chun did was not taming but subduing. He could not nurture the demon blood vulture's loyalty at all. Furthermore, with Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to think about taming a ferocious beast. Naturally, I know. Come to my cultivation room later. Xiao Chun did not explain much. He walked over to Xiao Su and asked, How's the situation? Xiao Su smiled and replied, Everything is back to normal. Our Black Cutlass can rival a 6-star pirate ship. There should be no problem navigating the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chen frowned and said, Just navigating the ash-gray sea is not enough. When Senior Gue forged this ship, he used the immemorial demon soul formation as its core. All this while you have not put in the effort to study this immemorial demon soul formation. Naturally, I know what Big Brother is talking about. However, Xiao Sua found it hard to speak of his troubles. finding it hard to explain. Xiao Chun patted Xiao Suo's shoulder and said, I understand what you mean. The immemorial demon's soul formation's demonic nature is too deep, too evil. You are afraid of becoming its puppet. Yes, that is the principle. Leave it to me, then. Xiao Chun felt very confident. As he looked at the vast ash-gray sea and the demon blood vultures circling around, he felt very carefree. He felt very carefree. What the Black Cutlass lacked was time. That Yenja thought that he could control the Black Cutlass and crush it at any time. Now that the sky was high and the sea was wide, this was the time for Xiao Chun to show off his abilities in the ash-gray sea. Xiao Chun took out Yenja's jade strip and smiled coldly to himself. So what if you know where I am? After about 7 minutes, Elder Tang discovered that the Iron Hand Yama was in the cultivation room as well. However, he did not see Xiao Chun. Old Yama, why do you think young Master Xiao called us over? Elder Tang felt somewhat nervous as he looked at the Iron Hand Yama in confusion. The Iron Hand Yama drank wine and smiled. Little brother Xiao Chun has been planning this trip to the Ash-Gray Sea for a long time. Now that he is here, he should be carrying out his plan. What do you mean? The Iron Hand Yama smiled mysteriously. Did you not notice that little brother Xiao Chun did not panic at all after he saw through that Yenja's plan? He must have planned this long ago and is not afraid at all. Otherwise, given his character, he would definitely travel alone and not bring us along to take the risk. Elder Tang's expression changed slightly as if he thought of something. Just at this moment, Xiao Chun walked out. He nodded slightly to the two before taking a seat. Xiao Chun looked at Elder Tang and said, Senior Tang, this is a beast taming cultivation technique that I just copied. Take a look. Beast taming art? Elder Tang felt slightly surprised. Many beast taming cultivation techniques in the world had such names. Just from the names, one could not make out anything special. After looking at it for a while, Elder Tang's expression changed drastically. This is the ancient beast taming abode's beast taming cultivation technique. Young Master Xiao, where did you obtain it? Where did Xiao Chun get it? Naturally, he found it in the scripture pavilion in the underground Dragon City. He also obtained the Ice Feather Divine Incantation there. Xiao Chun's memory was astonishing. He would not forget any cultivation technique that he had seen. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun found a cultivation technique related to beast taming. This beast taming art was created by an expert. It was a unique method that allowed one to carve formations in the minds of subdued ferocious beasts. The formation merged with the soul and bloodline. Not only could it control the ferocious beasts, but it could also control the descendants of the ferocious beasts. By relying on this cultivation technique, any disciple of the beast taming abode could easily control hundreds of ferocious beasts during the ancient era. The strong ones could even control thousands or tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. There was more to the beast taming art. When cultivated to a high level, one could continuously modify formations to strengthen the ferocious beasts they controlled. How is it? With this beast taming art, Elder Tang, are you confident of taming that demon blood vulture? Elder Tang laughed loudly and said, It will be easy, young Master Xiao, rest assured. After obtaining the beast taming art, Elder Tang felt incredibly excited. He immediately took his leave and started studying it. Now, only Xiao Chun and the Iron Hand Yama remained in the cultivation room. Old Yama, you are the most experienced on the Black Cutlass. Do you know why I only handed this beast taming art to Elder Tang after arriving at the Ash-Gray Sea? The Iron Hand Yama smiled faintly and said, Our every move in the pirate hall cannot escape that Yenja's eyes and ears. Any sign of trouble will startle him. At that time, we might end up helping him for nothing. Xiao Chun nodded and praised the Iron Hand Yama. He truly lived up to his reputation. Actually, that Yenja is nothing much. I have never paid too much attention to him. If we treat him as our opponent, then our vision is too narrow. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes. He had seen true experts before and received the inheritance of the foe god flame. His vision was already extraordinary. However, we do need to use him on the trip to the Myriad Star Mountain. I'm afraid that even more incredible people will appear. It would be best for him to be our vanguard. At the same time, we can probe his limits. The Iron Hand Yama said in a gratified manner. It looks like little brother Xiaochen already has a card up his sleeve. My previous worries were for naught. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and took out a secret manual for the Iron Hand Yama. These are the cultivation techniques and martial techniques that I chose for you. They are both medial grade earth ranked. You will need them when you advance to Star Venerate. The Iron Hand Yama received them and took a look. His heart immediately thumped heavily. They were indeed medial grade earth ranked cultivation techniques and martial techniques. Even in a rank 6 sect, such cultivation techniques would require extremely high contributions before one could read them. Xiao Chun casually took out 2 books. This was really a big move. There is no need to thank me. The ash-gray sea is vast and full of danger. If we are not careful, we will get wiped out. However, this is also the best opportunity for our Black Cutlass to rise up. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure is just one of them. Chapter 1780. When the Iron Hand Yama heard Xiao Chen's words, he immediately felt a sense of lofty aspiration spread in his heart. Xiao Chen's words were somewhat hot-blooded, inspiring encouragement. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove was just one. In that case, how high was Xiao Chen's goal? In the end, these people were just ants in this great 1,000 realms. The things they saw and the things they experienced were just the tip of the iceberg of the great 1,000 realms. However, Xiao Chun was different. He had inherited the Foe God Flame. In the memories of that Foe God Senior, he had inherited the Foe God Flame. In the memories of that Foe God Senior, Xiao Chun felt the vastness of this world, the true strength of those peak experts. Plucking the stars and grabbing the moon was no myth. In the eyes of those experts, it was just a trivial matter. There was the even more mysterious True God realm. That was a realm that even Foe God Seniors yearned for. Only by becoming a true god could one have an unlimited lifespan, able to exist forever with the world, never to be destroyed. The Iron Hand Yama performed a cupped fist salute and said, I'll enter closed-door cultivation right away. I definitely will not let down little brother Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Chen nodded and said, You have been accumulating at peak major primal core realm for many years. Now that you have broken through to Star Venerate, it proves your potential. You are no weaker than the experts of those large sections. You just lack fortuitous encounters and resources. What's even rarer is your experience of killing. Those sect experts simply cannot compare to you. When the Iron Hand Yama heard this, he felt encouraged, like he had been reborn. Originally, he had thought that reaching peak late-stage Star Venerate in this life would be the end of him. However, when he heard Xiao Chen's words, he felt that he could still improve further. He had set his sights too low. Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama were currently the 2 strongest people on the Black Cutlass. Naturally, Xiao Chun had to nurture them well. As for Xiao Suo Luonan and Fei Xiao Chun had made preparations as well. However, these people's cultivations were not high enough. The cultivation techniques and secret manuals that they prepared could not be used yet. This was especially so for Xiao Suo. Xiao Chun had even higher hopes for him. Right now, Xiao Suo was at the juncture of breaking through to Star Venerate. Xiao Chun hoped that Xiao Suo could figure out his own Tao before giving him help. Once he succeeded, it would not be difficult for them to overtake Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama, even though they started later. His future potential would be even greater. After a moment of silence, Xiao Chun began to think about his path in the cultivation room. He was wondering if he could forcefully break through the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiao Chen's original plan was to smoothly break through to the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 11th layer after he became a Star Venerate. That way, there would be no risk and it would be extremely safe. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was unreliable. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 7th layer, a lightning tribulation would descend with every layer. If the lightning tribulation could be safely passed without any challenge, the lightning tribulation would not be of any help to him at all. In the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun had been able to surpass his potential and break through his limits many times. It could be said that it had something to do with the lightning tribulations. Now that he had come to this great 1,000 world, He had neglected the essentials and focused on trifles. It was really a little too clever for his own good. I need to break through to the 11th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation before I become a Star Venerate. Coincidentally, my Thunder Dao has reached a bottleneck. If I can break it, I might even be able to grasp the Thunder Great Dao. Xiao Chun said softly. The light in his eyes grew increasingly brighter. The clouds parted, and his eyes became clear. Before Xiao Chun obtained the Tyrant Saber, he already had extremely high attainments in the Thunder domain. After obtaining the Tyrant Saber, his understanding of the Thunder Dao deepened. After using the Tyrant Saber's Thunder Great Dao several times, his comprehension deepened and he benefited greatly. Actually, Xiao Chun had a similar experience in the Kunlun realm. The facts proved that one could not purposely avoid lightning tribulations. There was a world of difference in the benefits obtained from enduring lightning tribulations and clearing them without any threat. However, this vast ash-gray sea looked quiet and uninhabited, looking boundlessly vast. However, it was hard to predict how many dangers hid under the water. It was not that easy to find a place to take the tribulation. I should go and take a look at the immemorial demon soul formation first. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and entered the next layer, arriving before the immemorial demon soul formation. Sometimes, Xiao Chun wondered what Senior Gui's intentions were when he placed this terrifying formation on the Black Cutlass back then. This formation was strong, strange, and evil. No one dared to think too deeply about it. Actually, the entire layout of the Black Cutlass used the immemorial demon soul formation as the core. No matter how it was designed later, it was all within Senior Gui's framework. No matter how much it changed, it was still the same. However, Xiao Chun and the other crew members of the Black Cutlass would not use the immemorial demon soul formation unless it was a critical moment. The reason was that this formation was too evil. Actually, using the flesh and soul of cultivators to replenish this formation was the fastest way to light up the pearls. However, the people on the ship, including Xiao Chun, did not have such thoughts. Once they made an exception and enjoyed the benefits, they would not be able to stop. This was no different from how the demonic Dao did things. Sooner or later, it would affect their hearts. The scarlet demonic formation was profound and complicated. The leaping scarlet light covered the entire formation in layers of thick scarlet mist. Xiao Chun had been suppressing it, so the scarlet mist was not as exaggerated. Otherwise, the incredibly evil and demonic blood mist would have covered the entire Black Cutlass. Whoosh! Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped the formation plate at the core. The scarlet mist covering the formation immediately scattered. The immemorial demon soul formation stopped operating, and the entire Black Cutlass was affected. The various defenses of the ship weakened significantly. A cold sensation spread out, and Xiao Chun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. His body no longer had any warmth. An evil aura invaded Xiao Chun's body, spreading throughout it. It is much stronger than before. Xiao Chun had a strong will. Naturally, he would not be affected. With a thought, he removed the tyrannical evil aura from his body. Xiao Chun flipped the formation plate over and saw 4.5 pearls on the Yazi beast's chest, looking exceptionally scary. If all 18 pearls were lit up, who knew how strong it would be? The Yazi beast looked like it would fly out at any moment. It stared at Xiao Chun ferociously, not treating him as its master at all. Xiao Chun remained indifferent. No spells would work against such an evil thing. There was no shortcut to restrain it. One could only be stronger than it. As long as one was stronger than it, they would not be able to do anything. Xiao Chun casually waved his hand, and the formation plate returned to its original position. Then the hazy scarlet chi rose up again. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. The scarlet chi that leaked out was filled with evil, containing an incredibly pure demonic nature. This was a huge hidden danger of the Black Cutlass. The Black Cutlass had to be careful at all times to suppress it. If the demon blood vulture absorbed this scarlet chi, it could resolve the hidden danger of the Black Cutlass and increase its strength at the same time. With a casual wave, a suction appeared in Xiao Chun's hand, instantly absorbing a small portion of the scarlet chi. Whoosh! 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 After a while, Xiao Chun left the pirate ship with a few flashes and arrived in the air. At this moment, the demon blood vulture was injured. It was currently curled up on the spirit beast platform behind the black cutlass. The spirit beast platform looked like it was only 100 square meters. However, it was actually an incredibly vast world inside. Such a spatial formation was expensive to build and even more expensive to maintain. Many 6-star pirate ships could not maintain it. However, Xiao Chun did not lack spirit jades. Naturally, he could build one. There were 2 cold steel eagles and some other ferocious beasts that Elder Tang tamed in the spirit beast platform. The demon blood vulture dominated the area, and no other ferocious beasts dared to approach it. Feeling Xiao Chen's gaze, this demon blood vulture opened its eyes. It remained unruly, looking at Xiao Chun with murderous intent. It is indeed very demonic. Even now, it is still thinking of how to eat me. Xiao Chun could not help smiling when he saw the demon blood vulture from the air. There were burn marks from the Buddhist light on the demon blood vulture's body. Its originally beautiful scarlet feathers no longer had their luster. They looked like wild chicken feathers, dispirited and listless. Xiao Chun waved his hand, and a scarlet light shot out. The scarlet mist that the demon blood vulture absorbed in the immemorial demon soul formation entered its body. The demon blood vulture immediately trembled, and its curled-up body suddenly unfurled. The demon blood vulture's dispirited aura was swept away, and its injuries healed quickly. The scarlet feathers covering its body gave off a beautiful scarlet light. The demon blood vulture looked mysterious and noble, as well as a trace of evil. Whoosh! When the demon blood vulture finished absorbing the scarlet light, it soared into the air and charged at Xiao Chun. The demon blood vulture immediately unleashed its demonic nature. The sudden eruption caught everyone off guard. If it were an ordinary person, the demon blood vulture would have torn them to shreds and eaten them alive in the next moment. Xiao Chun snorted coldly, and a golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He activated the great desolate divine eyes, and the blue dragon's dragon might spread out from his body. The demon blood vulture's aura trembled, and its speed slowed significantly. However, it still refused to give up and continued charging forward. Xiao Chun spread out his Dao might again. A Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Chun, and the Saber Dao's great Dao's might spread out. Hesitation flashed in the demon blood vulture's eyes as it continued charging forward. This great humiliation made it hate Xiao Chun to the bone. After the demon blood vulture recovered from its injuries, its demonic nature immediately erupted. What a great demon blood vulture! You are really rebelling. Xiao Chun raged, and a swastika appeared on his forehead. His Dao might, dragon might, and Buddhist might merged, and his aura reached its peak. Xiao Chun punched ferociously, and 20 cauldron force instantly exploded out. The demon blood vulture, whose aura suffered setbacks, went flying with one punch from Xiao Chun. The dragon might, the Dao might, and the Buddhist might terrified the demon blood vulture. With the 3 combined and 20 cauldron force, the demon blood vulture tumbled back. Xiao Chun somersaulted and landed on the demon blood vulture, which had just stabilized itself. Then he gently tapped its head with his scabbard. The unruly fellow immediately quietened down. However, the red light in its eyes did not fade. Be more obedient. Riding the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chun started to patrol the surroundings, searching for a suitable place to undergo the tribulation. At the same time, he could hunt ferocious beasts. He still needed to strengthen the immemorial demon soul formation. Chapter 1781. Riding on the untamable and demonic demon blood vulture, Xiao Chun patrolled the Black Cutlass. Firstly, he could quickly adapt to the ash-gray sea's environment. Secondly, he could hunt ferocious beasts to temper himself, adding nourishment for the immemorial demon soul formation. Thirdly, he could search for a place to undergo his tribulation. The vast ash-gray sea stretched as far as the eye could see. The waves surged and large waves rose and fell. Occasionally, pirate ships and adventuring ships of sects passed by. Although the ash-gray sea was vast and dangerous, there were many cultivators and pirates who came here to seek fortuitous encounters and temper themselves. This was especially so for pirates. Of the ships that passed by, 7 out of 10 were pirate ships. Xiao Chun had once heard Xiao Suo say that the Forbidden Seas were places that many pirates wanted to explore their entire lives. Without stepping into the Forbidden Seas, one could never be considered a true pirate. This was a kind of qualification. However, this sea region was only at the edge of the ash-gray sea's periphery. It was still a long way from the true deep sea. In this place, it was mostly peaceful and no accidents would happen. Everyone knew that there would not be any tempting resources or fortuitous encounters at the ash-gray sea's periphery. There was no need to worry about it. Big brother, there's a demon blood vulture. A cultivator at the bow of a pirate ship discovered the demon blood vulture soaring in the sky, and his eyes immediately lit up. The demon blood vulture was a rare, ferocious beast. Its entire body was a treasure. This was especially so for cultivators who cultivated demonic cultivation techniques. It was a great supplement, even more attractive than dragon blood or dragon meat. Don't get any ideas. Don't you see that there is another person on that demon blood vulture? It is best not to offend someone who can even tame a demon blood vulture. Otherwise, you will not even know how you died. That captain was very knowledgeable. When he saw Xiao Chun on the demon blood vulture, he immediately gave up on that idea. There were many similar people. However, when they saw someone tame a demon blood vulture, they all gave up. Their eyes filled with pity. A demon blood vulture was something that they would not run into even once in a blue moon. Even if they ran into one, it would be astonishingly strong and possessed an overwhelming demonic nature. One could not afford to offend it. For example, when Xiao Chun ran into a middle-stage star venerate and a demon blood vulture that had yet to fully mature, he could be said to be bursting with luck. Over there, Xiao Chun, who sat casually on the demon blood vulture, looked around and discovered a strange black fish at the bottom of the sea. His body was like a small island. If not for the fact that he was bobbing up and down, one would really think that he was an island in the sea. Xiao Chun knew quite a lot about dire beasts, but he didn't know what this strange black fish in front of him was. However, based on its aura, it was a star venerate level ferocious beast. It's you, do it. Xiao Chun patted the demon blood vulture he sat on, and it swooped down like a red phantom. Before the strange black fish could sink back into the water, the demon blood vulture's claws tore through its scales and flapped its wings. Boom! It raised monstrous waves, and the seawater on both sides directly sank. The demon blood vulture snatched the strange black fish out of the air. Blood flowed out like a mountain stream. This guy's claws are really terrifying. Fortunately, I didn't give it a chance to grab me. Xiao Chun thought to himself, I got lucky. The demon blood vulture's strength is truly horrifying. There was practically no need for Xiao Chun to make a move. The instant the demon blood vulture grabbed the strange fish and soared into the air, it used its sharp beak to peck and puncture the strange fish's head. Then, the demon blood vulture swallowed the strange fish. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. In merely 2 or 3 moves, the demon blood vulture nearly killed this early-stage star venerate strange fish. Xiao Chun quickly stopped the demon blood vulture and directed the demon blood vulture to fly back to the black cutlass. When it got close, it tossed the half-dead strange fish into the sea. Whoosh! Xiao Suo activated the immemorial demon soul formation, and a blood mist spread out from the ship. The immemorial demon soul formation continuously consumed the pirate-sized strange fish, giving off terrifying roars. That was the Yazi beast demon eating. From Xiao Chen's angle, the black cutlass, which was covered in blood mist, looked exceptionally strange. The demon blood vulture, which Xiao Chen sat on, looked at the blood mist. Saliva flowed out of its mouth like a river. The demon blood vulture became restless, wanting to pounce over and suck up all the blood mist. However, Xiao Chen firmly held it down, not giving it a chance at all. This was not the time to feed this ingrate. Once it grew stronger, it could kill Xiao Suo in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chun had to wait until Elder Tang's cultivation reached a certain level, and he completely tamed this demon blood vulture before he could feed it without any worries. Let's go. After taking a few more looks, Xiao Chun rode the demon blood vulture far away again. During the past half-month, Xiao Chun and the demon blood vulture patrolled the place, killing all sorts of ferocious beasts. With the demon blood vulture, an old bird of the ash-gray sea, around, Xiao Chun could avoid those terrifying ferocious beasts that he could not afford to offend. Even so, there were still several times when he had a close shave with his life on the line. Once, he saw an unremarkable little bird. He found it strange, so he gave it a few more glances. That little bird instantly turned seven-colored. Then, it opened its beak and spat out green venom that filled half the sky. Everywhere it passed, no ferocious beast survived after coming in contact with the venom. Later, Xiao Chun learned that this was one of the 10 great venomous beasts of the ash-gray sea. It was known as a flower bird. When the demon blood vulture revealed its true form, it outshone the flowers. However, even holy venerates did not dare to come in contact with its venom. Fortunately, Xiao Chun had the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, preventing the venom from coming in contact with it. Otherwise, he would have died. After another half-month, Xiao Chun rode the demon blood vulture back to the Black Cutlass. Boom! When the demon blood vulture landed on the spirit beast platform, it spread its wings and glared. The other ferocious beasts like the cold steel eagles immediately trembled in fear and quickly moved to the side. Big brother, the immemorial demon soul formation lit up 5 pearls. Xiao Sua quickly walked over and shared this news with Xiao Chun. After 1 month of hard work and killing more than 100 ferocious beasts, the remaining half of the pearl finally lit up. With the 5 pearls lit up, the Yazi beast demon soul's strength rivaled that of a late-stage star venerate. Coupled with its identity as a great desolate Ian ferocious beast, it was actually much harder to deal with than a true late-stage star venerate. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "I'll go and take a look." When Xiao Chun entered the next layer, he found himself surrounded by a hazy blood mist. There was practically no place for him to stand. The blood mist, which originally only covered the formation's surface, had already seeped out completely, spreading to every corner of the next layer. Xiao Chun observed carefully and discovered that much of the blood mist could perfectly permeate the various components of the ship. Actually, this Black Cutlass was slowly absorbing the blood mist at all times. However, it was clear that the speed at which the ship absorbed the blood mist could not keep up with the speed at which the blood mist seeped out. Otherwise, the ship would not be in this state, not even having a place to stand. Big brother, I noticed this mysterious phenomenon long ago. Although the ship's defense increased significantly from absorbing the blood mist, I keep feeling that it will turn into a demonic ship sooner or later. Xiao Sua stood beside Xiao Chun, speaking somewhat worriedly. A demonic ship? Xiao Chun smiled and asked, "Xiao Su, what do you think of demonic Dao cultivators?" Xiao Sua was stunned for a moment before replying, "Actually, I've come into contact with many demonic Dao cultivators. Most of them are ferocious people, not bound by morals or etiquette. When they do things, they do not have any worries or restrictions. For the sake of achieving their goals, they will do anything." After Xiao Chun got off, he asked, "What do you think of that Yenjia?" Feeling confused, Xiao Sua asked, "What does this have to do with Yenjia?" Xiao Chun smiled and replied, "Naturally, that Yenjia has thick eyebrows and big eyes. While he looks righteous and magnanimous, he has a venomous heart. Do you think he is of the demonic Dao or the righteous Dao? Hence, even if we use a demonic ship, we might not be of the demonic Dao. Even if we cultivate a righteous Dao cultivation technique, we might not be of the righteous Dao. There is no need to worry too much." These words immediately cleared up Xiao Su's thoughts, smoothing out the knot in his heart. Most of the crew members on this ship are young. Their mental states and willpower might not be as firm as ours. After staying with the blood mist for a long time, it will be hard to avoid being affected. As the captain, your every action is very important. If you can guard your heart, you will be able to imitate them and prevent them from falling into the demonic Dao. "I understand." Xiao Sua nodded. This time, he had completely resolved the knot in his heart. In the future, he would no longer feel as conflicted when facing the immemorial demon soul formation. After all, he was the owner of this ship. Xiao Chen's explanation was for Xiao Sua to have a better Black Cutlass in the future. However, the blood mist that leaked out was too wasteful and had some hidden dangers. I have to go and see how Elder Tang's cultivation of the beast taming art is going and whether he can completely tame that demon blood vulture. Captain, that Xiao Chun is still asking for reinforcements. It looks like he has already adapted to the Ash Gray Sea. In the Iron Horn pirate group, the core crew members surrounded Yenja, discussing in whispers. None of them wanted to watch this duck fly away right in front of their eyes. Yenja smiled faintly and said, "It is just the periphery of the Ash Gray Sea. We will run into trouble sooner or later. There is no rush. I gained a lot from this trip to the Grave Sea, deepening my mental state. I feel that I will break through to Star Venerate soon." "Congratulations, Captain." The moment Yenja said that, the others immediately became excited. Breaking through to Star Venerate meant that the captain would advance to the second stage of the Cloud Sea Realm, the Holy Venerate Realm. Chapter 1782. Elder Tang. How is your cultivation of the beast taming art? Xiao Chun asked straightforwardly when he arrived at Elder Tang's room. Elder Tang smiled and said, "Although 1 month is short, my accomplishments in beast taming are not low. My foundation is not bad either. The beast taming art has a total of 9 layers. Now that I have successfully cultivated the first layer, I am more or less at the entry level." Xiao Chun felt gratified. This was the reason why he gave the beast taming art to Elder Tang to cultivate instead of cultivating it himself. Every profession had its own specialization. The beast taming Dao was no weaker than the saber Dao or the sword Dao. Xiao Chun did not have any foundation at all. If he wanted to cultivate the beast taming art, he would have to spend a lot of time. "Are you confident of planting a soul mark in the demon blood vulture?" The so-called soul mark was the beast taming formation in the beast taming art. There were more than 1,000 kinds of formations, from simple to complicated. Collectively, they were known as soul marks. Once a soul mark was planted, the ferocious beast would be completely subdued. With a thought, the master could determine the lifespan of the ferocious beast. The scarier thing was that the soul mark would penetrate deep into the bones, blood, marrow, and soul. Even the descendants of ferocious beasts would have a soul mark when they were born. Elder Tang entered deep thought and said, "I can give it a try. I am not confident. If I were a Star Venerate, I would not have to worry." Xiao Chun consoled, "It's fine. Try it on the cold steel eagles and the other ferocious beasts. I am not in a rush." "Good. If I can gain some experience, I will be more confident of taming that demon blood vulture." Elder Tang paused for a moment. Then he suddenly thought of something. "Oh right. Young Master Xiao, I took a look at the sea map the day before yesterday. In another 7 days, we will be officially in the Ash Gray Sea. After that, not only will the environment be harsher, but there will also be more pirate ships. We have to plan ahead." Xiao Chun asked, finding this strange. "We are not considered in the Ash Gray Sea yet." Elder Tang smiled and sighed. "The Ash Gray Sea is very vast. Even a divine vein powerhouse would not dare to travel the entire place. Right now, we are only at the edge of the Ash Gray Sea's edge. When the seawater turns white and we feel the ancient and desolate aura of the Ash Gray Sea, we will be officially in the Ash Gray Sea." "I got it. 7 days, only 7 days left." When Xiao Chun officially set foot in the Ash Gray Sea, he would definitely encounter many dangers and competitions. Pirates were unreasonable. Anyone who dared to come to the Ash Gray Sea would not be weak. Xiao Chun fell into deep thought. It seemed like he would have to bring his tribulation forward. After a month of patrolling and exploring, he found a few places to undergo tribulation. Alas, none of them were too ideal. Now that they were about to formally enter the Ash Gray Sea, Xiao Chun could not afford to be picky. After taking his leave of Elder Tang, Xiao Chun climbed to the lookout tower. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the demon blood vulture on the spirit beast platform behind. The demon blood vulture felt Xiao Chen's gaze and looked back lazily. However, it showed no intention of getting up. Xiao Chun understood his intentions. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. The demonic blood mist that Xiao Chun collected earlier turned into a beam of scarlet light and flew towards the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture screeched excitedly and sucked in the demonic chi that ordinary people avoided in one gulp. The demon blood vulture looked at Xiao Chun in disappointment. However, Shao Chen had not completely tamed the demon blood vulture yet. He would not let it devour the blood mist wantonly. At most, he would reward it with some sweetness as a snack. The demon blood vulture flew out of the spirit beast platform unwillingly. It spread its wings and immediately kicked up a strong wind. The black cutlass shook slightly. Whoosh! With a somersault, Shao Chen landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, he rode it to his tribulation location. Even for Shao Chen, flying over the vast ash-gray sea drained a lot of energy. With a demon blood vulture, not only was it fast, but it could also conserve energy, making it much more convenient. The only problem was that this demon blood vulture was not easy to deal with. Once Shao Chen could not suppress it, it would turn around and tear him to shreds, ruthlessly devouring him. After flying for 500 kilometers, an island appeared before Shao Chen. Huge waves surged in the surroundings. Occasionally, huge splashes soared into the clouds. This place was remote with strong winds and strong waves. Few ships would take this route. This was one of the places that Shao Chen chose to undergo his tribulation. The environment here was harsher. The lightning tribulation that he triggered would definitely be more intense. Shao Chen had no choice but to choose the tallest of the shortest. Go back, then. Shao Chen patted the demon blood vulture's head and told it to return. He did not fear the demon blood vulture fleeing. Clearly, the demon blood vulture liked the blood mist a lot, to the point of addiction. The demon blood vulture kept thinking about how to kill Shao Chen and devour more of the blood mist. It would not flee at all. Shao Chen stared at the demon blood vulture in the distance. He discovered that it started circling midway, not listening to Shao Chen's instructions to return to the black cutlass. This fellow Shao Chen could not be bothered with it. After sighing, he withdrew his gaze. In any case, he left a mental mark in the demon blood vulture's body. No matter where it flew, it would be found. Whoosh! Shao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the island. The island was rather vast, spanning about 200 or 300 kilometers, nearly the size of a small city. There were mountains, rivers, lush vegetation, and a vast forest. Shao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and landed on the tallest mountain on the island. Then, he took out the medial grade spirit jades from his storage ring and laid a spirit gathering formation. After he finished, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, choosing the core of the formation. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated. Pure and thick spiritual energy immediately poured into the spirit gathering formation from the ash-gray sea. Then, the spirit gathering formation sent the spiritual energy into Shao Chen's body. Then, the purple thunder divine incantation converted the spiritual energy into the purer lightning-attributed veritable essence energy. As the lightning-attributed veritable essence energy flowed in Shao Chen's meridians, boundless thunderclouds started to gather within 50 kilometers. After a while, the thunderclouds in the surroundings surged like a vast army, kicking up dust and stirring up the wind and clouds. The thunderclouds grew increasingly ferocious, and thunder started rumbling. Terrifying bolts of lightning tore through the cloud-filled sky. Charge! 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 Shao Chen, who had been suppressed at the purple thunder divine incantation's 10th layer for a long time, roared in his heart. At this moment, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation without any worries. The purple chi whirlpool in his dantian that belonged to the purple thunder divine incantation spun wildly. The berserk purple color spread throughout his dantian, completely covering up the normally weak ice-attributed chi whirlpool. Flickering sparks appeared on the surface of his skin. His long, black and white hair fluttered wantonly. At this moment, although Shao Chen's eyes were closed, he looked domineering, showing off his sharpness. If Shao Chen opened his eyes, his gaze would definitely be like a powerful saber light, illuminating the sky and the vast ash-gray sea. As the purple thunder divine incantation circulated more wildly, Shao Chen tried to break through the bottleneck of the 11th layer again and again. The mysterious phenomenon created by the surging thunderclouds in the sky grew increasingly horrifying. Roar! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended not far from the spirit gathering formation, directly shattering a mountain range. That was the rage of heaven. warning Shao Chun not to continue stubbornly and stop cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation. If he continued stubbornly, the rage of heaven would descend with a lightning tribulation. It would crush his bones and scatter his ashes, never to reincarnate. As Shao Chun slowly broke through the bottleneck, all sorts of terrifying lightning continuously landed around him. 1 hour later, the small mountain where Shao Chun was already barren, leaving only the lone peak where he sat. Break, 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 break. Stubbornly, Shao Chun used his veritable essence energy in his meridians to break through 7 acupoints, opening up all the meridians that the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer required. Whoosh! The thunderclouds that spread for 500 kilometers in the sky suddenly gathered and shrank continuously. They turned into a huge and terrifying black whirlpool above Shao Chen's head. Thunderclouds spun continuously in the center of the whirlpool. The many layers of terrifying mysterious phenomena made it hard to tell what kind of terrifying existence was behind the whirlpool. Shao Chun opened his eyes and looked at the world with disdain, sitting on the mountain and watching the vast sea. Under Shao Chen's gaze, 2 beams of light extended for 5,000 kilometers on the vast sea surface. It looked like the ash-gray sea was on fire. At this moment, the sea region, which was originally filled with endless waves, suddenly quietened down. Everything in the vicinity, including the many sea birds and ferocious beasts, sensed danger approaching. They all fled in all directions like crazy. The thundercloud whirlpool above Shao Chen's head spun extremely slowly at this moment. Soon, a bolt of lightning illuminating the surroundings descended on Shao Chun. The rage of heaven would definitely arrive with a lightning tribulation. If one dared to go against heaven's might, then one had to be prepared to receive a lightning tribulation. Come on, then, Shao Chun thought to himself. However, he felt very calm at this moment. Unbeknownst to Shao Chun, 2 dim jade-green lights suddenly appeared in a cave under the island. Chapter 1783. The first bolt of tribulation lightning descended amid the howling wind and torrential rain. Cracks appeared in Shao Chen's veritable essence energy shield. The scattered tribulation lightning passed through the shield. The scattered lightning passed through the veritable essence energy shield and landed on Shao Chen's physical body. However, this was just the appetizer. The second bolt of tribulation lightning descended without giving Shao Chun any time to catch his breath. This was a black bolt of lightning. When it descended, it was like a javelin piercing through the spatial barrier. The veritable essence energy shield instantly shattered. Shao Chun gently patted the ground with his palm. The instant he stood up, he punched. Shao Chun shattered the second bolt of tribulation lightning. The purple thunder divine incantation continued circulating endlessly, frantically absorbing the drifting spiritual energy in the surroundings. Shao Chun, who was undergoing his tribulation, did not give up on cultivating. The sky raged, and the spiritual energy of the world became exceptionally dense, much denser than in the ash-gray sea. In the blink of an eye, another 7 or 8 bolts of lightning descended. Each bolt targeted Shao Chun, not giving him any time to dodge or catch his breath. The 10th bolt struck Shao Chun. Boom! Shao Chun crashed to the ground. A heart-wrenching pain radiated from all over his body. However, Shao Chun managed to survive the first wave of tribulation lightning. The wounds on his physical body slowly healed. The remnant energy of the tribulation lightning in his body spread to his internal organs, limbs, and bones. However, Shao Chun could not get rid of it within a short time. Shao Chun did not have time to get rid of it, either, as the second wave of tribulation lightning was accumulating power. Lightning continuously gathered in the huge and horrifying thundercloud whirlpool in the sky. It was like a ball of lightning was nurturing a sun, illuminating the surroundings, looking resplendent and dazzling. Whoosh! The ball of lightning suddenly descended. As it fell, it continuously absorbed the surrounding lightning-attributed energy, making it increasingly dazzling and large. By the time it approached Shao Chun, it was already as large as a mountain range. This ball of lightning wanted to suppress Shao Chun. It did not give Shao Chun any chance of survival, using its absolute rage to kill Shao Chun. To kill Shao Chun, this unfilial son that angered the heavens. It's not that easy to kill me. Break. Xiao Chun naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He wouldn't foolishly let the thunderball hit him. In that case, no matter how powerful he was, he would still be blasted into smithereens. Not even his bones would be left, and not even dregs would be left. The power of the great Tao. A Tao will appeared behind Xiao Chun, and Tao might spread throughout his body. His entire body was filled with a boundless and vigorous saber will. Divine dragon body tempering art. With a furious roar, Zhang Xian exerted strength in all his bones and limbs. Vital qi surged in Xiao Chen's dragon veins. The dragon might from inside out caused azure-colored dragon qi to flow out of Xiao Chen's body, surrounding him. Dragon qi circled around Xiao Chen's body, appearing ancient and noble. He gave off the faint might of a king. 9-star essence core. With another shout, the 9-star primal core lit up with 7 stars for the first time in history. Starlight flickered in Xiao Chen's primal core. Veritable essence energy flowed out and filled his entire body, bringing with it a surging and strong energy. Soul will. With a thought, the azure-colored dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool shone brightly, and his will of soul strengthened his entire body. The universe respects me, and my will is the will of the heavens. Saber of the Tyrant. With the support of many energies, Xiao Chun took out the tyrant saber and ruthlessly chopped down in the time it took for a spark to fly. Great Tao energy, divine dragon vital qi, 7-star veritable essence energy, and will of soul work together with a peak Tao tool to send out an extremely tyrannical and dazzling saber light. Heaven and earth dimmed under the saber light, leaving only black and white. The colossal thunderball split in half, turning into countless bolts of lightning that fell on the vast ash-gray sea. Boom! 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 When the scattered lightning landed on the surface of the sea, it gave off loud explosions that shook the world. The lightning exploded, erupting with intense and berserk energy. Thousands of holes appeared on the surface of the sea and the land, turning the place into a mess. In the surrounding 5,000 kilometers, only Xiao Chen's feet were on high ground. He stood upright while holding his saber, looking coldly at that terrifying thundercloud whirlpool. Let's see what exactly you are. Xiao Chun roared and soared into the sky, flying towards the horrifying whirlpool in the sky. Kneel! 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 Invisibly, explosive roars rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The sound of kneel shook Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, even affecting his soul. Terrifying electric light descended continuously, like the sky's tentacles trying to push Xiao Chun back. Xiao Chun brandished his saber as he charged towards the sky amid the electric light filling the sky. Even though the path ahead was incredibly dangerous, he still soared into the sky, defying the heavens. He only wanted to see what kind of existence the mysterious heavens that sent down lightning tribulations for him was. Crack! A bolt of lightning descended, severely injuring Xiao Chun and knocking him down. However, in the next moment, Xiao Chun somersaulted and leaped up, ignoring his injuries as he continued forward. Just like that, Xiao Chun faced the relentless lightning tribulation and got increasingly closer to that thundercloud whirlpool. The strong thunder might made it hard for Xiao Chun to move. He was already covered in injuries. However, Xiao Chun, who was only one step away, did not think of giving up. He shouted and tried to charge in to see what was going on. Suddenly, a piercing white light appeared in the whirlpool. The instant the white light appeared, another bolt of tribulation lightning shot out. At the same time, Xiao Chun was shocked to discover that he could not move his body at all. Shaken by some kind of might, Xiao Chun could only watch as the lightning tribulation charged at him. Pu ci. The lightning bolts were very thick. A bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's chest, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Kneel! An explosive sound rang out in Xiao Chen's mind again. Countless bolts of tribulation lightning blasted his body beyond recognition. Rumble! The lightning bolts crashed back down. Wounds covered Xiao Chen's entire body. He could no longer bear the heavy burden. However, that thundercloud whirlpool still spun slowly. The surroundings fell silent, and the storm subsided. The lightning tribulation had already been going on for most of the day. That earlier lightning strike severely injured Xiao Chun with 1,000 bolts of tribulation lightning. It was as if it represented the end of the tribulation. Xiao Chun coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to raise his head and look at the wounds on his body. His body was riddled with holes, especially when he was trying to enter the thundercloud vortex. There was a bowl-sized hole in his chest that had yet to heal. It was a terrifying sight. Is it over? Xiao Chun stabbed the tyrant's saber into the ground and lay on the ground. He looked at the slowly dispersing thunderclouds in the sky as he spoke softly. The lightning tribulation this time was far stronger than the previous one. His defiance of the heavens increased the difficulty of the tribulation. Fortunately, his powerful fleshly body helped him endure it. Once he recovered in the future, his body, which had been baptized by tribulation lightning, would improve further. His comprehension of the Thunder Tao would similarly benefit him greatly. However, just as Xiao Chun was about to stagger to his feet, the thundercloud whirlpool suddenly condensed together and transformed into a huge bell that was engraved with many runes. Then it slammed down towards Xiao Chun. Damn it! It's not over yet. Xiao Chun cursed in his heart. His eyes instantly turned golden as he activated his blue dragon bloodline. The energy from the ancient great desolate Aeon spread throughout his body. With the activation of his bloodline, Xiao Chun felt his strength rapidly increase. The ancient and strong aura allowed Xiao Chun's aura to soar in a berserk manner. Kill! Xiao Chun drew the tyrant's saber beside him and soared into the sky. After activating his bloodline, he erupted with the strength of a late-stage star venerate. A saber light infused with the will of soul ruthlessly chopped down on that lightning bell. Dang! 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 The lightning bell gave off loud sounds, shaking Xiao Chen's internal organs and shattering them. Blood continuously flowed out of Xiao Chen's mouth. His soul received a huge shock, and his vision turned blurry and dizzy. The lightning bell did not shatter immediately. Instead, it pressed down on Xiao Chun, pushing him towards the ground. Xiao Chun had only one thought in his heart, to shatter this lightning bell. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Boom! The saber tore a long crack in the lightning bell. However, the lightning bell also pressed Xiao Chun to the island. Amid loud sounds, the island bore the brunt of the lightning bell's impact, blasting it into pieces. Break! Xiao Chun roared ferociously as he used his full power to send out one final saber strike. The lightning bell finally shattered. Purple electric light spread out in all directions. The seawater looked like it had been shaved off by 100 meters. The sky cleared up, and the thunderclouds scattered. This lightning tribulation was officially over. The island was no longer there. Xiao Chun lay on the surface of the sea and heaved a long sigh. The spiritual energy in the surroundings of the ash-gray sea surged into Xiao Chen's body as he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation's 11th layer. Xiao Chun did not consume any medicinal pills. He just relied on his physical body to slowly recover. Only then could he completely refine it. The energy left in his body by the tribulation lightning would bring him boundless benefits. His physique was extremely strong. Since the lightning tribulation didn't exist, he would definitely die. Since the lightning tribulation was gone, his physical body recovered extremely quickly. In mere moments, the horrifying hole in his chest had already healed. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and recalled his experiences in the lightning tribulation, doing his best to comprehend the Thunder Great Tao. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through the final bottleneck of the Thunder Great Tao. However, just at this moment, a fatal aura of danger appeared in Xiao Chen's heart, prompting him to interrupt his comprehension of the Thunder Great Tao in a fluster and open his eyes. Chapter 1784. Just what I wanted. However, the huge waves surging out of the sea swallowed up Xiao Chun. When the water dragon approached, Xiao Chun threw a punch, quickly punching with the power of rushing lightning. With this thought, Xiao Chun retreated quickly. The island was so vast, at least 50 kilometers wide. Such a ferocious beast had to be huge and extremely strong. This startled Xiao Chun. It turned out that he had been undergoing his tribulation on the back of a ferocious beast. If he properly absorbed everything he comprehended today and cultivated for a while, his strength would definitely soar. A pair of jade-green eyes came out of the island and stared at him. The wall of waves grew taller, and the Tao might of the water great Tao became incredibly heavy. The Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram instantly formed, blocking this attack that was even faster than lightning, an attack that caught everyone completely off guard. However, at this moment, the aura of lightning made him look as tall and mighty as a god. It's it. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's internal organs immediately churned. He felt like a thick metal mountain crashed into him. Seeing that Xiao Chen was in danger, the tortoise beast revealed itself and used its wings to break the two water palms that carried huge force. Bang! Xiao Chen's body continued to climb. However, he discovered that his physical body had already reached a critical point in the ash-gray sea, unable to continue rising. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen looked around and discovered that the island that the lightning tribulation blasted apart floated to the surface again. Before Xiao Chen could react, a complete Tao disc appeared behind him and slowly unfurled. Boom! 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 With a thought, lightning immediately filled the sky. Rumbling thunder resounded in the world. Seeing that it could not take down Xiao Chen, the tortoise beast used the same trick. The sea suddenly soared 3 kilometers, forming an overwhelming wave that surged towards Xiao Chen. It was the demon blood vulture. It turned out that it had not left all along. As Xiao Chen watched the surging wave, his purple lightning spun endlessly, frantically absorbing the lightning-attributed energy in the sky. He had already comprehended the thunder great Tao and gained enough. After he returned, he would enter closed-door cultivation for a few more days. This was clearly a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast. Although it was not a peak late-stage star venerate, it was not far from it. Bang! Bang! If he had been shot, it would have pierced through his chest. The injury he had just received would have worsened. Breaking through the wall of waves, Xiao Chen soared into the sky and rushed toward the turtle beast. The tortoise beast's snake-like neck and ferocious mouth smashed into the flame diagram. Under the intense pain, it shrank back even faster. Countless lightning bolts shot out of Xiao Chen's body, and half the sky was dyed with lightning. It was the great Tao of lightning. With the help of the demon blood vulture, Xiao Chen immediately gave up on retreating. He turned around and landed on the demon blood vulture, then charged at the turtle beast. As the other party spread his great Tao energy over the sea, the already extremely heavy gravity of the ash-gray sea became even heavier. Xiao Chen did his best to absorb and refine what he had comprehended in the lightning tribulation. The more he fought, the more valiant he became. His control over the power of thunder became even better. Pa! As Xiao Chen absorbed more and more lightning-attributed veritable essence energy, it filled his body. As Xiao Chen hovered in the air, he showed a cautious expression, showing doubt on his face. The island rose higher and higher until it finally emerged from the water. Now Xiao Chen had retreated far away. As Xiao Chen roared, he ferociously opened his hand, and boundless electric light shot out. Sensing that the other party's aura had already locked onto him, Xiao Chen did not retreat. He cautiously looked at the other party, storing up his aura. A wave of water shot out like an arrow from the spot where he had been lying. Xiao Chen's body became more nimble, dodging the attacks of the various waves and water dragons even more easily. He poured out all the lightning-attributed energy he had accumulated in his body. The Tao disc behind him condensed into a point and soared up. The sky above him seemed to rise higher. Boom! The purple thunder divine incantation circulated wildly. Xiao Chen shouted, and lightning-attributed energy exploded in the surroundings. Then, he charged out of the huge waves surrounded by electricity. Bang! The sky turned dark and thunderclouds spread out. As Xiao Chen hovered in the air, he appeared to be in a sorry state. Xiao Chen roared in his heart. There was no time to think. 2 spots of light flickered in his eyes. This was the sea region. Water-attributed ferocious beasts had an innate advantage. Furthermore, this was an old tortoise beast that had lived for an unknown period of time. Pu Ci. Xiao Chun revealed an expression of understanding. The sea region's environment was very harsh. The waves never stopped, and some even soared into the clouds. Xiao Chun simply somersaulted in the air and quickly landed on the surface of the sea. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking this, he saw two spots of dim light shoot out from the entrance of the cave. As Xiao Chun refined the tribulation lightning in his body, he discovered that the ash-gray sea's restraints on him were slowly weakening. Without the Tyrant Saber's help, Xiao Chun could execute the Thunder Great Tao alone. He could not help rejoicing. Xiao Chun had just undergone his tribulation and had just recovered from his severe injuries. The Tyrant Saber's timing was really good. He had already passed the place where he underwent his tribulation. Furthermore, this place was remote and uninhabited. Who could be sneak attacking him? Xiao Chun could not help thinking. When Xiao Chun saw this scene, he could not help laughing. You still have some conscience. Unexpectedly, the two gigantic palms were chopped in half. A strong wind blew over Xiao Chun's head. With this thought, Xiao Chun thought of retreating, not willing to tangle with this tortoise beast for too long. With a wave of his hand, boundless lightning howled out, looking like a lightning storm. The tortoise beast roared, and the huge waves on the sea surged even more terrifyingly. Who is it? Xiao Chen's expression turned grave, and a lofty aspiration appeared in his heart. He had just undergone his tribulation lightning. Along with this, huge waves rose on the surface of the sea, looking like a tsunami trying to swallow him up. Interesting. You tortoise beast, are you thinking of eating me? When Xiao Chun saw the startling wall of waves surging over, he punched. Electricity flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes, losing their usual color. Killing this ferocious beast would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just by looking at that tortoise shell, one could see how strong its defense was. The tortoise beast's head quickly elongated, looking like a terrifying python biting at Xiao Chun. Electric light exploded in the fist light. In one breath, Xiao Chun punched 100 times, shattering the golden water dragon. Without giving Xiao Chun any time to feel confused, the calm water suddenly surged with huge waves, one after another. Xiao Chun, who was alone with one punch, stood before the towering waves, looking incredibly insignificant. It had reached an unprecedented level. At this moment, his hair had completely turned purple. He comprehended the Thunder Great Tao and was just half a step away. The other party was using the Water Great Tao to fight him, giving his Thunder Great Tao some motivation to advance. If this continued, the tortoise beast would exhaust Xiao Chun to death sooner or later. Xiao Chun vaguely felt that he had broken through some limit. Water-attributed Great Tao energy spread out. This tortoise beast was very talented. It actually comprehended Great Tao energy. Only then did Xiao Chun discover that it was a gigantic tortoise exuding a terrifying aura. When Xiao Chun punched, the surging lightning-attributed energy directly blasted a huge hole in the wall of waves. A whirlpool appeared in the water, sucking in Xiao Chun and pulling him towards the gigantic tortoise. The tortoise beast was a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast in the first place. Furthermore, it comprehended the Water Great Tao and held the geographical advantage in the ash-gray sea. Where is it? What ferocious beast is it? Thousands of water dragons surged out, carrying terrifying energy as they charged at Xiao Chun. One by one, the water dragons were blasted apart by the lightning. However, after the water dragons dispersed, they would quickly reform. This sea region returned to how it was when Xiao Chun first arrived. Furthermore, it was much more dangerous. However, the battle continued, not allowing Xiao Chun time to rest. Xiao Chen's movement technique suffered another setback, greatly reducing his nimbleness. Damn it! This tortoise beast really wants to swallow me up. However, just at this moment, the two halves of the wall of waves suddenly turned into two gargantuan hands that pressed together with immense force, wanting to smash Xiao Chun into a meat patty. Originally, Xiao Chun did not investigate the cause and effect. Now it looked like a ferocious beast was causing trouble. That tortoise was even faster than lightning. When it opened its mouth and sucked, it produced a huge suction force, immediately hindering Xiao Chen's movements and significantly slowing him down. Just at this moment, something strange happened. In the end, it formed a terrifying pillar of lightning encasing Xiao Chun, connecting to the lightning-attributed energy of the world. Xiao Chun heavily smacked the surface of the sea with his palm. Then he somersaulted and soared into the air. That island was formed on the back of that ferocious beast. The tortoise beast showed a ferocious light, not showing any gentleness at all. Chapter 1785. With the demon blood vulture's help, Xiao Chen's confidence in defeating this turtle beast immediately increased. One man and one beast had fought together for more than 30 days, so they had developed some tacit understanding. Xiao Chun used his Thunder Great Dao to fight the turtle beast's Water Great Dao, while the demon blood vulture focused on attacking. With the two working together, the situation immediately became much better. With the demon blood vulture restraining the turtle beast, the pressure on Xiao Chun lessened significantly. Furthermore, he comprehended the Thunder Great Dao and could easily deal with the ferocious beast's Water Great Dao. The scene looked good, but the effects were not. The turtle beast's 4 limbs and head shrank into its shell. The demon blood vulture's various attacks did not leave a mark on the turtle shell at all. On the other hand, the turtle beast could even circulate its Water Great Dao to attack Xiao Chun while hiding inside. There was no way to break its defense. From the beginning, the turtle beast was in an invincible position. No matter how the demon blood vulture unleashed its demonic nature and frantically attacked, it could not truly injure the turtle beast. After clashing head-on a few times, the demon blood vulture's claws ended up getting injured. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Where exactly is this fellow's weakness? All ferocious beasts, including cultivators, have weaknesses. The demon blood vulture's weakness was cultivation techniques and martial techniques that countered its demonic nature. Xiao Chen's weakness was his weak defense and his martial techniques. Aside from his 2 trump cards, the sharp spirit finger and the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, he did not have any other decent defensive martial techniques. Furthermore, his cultivation was relatively low. He did not have any advantage over the disciples of the large sections. This turtle beast before Xiao Chun definitely had a weakness. Water and fire? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiao Chun. This turtle beast was clearly a water-attributed ferocious beast. Xiao Chun had been using his Thunder Great Dao, but he could only fight it on equal footing. If he used flames, there might be an unexpected effect. Fire naturally countered water. Furthermore, Xiao Chun happened to have 2 kinds of primal chaos level flames. He did not know which heavenly flame or icy divine flame could counter the other. You restrain it. I'll attack. Xiao Chun patted the demon blood vulture's head. Then he leaped up and quickly flew towards the turtle beast. Although the turtle beast had shrunk its entire body into its shell, the few openings on its mountain-sized shell were also startlingly large. However, the entrance of the cave was deep and dark. Thinking about it, the turtle head's attack was even faster than lightning. It really took some courage to approach the turtle beast. He seemed to feel the threat brought by the rapidly approaching Xiao Chun. The pair of dark green eyes shrunk in the turtle shell, emitting waves of cold light. Its cold gaze was firmly locked onto Xiao Chun, clearly still treating him as its greatest enemy. Xiao Chun and the demon blood vulture wanted to kill this turtle beast. The tortoise beast also didn't want to give up on the 2 pieces of fat meat in front of it. It wasn't stupid at all. The fact that it was able to endure until Xiao Chun finished his tribulation showed how scheming it was. Shoo! Suddenly, a dark light shot toward Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun barely dodged it. Only then did he discover that the dim light was a water arrow that the tortoise beast had spat out. Its lethality wasn't great. Oh no, I've been tricked. Before Xiao Chun could change his direction, the tortoise beast's neck elongated infinitely like a snake coming out of its hole. It seemed to have calculated where Xiao Chun would dodge. A terrifying mouth appeared above Xiao Chun and swallowed Xiao Chun up. However, in the next moment, the retracted head suddenly opened up in pain and spat out a clump of fierce fire. While the tortoise beast was scheming against Xiao Chun was scheming against it as well. This time, the heavenly flame struck the tortoise beast, burning all its internal organs. After spitting out Xiao Chun, the tortoise beast's head retracted completely, and its entire body slowly sank. After the heavenly flame burned its foundation, the tortoise beast no longer dared to fight. "How can I let go of the fat meat that is already in my mouth?" Shao Chun waved his hand, and the ice-snow divine flame spread out. The surface of the sea instantly froze. When that tortoise beast sank halfway, it discovered that it could not sink any further. The tortoise beast could only move its body and shatter the ice. Slowly, it sank much slower. Seeing the tortoise beast in a sorry state, the demon blood vulture took the opportunity to move. It folded its wings and flapped them ferociously. Countless beams of red light shot out like arrows and entered the tortoise shell. That was a lethal venom. Earlier, the tortoise beast's defense did not have any openings. It could always use the water Tao to block the demon blood vulture's venom. At this moment, its internal organs were burning, and it could not even fend for itself. There was no way for it to block the venom. The heavenly flame burned internally, and the venom corroded externally. It attacked from both the inside and the outside. The seemingly undefeatable tortoise beast's strong life force slowly corroded away, and its life force grew increasingly weak. Shao Chun did not want the tortoise beast to die just like that. The immemorial demon soul formation needed such strong nourishment. He sent a voice projection to Xiao Suo, telling him to bring the black cutlass over. For hours later, a pirate ship with a black banner appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. When Xiao Suo and the others saw that colossal tortoise beast, they were startled. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he landed on the deck. "Activate the immemorial demon soul formation, then." "Young Master Xiao, this seems to be a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast. This is a black profound tortoise with the bloodline of the black tortoise." Elder Tang, who was rather familiar with the ash-gray sea, marveled at the tortoise beast, finding it incredible. "It has the bloodline of the black tortoise? No wonder it is so hard to deal with." Shao Chun revealed an expression of understanding, immediately making Elder Tang feel embarrassed. "It is just that it is somewhat hard to deal with. It is already very heaven-defying that no one died." Xiao Su giggled and said, "Captain, this is a great harvest. The shell of this black profound tortoise is a rare, top-notch material. It is excellent in forging armor and refining Dao tools. This was indeed a great harvest." The immemorial demon soul formation took 1 hour to consume this black profound tortoise until only a bare tortoise shell remained. As a war trophy, the tortoise shell entered Xiao Chen's universe ring, occupying a large space. "I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a few days. I'll leave the ship's matters to you," Xiao Chun said to Xiao Suo before entering the captain's quarters to cultivate. Xiao Chun had successfully cleared his tribulation and comprehended the Thunder Great Tao. It had to be said that today was indeed a great harvest for Shao Chun. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was about to reach consummation. Shao Chun was filled with anticipation as to what would happen after the 12th layer be like. The cultivation technique that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind should contain some secrets. Very few people could be like Shao Chun, starting from the weakest cultivator and never changing their main cultivation technique. More accurately, there was no such thing. Shao Chun could not possibly not change his cultivation technique. Otherwise, if the cultivation technique could not keep up with his cultivation, it would definitely hinder his cultivation. It was just like the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. At most, he could cultivate it to the sovereign stage before he had to change it. "I hope that I can understand some of your intentions," Shao Chun muttered to himself. Aside from the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, what made Shao Chun happier was naturally his comprehension of the Thunder Great Tao. Even the outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm, even if their cultivations were much higher than Shao Chen's, few could reach his level. At his age, Shao Chun already comprehended 2 Great Tao. Being able to comprehend one type of Great Tao energy was already an incredible thing, let alone 2 types of Great Tao. Shao Chun closed his eyes and cultivated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Shao Chen's cultivation stabilized. His physical body had absorbed the tribulation lightning, improving further. He finally gained some control over the Thunder Great Tao and could use it freely. He could merge the Saber Tao and the Thunder Tao even more smoothly, moving them as he pleased. Now, his overall strength had more than doubled compared to before the tribulation. After leaving the captain's quarters, Xiao Chun went to find Elder Tang. Young Master Zhao's strength is becoming increasingly unfathomable. As Elder Tang looked at Xiao Chun, who comprehended two great Dao, he felt even more awe and unfathomable. In just a few days, Xiao Chun's improvement in strength was truly flabbergasting. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "It's just a matter of time. Elder Tang, how is your beast taming art?" At the mention of this, Elder Tang revealed a confident expression. "I placed a soul mark on the ferocious beasts in the Spirit Beast platform. Now, I am 90% confident of placing a soul mark on that demon blood vulture." Good. It was best to root out this hidden danger as soon as possible. No one knew when the demon blood vulture's demonic nature would erupt and turn on its master. No one would feel at ease with such a ticking time bomb. When the two arrived outside the Spirit Beast platform, the demon blood vulture lay lazily at the side. The other ferocious beasts like the cold steel eagles maintained a respectful distance, not daring to get close. The demon blood vulture was like a little tyrant, ruling over the Spirit Beast platform. Whoosh! When the demon blood vulture felt Xiao Chen's and Elder Tang's gazes, it suddenly opened its eyes. A sharp light flashed in them, sending a chill through Elder Tang's heart. What a strong evil aura! Elder Tang felt shocked in his heart. To think that this demon blood vulture is still very wild. The demon blood vulture does not have any docile aura, which is rather surprising. Xiao Chun had been feeding the demon blood vulture for some time already. He had used both kindness and severity, but there was no effect at all. For some reason, Xiao Chun felt that Elder Tang's process of placing a soul mark might not go smoothly. The demon blood vulture before him was somewhat extraordinary. Chapter 1786. Might and pressure continuously spread out from that finger, inspiring fear in the demon blood vulture. A vast sea chart lay on the table in the middle of the group. Shouldn't the demon blood vulture be completely tamed after the soul mark was planted? Why was the situation the other way around? When the others saw the mark on Elder Tang's forehead, they could not hide their smiles. Enslaving the demon blood vulture ended up being enslaved by the demon blood vulture. This was simply hilarious. When the demon blood vulture finished swallowing the blood mist, it revealed a ferocious look in its eyes. It roared ferociously and spread its wings, flying out of the Spirit Beast platform and launching itself at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun could only see a blurry light moving about. Then, a mysterious mark appeared in Elder Tang's eyes. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Elder Tang swung his saber. A saber light flashed, and electric light spread out, illuminating the surroundings. The demon blood vulture raised its head and looked arrogantly at Xiao Chun, its eyes filled with mockery. The demon blood vulture spread its wings and immediately kicked up a strong wind. Its feathers glowed. The demon blood vulture fell to the ground. Only now did the demon blood vulture truly bring out the horrifying might of a Dao tool. When Xiao Chun thrust his finger, it became resplendent and dazzling, spinning continuously. It was like the demon blood vulture had become Elder Tang's master. After a series of moves, the demon blood vulture felt extreme pain, enduring immense pressure. Xiao Chun had two choices before him. One was to kill the demon blood vulture, and the other was to keep it like this. The demon blood vulture watched in resentment as Xiao Chun left. Its eyes filled with dissatisfaction and some hidden fear. Then it activated the tyrant saber, and its thunder Dao might instantly soared. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he quickly helped Elder Tang up. If not for that terrifying demonic chi and how strange it was, the demon blood vulture would really look like a divine bird. As long as Xiao Chun was strong enough, he could suppress this demon blood vulture and not fear it playing any tricks. Ah! With a weak expression, Elder Tang staggered and rushed back in a fluster. 3 days later, the pirate hall that Xiao Su mentioned appeared before everyone. Now he could clearly feel a dangerous aura. He saw Elder Tang's palm getting closer and closer to him. At this moment, Elder Tang's soul mark entered the demon blood vulture's mind. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, knew what it was up to. He was completely disdainful and couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Xiao Suo pointed to the sea map and said, based on the fastest route, it will take 2 months. Of course, that is on the premise that no accidents occur. The two leaped up and arrived before the demon blood vulture. Xiao Suo, how long will it take for us to reach the Myriad Star Mountain? Elder Tang had a depressed look on his face, but the soul mark on his forehead had faded significantly. It stared at Xiao Chun with a fiery gaze. It sensed the aura of the blood mist, the mysterious blood mist that could increase its demonic nature. Elder Tang was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Xiao Chun landed beside him and asked, "Is it done?" It was clear that it wasn't that easy to subdue him. However, as soon as it flew out from the spiritual beast platform, it was struck down by a saber glow. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not let that happen. A Tao disc appeared behind him. That was the power of the great Tao of the Saber Tao. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he gently landed on the demon blood vulture's back, preparing to suppress it at any moment. Most of the sea map was shrouded in fog, labeled as unknown regions. This was a sign that the demon blood vulture was about to erupt. The scarlet feathers on the demon blood vulture's body turned increasingly beautiful. Eventually, they flickered with light, looking incredibly gorgeous. Xiao Chun was confident of this. The demon blood vulture looked at Xiao Chun without any fear in its eyes. It was still as unruly as before. Its feathers slowly turned more beautiful, looking like flames that would bloom at any moment. The Iron Hand Yama said, "The Ash Gray Sea's Pirate Hall is a gathering place for all sorts of people. It is even more chaotic than the Grave Sea. I hope we do not run into any trouble." Elder Tang touched the soul mark on his forehead and paled in shock. Then, he raised his head to look at the demon blood vulture with a horrified expression. After suffering a heavy blow, the demon blood vulture flew back in a sorry state. Electric light flickered all over its body as it lay sprawled on the ground, wailing miserably. The demon blood vulture had felt that something was off in the first place. It had wanted to resist long ago. However, Xiao Chun was above it, preventing it from doing so. Clearly, the demon blood vulture was greatly startled and did not dare to remain here. The demon blood vulture happily opened its beak and sucked in the scarlet light, not standing on ceremony at all. Xiao Chun had always been rather decisive, so he quickly made up his mind. He discovered that Elder Tang's hand seals became increasingly complicated. Eventually, even Xiao Chun could not make them out clearly. 7 days later, the upper echelon of the Black Cutlass gathered in the captain's quarters. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Elder Tang and asked, "Since when did a mark appear on your forehead?" The demon blood vulture suddenly raised its head and glared. Elder Tang stumbled and fell to his knees with a plop. The demon blood vulture released a terrifying aura from its body. It would not be a problem to bring out 80% or even 100% of its might. After a while, Xiao Chun arrived before the immemorial demon soul formation. A scarlet fog spread out, even denser than the previous time. At the very least, it could keep him alert and allow him to improve. The pressure slowly weakened the demon blood vulture's aura. Finally, Xiao Chun brought out his Buddhist might. Xiao Chun looked at the demon blood vulture. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "Great! You are quite capable." Then, he returned to the spirit beast platform. That was the uninhabited area of the Ash Gray Sea. Only some ancient clans or peak experts would have an accurate sea map of the uninhabited area. The demon blood vulture looked like it wanted to fight Xiao Chun to the death, looking very scary. Xiao Chun did not even need one move to kill Elder Tang. Then, Xiao Suo pointed to the sea map and said, "There is a pirate hall here. We will go there to resupply 3 days later. At that time, we will also have to ask around for some information. We cannot just listen to Yen Zhe's side of the story about the Myriad Star Mountain." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and a scarlet fog shot out from his hand, turning into a dense scarlet light. "Let's begin, then." This fellow actually directly broke through from middle-stage star venerate to late-stage star venerate. Elder Tang's heart pounded, but he still plucked up his courage and entered the spirit beast platform with Xiao Chun. "Never mind, that's it." Elder Tang's 10 fingers flickered with flowing light, and his complexion slowly paled. Sweat dripped down his forehead. When Elder Tang heard Xiao Chen's words, he nodded gently and started forming hand seals with both hands. Young Master Xiao, my soul imprint was assimilated in its soul sea. I have to sever this connection. Otherwise, I will end up enslaved by it. That pirate hall looked like a gargantuan sea monster on the vast sea. Lingering black clouds covered it. This continued for 1 hour until the scarlet demonic fog was absorbed back to normal. Then, it returned to the surface of the formation before stopping. To the demon blood vulture, this was simply too tempting. However, in the next moment, the sharp demon blood vulture suddenly opened its eyes. Elder Tang nodded weakly and said, "It succeeded." The scarlet demonic fog that leaked out was startling. The demon blood vulture did not scare Xiao Chen earlier. Now it could not be bothered with him. It just closed its eyes and curled up lazily in a corner. What's going on? I'll just keep it like this. Having a terrifying existence that constantly lashes at me is a pretty good thing. Then Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber and merged the two great Dao energies, instantly bringing out 50% of the Dao tool's might. After several years of growth, Xiao Chen became more experienced in handling matters. He now had the air of a captain. After swallowing the black profound tortoise, a third of the sixth pearl lit up. Its feathers are really tough. Even after being caught off guard, it did not bleed. Then, Xiao Chen turned around and headed for the next level of the pirate ship. The demon blood vulture felt that Xiao Chen, who stood on it, was even heavier than a mountain. Furthermore, it continued to grow heavier. Now that Xiao Chen comprehended the Thunder Great Dao, he could easily bring out 50% of its might. If he did not suppress it, it would spread to the entire ship. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he stretched out his hand and continuously sucked in the surrounding demonic qi. Xiao Chen looked at the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform and smiled faintly before drifting away. This demon blood vulture was more delicious than any ferocious beast that Xiao Chen had eaten in his life. Furthermore, it could increase his cultivation and strength, a great tonic. Xiao Chen simply could not bear to kill the demon blood vulture. In the past, Xiao Chen could bring out only 20% of the tyrant saber's might. Even if Xiao Chen's luck was off the charts and he did not run into any pirate ships or demonic Dao sect cultivators, he would still run into some bad weather at sea. Then another Dao disc appeared. That was the Thunder Great Dao energy. It would be hard to avoid accidents in the ash-gray sea. Just the strength of a late-stage star venerate would be of great help to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, this fellow had limitless potential. After entering the seemingly small spirit beast platform, Xiao Chen discovered that there was a whole world inside. Countless scenes expanded continuously. There was basically no hope for the last condition. Elder Tang shouted, and his aura suddenly soared. Chapter 1787. The Black Cutlass successfully entered the pirate hall, and Xiao Chen and the others split up. Xiao Chen led the Iron Hand Yama and Xiao Suo to deal with the materials they collected from hunting ferocious beasts in the ash-gray sea. Naturally, the most valuable of them all was the black tortoise's hill-sized shell. Elder Tang brought Luo Nan, Fei and the pirate ship to repair and resupply. So many demonic Dao martial artists. The pirate hall was a city. Walking in it was not much different from walking in an ordinary city. When looking around, most of them were demonic Dao cultivators. This was a rare sight in the Grave Sea and other places. The Iron Hand Yama explained, I heard that many years ago the righteous Dao sects and the demonic Dao sects had a huge battle. After the demonic Dao was defeated, many sects were forced to give up on their interests in the Central Great Realm. They retreated to the taboo seas and started from scratch. Only some extremely powerful demonic Dao sects remained in the Central Great Realm. Although this taboo ocean is filled with spiritual energy and there are many places of opportunity, there are still many of them. However, the environment was vile, and the spiritual qi in the Forbidden Sea contained a trace of demonic nature. Righteous sects rarely set up their foundations in the Forbidden Seas. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. No wonder he had met so few demonic Dao cultivators. Even if he did encounter them, their cultivation would not be much, and they would not catch his eye. Looking at the ash-gray sea's pirate hull, it was hard to see anyone of the righteous Tao. They were either pirates or cultivators of the demonic Tao sections. Furthermore, most pirates cultivated demonic cultivation techniques and baleful auras. They were no different from demonic Tao cultivators. No wonder this pirate hall looked gloomy from afar, giving off an uncomfortable feeling. Xiao Su looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "Big brother, are we going to the market square or the shop?" Selling in the market was convenient and free. If he could meet someone who was in urgent need, he could get a very high price. On the other hand, the shop was more straightforward. It only took a moment for the transaction to be completed. However, the price was not up to him to decide. "Let's go to a shop." Xiao Chun quickly made his decision. The pirate hall was rather chaotic, and there might be some accidents in the market. Soon, the few of them found out that there were 3 large shops in the pirate hall that purchased materials. He casually walked into one of them, Illusory Cloud Pavilion. "Esteemed guests, are you here to purchase Tao tools?" The servant at the door immediately welcomed them with a smile. The profound Cloud Pavilion possessed the ability to refine Tao tools. Hence, it had a high demand for materials like the black profound tortoise's shell. When the manservant saw Xiao Chun and the other two, he thought that they were here to purchase Tao tools. "No, we are selling materials. Do you accept them here?" The manservant's expression changed slightly. However, he still smiled and said, "Yes, of course. No matter what kind of material it is, it can be sold for an ideal price in the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion. Our Illusory Cloud Pavilion has always been fair and honest when doing business." "What are you selling?" the servant asked eagerly as he led Xiao Chun and the others inside. "The shell of the black profound tortoise, and the bones and blood essence of some other fierce beasts." Black profound tortoise. At the mention of the black profound tortoise, the manservant's eyes lit up. He asked somewhat excitedly, "How old is it?" "More than 1,000 years. Distinguished guests, please come in." Upon hearing that it was more than 1,000 years, the manservant immediately rejoiced, even changing the way he addressed them to distinguished guests. Then, the manservant led Xiao Chun and the other two into the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's VIP room. "Please wait for a while." After watching the manservant leave, Xiao Su could not help saying, "How exaggerated. Although this black profound tortoise is precious, it does not seem to be worth so much attention." The Iron Hand Yama said casually, "It is probably one of the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's distinguished guests who urgently need a black profound tortoise to refine a Tao tool. I heard that this kind of tortoise beast spends most of the year in hibernation. There is no aura at all, like it is dead. It is very hard to find." Xiao Chun smiled as he sipped his tea. "Let's just wait and see." "Senior Brother O, someone is selling the black profound tortoise that you specified." After the manservant left the VIP room, he went directly to a VIP room in the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion and spoke to a handsome black-clad youth with a somewhat sinister air. When the youth heard that, he revealed a shocked expression. He could not hide the fervor in his eyes. "How old is it?" The other party said more than 1,000 years. "Good. Ha ha ha. With this 1,000-year-old black profound tortoise shell, I can finally succeed in refining my essence magnet treasure armor." The youth entered a state of wild joy and excitement. He stood up and muttered to himself, "With this essence magnet treasure armor, I am even more confident of my trip to the Myriad Star Mountain. He is coming. I'll go and meet him personally." The manservant quickly led this black-clad youth to the VIP room where Xiao Chun was. The black-clad youth pushed open the door and entered. Then, he swept his gaze across Xiao Chen and the other two, immediately gaining a good understanding of their cultivations. Then, the black-clad youth fixed his gaze on Xiao Chun. He could tell that this white-clad youth, who was only a major primal core venerate, was the leader of the group. "Young master, how should I address you?" "I am Ojinyun, the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's young master." The black-clad youth greeted Xiao Chun before taking a seat. "Xiao Chun." Ojinyun did not bother with any nonsense. He could not be bothered with Xiao Chen's origins, so he went straight to the point. "Take out the black profound tortoise shell and let me take a look." Xiao Chun looked at the VIP room and said, This place is so small. How am I supposed to take it out? Oh Jinyun smiled and said, That's true. Come with me. After saying that, Oh Jinyun clapped his hands, and the walls of the VIP room spun, revealing a door. He was the first to enter. Xiao Chun and the others followed behind Oh Jinyun. After entering, they discovered a completely different world. This was an independent space, vast and boundless. This place is big enough, right? Xiao Chun did not answer. He opened his hand and took out the huge black profound tortoise shell. In an instant, it was as if a mountain had appeared in front of them. This startled Oh Jinyun. He exclaimed excitedly, This is a 5,000-year-old black profound tortoise. It must have comprehended the water great Tao, right? Somewhat surprised, Xiao Chun nodded and said, It is indeed as young Master O said. That black profound tortoise did comprehend the water great Tao. 5,000 years is a hurdle. After crossing this hurdle and comprehending the water great Tao, the value of the black profound tortoise shell will be different. At this moment, Oh Jinyun appeared rather calm, not exposing his emotions to Xiao Chan and the others. Oh Jinyun continued, The tortoise shell contains Tao. After refining it into treasure armor, its defensive power will be even more astonishing. Furthermore, it can help Master comprehend the water great Tao, calming his mind. To us demonic Tao cultivators, this is very rare. After Xiao Sua heard that, he could not help rejoicing in his heart. They had come to the right place. Oh Jinyun looked at Xiao Chan and asked, I'm rather curious. How did you kill this black profound tortoise? I can't tell you. Naturally, Xiao Chun would not foolishly tell Oh Jinyun. Oh Jinyun was slightly stunned. Then, he smiled and said, Sorry for being rude. Let's do this. I want the black profound tortoise shell. Xiao Chun asked, Young Master O, are you going to refine the black profound tortoise shell into treasure armor? That's right. I want to refine it into the essence magnet treasure armor. I will give you a fair and reasonable price, 2 million medial grade spirit jades. The moment Oh Jinyun said that, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. That was the price of an ordinary black profound tortoise shell. The black profound tortoise shell that Xiao Chun wanted to sell would at least double this price. Let's go. Xiao Chun put away the black profound tortoise and led the Iron Hand Yama and Xiao Suo away. Oh Jinyun said helplessly, Did I finish? I even added in an inferior grade Dao tool which I personally bought. I spent most of my spirit jades on the other materials, so I only have 2 million medial grade spirit jades left. However, I can still make some decisions here. I have the authority to sell an inferior grade Dao tool. Oh Jinyun had not expected the black profound tortoise shell that Xiao Chun took out to be of such high quality. Otherwise, 2 million medial grade spirit jades would have been more than enough to purchase a black profound tortoise shell. Hence, Oh Jinyun could only bleed profusely and let the other party choose an inferior grade Dao tool. An inferior grade Dao tool was about 2 or 3 million medial grade spirit jades. This was a fair deal, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he looked at the Iron Hand Yama and said, You happen to be in need of a weapon. Settled, then. Oh Jinyun smiled and said, Go to the second floor. Someone will take care of you. After Xiao Chun and the Iron Hand Yama left, Oh Jinyun's expression immediately changed drastically. An incredibly sharp killing chi appeared in his eyes. After they leave, keep a close eye on them. Young master, we are doing business here. Wouldn't that be dishonest? The manservant said reluctantly as he looked at Oh Jinyun. Oh Jinyun smiled strangely and retorted, Do we of the demonic